Chapter 1. It was a meatball, a really big meatball, and it was rolling out of her closet. It stopped a few feet from the end of the bed, and that was when she noticed its eyes and its face. The eyes stared at her in abject disappointment, and 2 tears of gravy rolled down its fat, bumpy cheeks. It looked so miserable, Hannah wanted to reach out and give it a hug. "You forgot me," the meatball said, "and I'm an entree. And from what I hear, your entrees aren't that good." "Yes, they are. I'm doing my best not to take this as a personal insult," the meatball interrupted her. "But you know I'm a lot more delicious than your mother's Hawaiian pot roast. What really makes me mad is that you left me out, but you put in 4 of your sister Andrea's Jell-O molds. Well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to dump a can of fruit in some Jell-O. If you want her name in the cookbook, you ought to teach her to cook." What was the meatball talking about? No ordinary mortal could teach Andrea to cook. Her sister was firmly entrenched among the ranks of the culinary impaired. Hannah sat bolt upright in bed, prepared to give the Swedish treat a piece of her mind. But there was no longer a round brown entree with the delectable scent of mushrooms and beef positioned in front of her closet or at the foot of her bed. With the exception of Moishe, who was curled up at her feet sleeping peacefully, she was alone. Hannah blinked several times, and then the truth of the situation dawned. She'd been dreaming. The talking meatball had retreated into whatever corner of her mind had created it, but the message it had delivered remained. Hannah had goofed, big time. She'd forgotten to include Edna Ferguson's recipe for not-so-Swedish meatballs in the packet to be tested at tonight's potluck dinner. "Uh-oh," Hannah groaned, feeling around under the bed for her slippers. When she'd wiggled her feet inside the fake fur lining, she patted the mattress to wake the orange and white tomcat who'd been her roommate for the past 1.5 years. "Come on, Moishe, time to wake up and smell the kitty crunchies." Moishe opened one yellow eye and regarded her balefully. Then the phrase kitty crunchies must have registered in his feline brain, because he jumped off the bed with an athletic grace that Hannah could only envy and padded down the hallway at her side as she headed for the kitchen. Once Moishe had been fed and watered and she'd poured herself a cup of strong coffee, Hannah sat down at the kitchen table that was on the cusp of becoming an antique and considered the problem of Edna Ferguson's meatballs. Since the whole thing was her fault for forgetting to include them, she'd have to find time to test them herself. One thing for sure, Edna wouldn't be the soul of understanding if she couldn't find her favorite recipe in the cookbook. Hannah glanced down at her coffee mug. Empty, and she didn't even remember drinking it. If she showered and dressed right now, before she was fully awake, the lure of a second mug of coffee would make her hurry. Before the second hand on her apple-shaped wall clock had made 12 complete revolutions, Hannah was back in the kitchen. Instead of her robe, she was wearing jeans and a dark green pullover sweater. Her feet were encased in fur-lined moose-hide boots to stave off the chill of the first cold week in December, and her towel-dried hair was already springing up into a riot of red curls. "Coffee," Hannah breathed, pouring a mug, inhaling the fragrance and taking the first steaming sip, "is almost as good as—" But before she could decide exactly what it was almost as good as, the phone rang. "Mother," Hannah muttered in the same tone she used when she stubbed her toe, but she reached for the phone. To let the answer machine get it would only delay the inevitable. Dolores Swensen was relentless. If she wanted to talk to her eldest daughter, she'd keep on calling until she was successful. "Good morning, Mother." Hannah forced a cheery note into her voice and sank down in a chair. Conversations with Dolores had been known to last as long as an hour. "Good morning, dear. You sound like you got up on the right side of the bed." Dolores replied, matching Hannah's cheery tone and raising her a cliché. "I know this Christmas potluck has been a lot of work for you, and I called to see if there was anything I could do to help." Warning bells went off in Hannah's head. When Dolores tried to be this helpful, she had an ulterior motive. "That's nice of you, Mother, but I think I've got everything covered." "I thought so. You're so organized, dear. Did I tell you that Luann found an antique silver cake knife with a provenance that dates back to the Regency period?" "No, you didn't," Hannah said, getting up to pour more coffee and stretching out the phone cord to within an inch of its life. Luann Hanks was Dolores and Carrie's assistant at Granny's Attic, the antique store they'd opened right next to Hannah's bakery, and she was a genius at finding valuable antiques at estate auctions. "I thought you might want to use it tonight. It has a lovely old-fashioned Christmas tree on the handle." "Didn't you say it was Regency?" "That's right, dear." "But I didn't think they had Christmas trees in Regency, England." "They didn't. But don't forget that the regent's family was German, and since this particular knife was used at court, it's decorated with a German Christmas tree." "I'd love to use it," Hannah said. "It'll fit in perfectly." "That's what I thought. When I showed it to Winthrop last night, he thought it would be appropriate to cut a cake from the period." Hannah frowned at the mention of her mother's significant other. She had no basis in fact, but she had the inkling that Winnie, as her niece Tracy called him, wasn't precisely on the level. She'd asked Norman Rhodes, Carrie's son and the man she occasionally dated, to check Winthrop out on the Internet. Norman had done it, but he hadn't found anything shady about the British lord who was visiting Lake Eden for a lark. Hannah pulled herself back to the problem at hand. "I think using the cake knife is a great idea, but as far as I know, no one is bringing a cake made from a Regency recipe." "Yes, they are, dear. You're forgetting about Lady Hermione's chocolate sunshine cake." "Lady Hermione?" Hannah's voice reached a high note that would have shocked the Jordan High choir director who'd assigned her to the second alto section. "Who's Lady Hermione? You know that's my original recipe." "Of course I do, but there's a slight problem, dear. You see, the knife is very valuable. I didn't want to let just anyone use it, so I fibbed a bit." "What's a bit?" "I said that Lady Hermione's chocolate sunshine cake originated a lot earlier. If it'll make him happy, is there any harm in letting Winthrop think the recipe's been in our family for hundreds of years?" Hannah sighed. She didn't like lying even when it was for a good cause, and Winthrop's happiness wasn't high on her list of good causes. "Your fib won't work, Mother. My cake uses frozen orange juice concentrate, and that certainly wasn't around back then." "That's all right. Winthrop won't notice. And on the off chance he does, I'll say the original recipe called for orange marmalade." Dolores gave a sigh, and when she spoke again, her voice held a quaver. "That's all right, isn't it?" Hannah thought about it for a second or two, and then she caved. That little quaver in her mother's voice always got to her. "All right, Mother, I won't lie if Winthrop asks me straight out, but as long as he doesn't, I'll play along." "Thank you, dear. And now I'd better rush. Carrie's picking me up in 10 minutes, and I still have to do my makeup." Hannah said her goodbyes and hung up, but the moment she placed the phone back in the cradle, it rang again. "Mother," she muttered, grabbing for the phone. Dolores often called back immediately if she'd forgotten to say something she felt was important. "What is it, Mother?" Hannah asked, not bothering with a greeting. She had to leave her condo soon, or she'd be late for work. "I'm not your mother," a male voice replied, chuckling slightly. "It's Mike." Hannah sat down in her chair with a thunk. Hearing Mike Kingston's voice always made her knees turn weak and her heart beat faster. But she took a deep breath and tried to ignore it.
I called to find out who's testing my pâté tonight.
Hannah took a deep breath and fought her urge to cave in without a whimper. Tall, rugged, and more handsome than any man had a right to be, Mike wasn't easy to deny. "I can't tell you. You know the rules. The recipe tester has to remain anonymous. Otherwise, there could be hard feelings."
But I really need to know. I might have forgotten to put something in the recipe.
"What?" Hannah asked. She remembered Mike's recipe, and there were only 2 ingredients.
I need to make sure I wrote down horseradish sauce, and not just horseradish. If the tester uses straight horseradish, it'll be too spicy for some people.
"No problem, Mike." Hannah's response was immediate. "You specified horseradish sauce."
But how do you know unless you're testing it?
Hannah groaned softly under her breath. Mike was the head detective at the Winnetka County Sheriff's Department, and he'd picked up on her blunder right away. I can't confirm or deny that."
Of course you can't, but thanks for putting my mind at ease about that horseradish sauce. How about tonight? Do you want me to pick you up?
"I think it'd be better if we met at the community center. I'm going to leave work around 3, head home to get dressed and pick up the food I'm bringing, and get there early to make sure Edna has all the help she needs in the kitchen."
Okay, I'll see you there.
Was that a sigh of relief she just heard in Mike's voice? "You sound happy that you don't have to pick me up."
It's not that. I'd pick you up if you needed me. It's just that Shauna Lee asked me if I'd take her to the party.
Hannah closed her eyes and counted to 10. Shauna Lee Quinn had been Mike's secretary in Minneapolis, and he'd convinced her to follow him to Lake Eden. She'd landed a job at the Winnetka Sheriff's Department, and Mike had found her an apartment in the complex where he lived. He insisted that they were just friends, and Hannah had done her best not to be jealous, but it was difficult to stave off the green-eyed monster when the Southern beauty who'd been crowned Miss Atlanta called Mike every time her car wouldn't start.
Hannah, is something wrong?
Hannah took a deep breath and forced herself to be calm. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we had a date."
We do. I'm just giving Shauna Lee a lift there, that's all. She's meeting someone and she's got her own way home.
"Oh. Well, okay," Hannah said, hoping that the person Shauna Lee was meeting would show up and she wouldn't turn out to be a third wheel on their date.
You're really a nice person, Hannah.
"What brought that on?" Hannah asked, and immediately wished she hadn't. She'd broken one of her mother's cardinal rules. "If a man compliments you, don't argue with him. Just smile and say thank you."
Shauna Lee told me you accepted her brownie recipe for the cookbook.
"That's right. The person who tested it thought her brownies were really good."
"But you had the power to veto it, and you didn't."
Hannah hoped Mike would never find out how close she'd come to relegating Shauna Lee's recipe to the circular file. As the author of the Lake Eden Potluck Cookbook and the head of the cookbook committee, Hannah had the power to accept or reject as she saw fit. The only thing that had stopped her in Shauna Lee's case was the fear that someone might find out and accuse her of being petty. "Of course I didn't use my veto. Why would I veto a perfectly good recipe?" Mike chuckled, and Hannah felt her toes tingle. It was an intimate chuckle, one that should be heard up close and personal, not transmitted over telephone wires.
"Have you tasted those brownies yet?"
"Not yet." Hannah's eyebrows began to knit, but she stopped in mid-frown. The magazine she'd paged through in the supermarket line had warned that frowns caused wrinkles in women over 30, and she'd passed the 3-decade mark a couple of months ago.
"They're the best brownies I've ever tasted, and I've tasted a lot. I told Shauna Lee she should call them hot brownies."
"Hot brownies?"
"Yeah, hot as in terrific, not hot from the stove. You know what I mean?"
"I get it."
"Anyway, they're definitely hot, and if I work it just right, I might be able to talk her into letting you add them to your menu, especially if you call them Shauna Lee's brownies. What do you think about that?"
"Impressive," Hannah said, envisioning the anvil she'd like to impress into the top of Mike's head. Bake Shauna Lee's brownies for her shop? Not a chance. 5 minutes later, Hannah was still sitting at her kitchen table, staring down into her half-filled and rapidly cooling coffee mug. Hot brownies, the best Mike had ever tasted. The slow burn she'd started to do when Mike had first uttered those words had grown into a sizable conflagration. If Mike liked hot brownies so much, she'd give him hot brownies. They wouldn't be hot as in terrific, and they wouldn't be hot from the stove. Her brownies would be hot as in 5-alarm chili hot, and she could hardly wait to hear Mike yowl when he bit into one. Chapter 2. "Hi, Hannah," Lisa Herman called out as she came in the back door at the cookie jar. "It's really snowing out there. I had to brush off the whole top of the—" "What's that?" Hannah glanced up at her young partner and started to laugh. Lisa looked absolutely horrified at the sight of the box of brownie mix Hannah had just upended into her bowl. "It's brownie mix." "I can see that. But why are you using it?" "Mike called me this morning, and he told me all about Shauna Lee Quinn's brownies. He said they were hot, as in terrific. I thought about it after I hung up, and I decided I should make him some of my hot brownies." "Okay, but I still don't understand why you're using—" Lisa stopped speaking as Hannah picked up an open can of diced jalapeno peppers and dumped them into the bowl. She blinked a couple of times as if she couldn't believe her eyes, and then she laughed. "I get it. Hot brownies." "Very hot. And I didn't want to waste time and effort baking something that Mike's going to trash 10 seconds after he tastes it." Lisa picked up the empty can and took a sniff. Then she immediately grabbed for a paper towel to dab at the tears that were beginning to run down her cheeks. "One sniff and my eyes are watering. Those must be some really potent peppers." "Florence said they were." Hannah named the woman who owned the Lake Eden Red Owl grocery. "She told me she put one can in a pot of chili, and it was so hot nobody could eat it." Lisa hung up her coat, switched from her boots to her shoes, and headed for the sink to wash her hands. "Are you going to call Mike and have him come here to taste them?" "No way. He's armed, you know. I'll just run them out to the sheriff's station and leave them for him." "Anonymously?" "That would be my choice, but he's a good detective. He'd figure out who sent them. I'll just drop them off at the front desk and come straight back here." "Sounds like a wise decision," Lisa said, rolling her apron up at the waist and tying it in place by wrapping the strings around her twice. She was petite, and the chef's aprons were designed for someone Hannah's size. "What do you want me to do first?" "You can check the cake in the cooler. I need to see if the raspberry jello is set." "Raspberry jello?" Hannah glanced up at Lisa. It was clear from the expression on her face that she was thoroughly mystified. "It's Andrea's recipe for jello cake, and it needs 2 different colors of jello. She got it in late, but I promised I'd bake it and test it at the party tonight." "So you're going to put it in the cookbook?" Hannah sighed deeply. "I'll have to include it if it turns out all right. It's a family obligation, you know." "I know all about family obligations. I barely managed to keep Dad from submitting his father's catfish bait recipe." "He should have done it. I would have put it in." Lisa's mouth dropped open in shock. "You're kidding." "No, I'm not. Tell him I want it. As far as I'm concerned, every book needs a sprinkling of humor." "Even a cookbook?" "Especially a cookbook. All the recipes are so precise. I miss those days when it was a pinch of salt, a smidgen of pepper, and a snippet of parsley. Of course, that was before Fanny Farmer standardized level cooking measurements." Lisa turned to Hannah with surprise. "I didn't know Fanny Farmer did that. And she was from Minnesota. So was Betty Crocker." Actually, Betty Crocker wasn't from anywhere. It's the name Pillsbury came up with to market their first cookbook. But Pillsbury's based in Minnesota, so I guess you could say they both came from here. "Good. I love it when important people besides Sinclair Lewis come from Minnesota." Hannah blinked. What Lisa said was a jump in logic. You've got something against Sinclair Lewis? Not really. I realize he's important, but his books are depressing. I'm already living depressing. My mother's dead, my dad's got Alzheimer's, and the wedding's off.
Whoa! Hannah pushed Lisa down on a stool at the workstation and made an end run to the kitchen coffee pot. This was a crisis. What's this about the wedding? Did you have a fight with Herb?
Of course not. I love Herb and he loves me. That's not the problem.
What is? Hannah filled 2 mugs, put one down in front of Lisa, and sat down on the opposite stool.
It's a matter of timing. Herb and I talked about it last night, and we both agreed to call off the wedding.
For good? I mean, you don't have to tell me if it's too personal, but...
It's not personal, Lisa interrupted her. And no, it's not off for good. We just decided to wait to get married until everything's settled with Dad.
He's okay, isn't he? Hannah felt a quick jolt of fear. Lisa adored her father, and she'd given up her college scholarship to stay home and take care of him.
Dad's fine. It's just that Marge found a new doctor for him, a really good neurologist, and he was accepted into a new drug testing program. It's some kind of cocktail thing, 3 drugs that work together to boost a brain-signaling chemical that improves memory. Dad's all excited about it, but the only thing is, the study starts this coming Monday, and it lasts for 2 months. Herb and I didn't think it was fair for us to get married in the middle of the program, especially since we'll be switching houses and all.
That makes sense, Hannah said, breathing a sigh of relief. As far as she was concerned, Lisa and Herb made a perfect couple, and Herb's mother, Marge Beesman, was really stepping into the breach to help with Lisa's dad. She was giving them her house as a wedding present, and she was moving into Jack Herman's home to become his caretaker. And even though Marge was a widow and Jack was a widower, and they used to date in high school, no one in town was saying boo about the living arrangements.
So, when do you think you'll get married?
Lisa looked down at her engagement ring and gave a little smile.
We're shooting for the middle of February. That's when Dad's test program is over. But instead of a big wedding, we're just going to run down to the courthouse.
Not fair, Hannah said, getting up to stash her crock full of meatballs in the cooler and making a mental note to take it down to the community center at noon and let it cook until time for the party.
What's not fair?
Your dad told me he was looking forward to walking you down the aisle. And Tracy's all excited about being your flower girl. Not only that, your bridesmaids already ordered their dresses.
I know. Lisa looked worried. Herb and I talked about that, and we decided we'd pay everybody back. It's the right thing to do.
No, it's not.
It's not?
Hannah shook her head.
Nobody would take your money, and that's not the point anyway. Everybody's looking forward to seeing you marry Herb.
Why don't you just postpone the wedding until the middle of February?
I always wanted to get married on Valentine's Day. Lisa sounded wistful. But it's impossible, Hannah. I want to be with Dad while he's going through the clinical trials, and I won't have time to make all the arrangements.
No problem. Just ask Andrea to do everything for you. She loves to plan weddings.
But she'll be busy with the new baby.
No, she won't. She told me she hired Grandma McCann to come in during the week, just like she did when Tracy was born. And Al gave her 3 months maternity leave. Andrea's going to have nothing but time on her hands, and she'll be so bored you'll be doing her a favor.
Do you think so?
Lisa's smile was pure golden. I think so.
It would be just wonderful if all we had to do was show up for the ceremony. That's my idea of a perfect wedding. But are you sure Andrea would be willing to take on a big job like that?
Wild horses couldn't stop her, Hannah said. I'll call her just as soon as we're through here.
Is Andrea coming to the party tonight?
I hope so. She's got an appointment with Doc Knight this morning, and she's going to try to talk him into letting her go.
I've got my fingers crossed for her. She's probably going stir-crazy at home with her feet up on pillows. I want to work right up until they rush me off to the delivery room.
Hannah turned to give Lisa a sharp look. Are you trying to tell me something?
Of course not. Herb and I aren't even married yet.
Marriage isn't always a prerequisite for parenthood.
Maybe not for some people, but it is for me, Lisa said. I'll get that cake and see if the jello's set.
Hannah kicked herself mentally as Lisa ducked into the walk-in cooler to retrieve the cake. It was clear that she'd stepped over the line into an area Lisa didn't want to discuss, and this was her partner's way of changing the subject.
The jello's set, Lisa announced, carrying the cake to the workstation. Do you want me to finish making it for you?
That would be great. The recipe's on the counter.
Lisa set down the cake and glanced through the recipe. This sounds really good.
It is. Andrea always makes it for Tracy's birthday. It's the one time of year she uses her oven.
It must be strange having a sister who doesn't cook.
Not really, Hannah said with a shrug. She'd gotten quite accustomed to being the baker in the family. Dolores didn't do desserts, and Andrea avoided the oven with a passion. The only other member of the family who showed signs of inheriting Grandma Ingrid's love of baking was Hannah's youngest sister, Michelle. She was constantly calling Hannah for recipes to try out on her college roommates. Lisa stuck some water on to boil and opened the lemon jello packet.
When I'm done with this, I'll do the baking for the day. You can concentrate on the recipes you have left to test for tonight.
Hannah gave her a grateful smile. Lisa was only 19, but she was more responsible than others who were twice her age. Hannah had never regretted the day, only a little over a year ago, when she'd offered her diminutive assistant a partnership in the cookie jar. Once the baking was done, and Hannah had returned from her run to the sheriff's station with the brownies for Mike, Lisa and Hannah settled down in the back booth of the coffee shop with fresh mugs of coffee.
So, what did Mike say when you gave him the brownies? Lisa asked.
He wasn't there. I just wrote a quick note, put them on his desk, and came straight back here.
I wonder what time we should start hiding.
Hannah laughed. Not before noon. I checked with Barbara, and she thought he'd be out in the field all morning. If he does come back early, and he charges in here, he'll be so bowled over by your decorations he'll forget all about being mad.
You like them?
They're even better than last year. I never would have thought to paint Christmas designs on the mirror with glass wax and powdered tempera.
It's just an idea I got from a magazine. When you wash it off, it cleans the mirror at the same time.
Well, it makes the whole place look fantastic.
Hannah glanced up at the silver and gold streamers Lisa had hung from the ceiling and admired how nicely they fluttered as the ceiling fans whirred softly overhead. She'd even hung mistletoe from the pull chains, a little extra that Hannah hadn't noticed when she'd first seen the decorations.
It's a good thing Moisha isn't here.
Why?
Because mistletoe berries are poisonous for cats. So are poinsettia leaves.
I didn't know that.
Most people don't. Christmas is very hard on cats, especially if their people don't know how dangerous it is. Sue told me Dr. Bob had 3 feline patients last Christmas who almost died from eating tinsel. It gets tangled up in their insides and causes all sorts of problems.
Lisa just shook her head. Maybe it's a good thing Herb wants us to get a puppy.
Not necessarily. Poinsettias and mistletoe are poisonous for dogs, too, and tinsel's not good either. And then there are the glass balls that people use to decorate trees.
A dog might bat at them and break them?
Yes, and swallow some of the pieces. And then there's chocolate. A lot of people leave a box of chocolates out on a coffee table for guests. That's perfect dog height, and too much chocolate can kill a dog.
That's a real pity. Lisa sounded very sympathetic. At least if we eat too much chocolate, all we get is hyperactive. And that reminds me, we'd better stoke up on the chocolate tonight because we have to be on our toes.
Why is that?
Martin Dubinsky got married in Vegas, and he's bringing his new wife to the Christmas party.
Uh-oh, Hannah groaned. Shirley submitted her poppy seed cake recipe for the cookbook, and it's being tested tonight.
That's what I mean. The ex-wife and the new wife. It's straight out of a soap, especially since Shirley wants Martin back.
She does?
Hannah was surprised. I think so. At least that's what I heard.
I wish I'd known that before. Now I feel really guilty about going out with Martin.
You went out with Martin?
Lisa looked positively mystified.
Why did you do that?
Mother. But it was only once. Tell me what you know about Martin's new wife. Well, Lisa paused to take a fortifying sip of coffee. She's a Las Vegas dancer named Brandywine. Get it? Brandywine, I get it. How did Martin meet her? I don't know for sure, but what I heard was he married her just 5 hours after he flew to Las Vegas for a conference. That doesn't bode well. What else? Before Martin and Brandy flew back here, he took her to a furrier and bought her a $20,000 coat so she wouldn't be cold. Hannah groaned again, envisioning the old cloth coat Shirley had worn for the past 3 years because she hadn't been able to afford a new one. Do you think there'll be fireworks at the party tonight? It's a pretty safe bet, especially since there's another woman in the picture. Another woman? Hannah was mystified that even one woman would be attracted to Martin, much less 3. He was a nice enough man, but her date with him had been boredom personified. Why he'd thought she'd be interested in discussing the newest tax laws was beyond her. I stopped in to see Janice Cox at Kitty Corner after I dropped Dad off at the senior center, Lisa explained. She went to school with Martin's secretary, Laura Jorgensen. Janice said Laura didn't exactly confide in her, but she was pretty sure that Laura was in love with Martin. Oh, boy, Hannah breathed, almost wishing that she'd gone on for her doctorate and was now teaching in a rarefied academic atmosphere that was hundreds of miles from what would probably happen when Laura and Shirley met Martin and Brandy. I guess it's a good thing that Laura has an accounting class at the junior college tonight. Not anymore. Janice said Laura's class was canceled, and she's going to be at the party to make sure that whoever tested her smothered chicken did a good job. Hannah just shook her head. It was a disaster in the making, perhaps even another Titanic on a slightly smaller scale. At least we can get one thing settled before the crockery starts flying. Hannah stood up and headed for the phone by the cash register. I'm going to call Andrea and ask her if she'll handle your wedding arrangements. Tell her she can have complete control of everything. I'll go along with whatever she wants to do. That'll sweeten the pot. Hannah started to grin as she punched in the number. If I know Andrea, she won't be able to resist. Andrea sounded chipper when she answered the phone. Hi, Hannah. How did you know it was me? I just got a new cell phone with built-in caller ID. It's a very important tool for a real estate professional. No doubt, Hannah said, grinning a little. Andrea always had state-of-the-art electronics, and she always said she needed it because she was a real estate agent. I called to tell you that Herb and Lisa have to postpone their wedding until Valentine's Day. That's too bad. Hang on a second, will you? Hannah hung on and waited for several seconds. Then Andrea came on the line again. Sorry about that. So why are they postponing the wedding? Jack Herman's been accepted in a test program for a new Alzheimer's drug. Lisa and Herb want to wait until the trials are over. That makes sense. So why did you call me? Lisa needs to spend all her free time with her dad, and she won't have time to arrange the wedding. She'd love it if someone else would take charge, and I thought maybe you might... Hold on a second. Hannah put down the phone and motioned to Lisa. I think I hear someone knocking at the back door. Can you go let them in? Sure. Sorry, Andrea. Hannah directed her attention back to the phone. Someone's at the back door, and Lisa went to let them in. It's probably Mother or Carrie. No, it's not. How do you know? Because it's me. What are you talking about? Hannah was thoroughly confused, especially because her phone had suddenly developed a strange new echo. Turn around, Hannah. Lisa just let me in, and I'm standing right behind you. Chapter 3. Hannah whirled around and practically bumped into her hugely pregnant sister. Andrea was standing there grinning, her cell phone to her ear. Despite the fact that she was almost as big around as she was tall, Andrea still managed to look glamorous. She'd arranged her shining blonde hair in an elaborate twist. Her makeup was perfect, and she draped a forest green cashmere scarf over her fawn-colored coat so artfully she could have been the cover model for a maternity fashion magazine. "You can hang up now, Hannah," Andrea said. "Right." Hannah hung up the phone and hurried to take her sister's arm. "Come with me. You'd better sit down. I'll get another chair so you can put your feet up." "I don't need to put my feet up. Doc Knight lifted every single one of my restrictions and gave me the green light to resume normal activities." Hannah glanced at Lisa, who looked every bit as shocked as she did. "But I thought he told you to take it easy until the baby was born." "He did. But that was then. And this is now. When he tested me this morning, he said he can't wait much longer for me to go into labor. I'm overdue." "What does that mean?" Hannah asked. "It means I should have delivered last week, or maybe even the week before. Doc says I'm getting too big, and that's not good for the baby." Andrea shrugged out of her coat, handed it to Hannah, and pointed at the middle of her wine-red maternity dress. "See?" Hannah's eyes widened. She'd seen Andrea at the beginning of the week, but now it looked as if her normally petite sister had swallowed a large beach ball. "Doc's giving me until next Friday," Andrea went on. "If I don't have the baby by then, he'll put me in the hospital and speed things up." "How is he going to do that?" Lisa asked. "You don't want to know. As a matter of fact, I don't want to know, so I didn't ask. I'm just hoping that if I move around enough, the baby will decide it's time to get born." "Horseback riding," Lisa suggested. "What?" Hannah turned to her with a puzzled frown. "That's what my mother used to do. If she went past her due date, she just went out to my grandfather's farm and went for a ride. She said that always did the trick." Hannah laughed and shook her head. "Thanks for telling us, but I don't think this is the time for Andrea to hone her equestrian skills." "That's right. Especially since the one time Bill took me riding, I fell off. I'd much rather drive around town. But first I need coffee. I haven't had a good cup of coffee for weeks. And then I need some chocolate to give me energy. After that, I want you to give me something to do." "Like what?" Lisa asked as Hannah went off to get the coffee and cookies. "That's up to you, but there's absolutely nothing for me to do at home. Grandma McCann was just in to clean and get the nursery all ready." "How about decorating for Christmas?" Hannah suggested. "Once you have the baby, you might be too busy to put up the tree and everything." "It's already up, and the house is all decorated. Lucy Dunwhite organized the whole thing with a couple of the other kindergarten mothers, and we had a party at my house. They did everything, and the kids helped them. All I had to do was supervise from the couch." "That's nice," Hannah said, setting a mug and a napkin containing 2 twin chocolate delights in front of her sister. "So I have absolutely nothing to do, and I just thought that since tonight's the Christmas party, you might have a last-minute recipe you don't have time to test. I need to stay busy." "Thanks, Andrea, but I think we've got it covered." Hannah gave Lisa a warning glance that was meant to remind her that Andrea was among the ranks of the cuisine challenged. Lisa just smiled, ignoring Hannah completely. "Hannah's right. We've got everything under control here. But I ran into Edna this morning, and there's something she really needs for the party." "Really?" Andrea took a sip of coffee and swallowed with obvious pleasure. "Why is your coffee so much better than mine?" Hannah just shrugged, biting back the obvious answer. Freshly brewed coffee from freshly ground beans was bound to be better than instant coffee made in a microwave. "So what does Edna need?" Andrea turned to Lisa again. "Whatever it is, I can make it. I'm not a very good cook, but I've got all day to get it right." Hannah came close to groaning out loud. Any dish that Andrea prepared was bound to fail through no fault of its own. "It's not food," Lisa explained. "Edna said people always forget to bring serving spoons, and I promised to find someone who could round them up for her." "I can do that. It's absolutely perfect for me. I'll canvass, house to house. And while I'm at it, I'll pass out calendars for Al. He's got a really good one this year. It features 12 of the best homes sold through Lake Eden Realty, one for every month, and I sold 10 of them." "I'm surprised it wasn't all 12, Hannah said, grinning at her sister. Andrea was so good at talking people into things, she could probably get desert nomads to buy kitty litter. "So, how about Lisa's wedding? Will you take care of the arrangements?" "Was there ever any doubt?" Andrea turned to Lisa with a laugh. "All you have to do is give me the guest list and tell me your favorite color and your favorite flower. You can leave everything else up to me."
"Thanks, Andrea. This really means a lot to me."
Lisa finished her coffee and stood up.
"I'm going to start decorating those sugar cookies we baked for the party. Call me when it's time and I'll open."
Once Lisa had gone through the swinging door to the kitchen, Andrea leaned across the table. "If you give me 2 more cookies and a refill on the coffee, I'll tell you what I just heard." Hannah wasted no time getting what her sister wanted. Andrea always exacted payment for the latest Lake Eden gossip. "If it's about Martin Dubinsky's new wife, Lisa already told me. That's old news. If you were a real estate professional like me, you would have heard about it yesterday." "Yes, but do you know about the $20,000 fur coat?" $22,000, Andrea corrected her. "At least that's the way I heard it. But what I've got to tell you is new news, not old news, and it's going to knock your socks off." "Okay, what is it?" "It's about Shauna Lee Quinn." "What about her?" Hannah took a deep breath and held it, hoping that her sister's gossip didn't include Mike. "She's leaving town tonight." "You're kidding. Would I kid about something that important? Bill called me from the station to tell me. There was a death in the family, and Shauna Lee's going back home to Georgia." Hannah curbed her impulse to cheer at Shauna Lee's impending absence and did her best to react to the gravity of the situation. "I'm sorry for her loss." "Who died?"
"Vanessa's husband. And from what Shauna Lee told Bill, it wasn't unexpected."
"Who's Vanessa?"
"Shauna Lee's younger sister. They're less than a year apart, and they were really close growing up. Vanessa's husband was an octogenarian."
Hannah's eyebrows shot up. Shauna Lee was in her middle 20s, and it seemed unlikely that her younger sister would marry a man who was 60 years her senior. Her husband was in his 80s? That's what octogenarian means. Shauna Lee told Bill that they'd been married for a little over a year before he died. Hannah didn't comment. It could have been a love match, but the term gold digger came to mind. She was trying to figure out a polite way to pose the question when Andrea nodded. "I know what you're thinking, and you're right. He was a rich octogenarian, and he owned a whole string of home improvement stores. Vanessa inherited everything, and from what Shauna Lee told Bill, it amounts to a lot of money." "How long is Shauna Lee staying?" "I don't know for sure, but Bill asked her when he gave her the standard form to fill out." "Yes?" Hannah asked, holding her breath. She hoped it was a good long time. "She said she wasn't sure, that she'd been homesick for her sister and her family, and she could hardly wait to go home for Christmas, even under these sad circumstances. She also promised to call him in 2 weeks to let him know whether she'd be coming back to her job or not." "You mean there's a chance she won't come back?" Hannah could hardly believe her good fortune. "That's what it sounds like to me. Bill has to hold her job for a month. That's a union regulation. But after that, the job can be posted at the sheriff's discretion." "And Bill's discretion will be right away?" "It will be if I have anything to say about it. I feel the same way about Shauna Lee as you do, and her sister sounds like more of the same. I mean, I suppose it's unfair of me to judge her when I've never even met her, but think back to when you were 23. "Okay, Hannah thought back to her college days, and she remembered the efficiency apartment she'd rented in a crumbling stucco building 6 blocks from campus. She'd fixed it all up with low-cost decorations, and it hadn't seemed to matter that if she took longer than a 3-minute shower, she'd run out of hot water. You were young, and you had the whole world ahead of you, right? Right. And you dated guys your own age, or a little older, right? Hannah shrugged. I would have if they'd asked me. Good enough. Anyway, there you are, surrounded by all these good-looking guys your age. Would you have fallen in love with a sick old man in a wheelchair? Hannah did her best to think of a scenario that would fit the situation, but she came up blank. I didn't think so, Andrea said, interpreting Hannah's silence as assent. Vanessa married him for his money. There's no other explanation. Let's just hope she shares all that cash with Shauna Lee, and both of them stay put in Georgia. Chapter 4. It wasn't until the predictable 11:30 break that Hannah remembered Mike's brownies. When she did, she let out a gasp that made Lisa rush to her side in alarm. It's okay, Hannah reassured her. I just remembered Mike's hot brownies, that's all. I'd better call him and tell him not to eat them. You mean because Shauna Lee's leaving town and you don't have to compete with her anymore? That's right. The green-eyed monster made me start the brownie wars, and I'm a little embarrassed. Lisa shrugged. I don't see why. Mike deserved it. He still deserves it. He didn't have to suggest that you serve Shauna Lee's brownies in here. True. But I think I'd better keep the peace if I want a date for tonight. There's always that, Lisa said with a grin, especially since you bought a new outfit. Why don't you call Barbara before she goes to lunch? She can snatch the brownies off Mike's desk and toss them, and he'll never have to know anything about it. Good idea. Hannah headed for the phone. A moment later, she had Barbara Donnelly, the head secretary at the sheriff's station, on the line. Hi, Hannah. Barbara sounded glad to hear from her. All ready for the party tonight? I'm ready. How about you? Your Irish roast beast's being tested, you know. I know. I've been on pins and needles about it all day. Did you hear about Shauna Lee? I heard. Bill told Andrea, and Andrea told me. Some wives around here are going to be mighty relieved, that's all I have to say. And at least she won't be flirting with your guy anymore. Which guy? That's a good one, Barbara said with a laugh. I forgot for a minute that you had 2 guys. I'm not sure I've got either one of them, but I do need to talk to Mike. He's not here, Hannah. He came in about an hour ago, but before he could even hang up his jacket, he got a call to go out again. Hannah took a deep breath and asked the important question. I put a package on his desk this morning. Do you happen to know if it's still there? Hold on a second and I'll check. Hannah heard a click, and she found herself listening to a tape of winter driving tips, read by someone who sounded as if he had a cold. She already knew about carrying a candle and matches in a coffee can so that if she was stuck in her car, she could heat the interior and melt snow for drinking water. The announcer was just pontificating about the wisdom of putting a 20-pound sack of kitty litter in the trunk for traction when Barbara came back on the line. It's gone, Hannah. Mike must have taken it with him. Hannah had all she could do to keep from groaning. It would be bad enough if Mike tasted the brownies at work in front of the other deputies. But if he bit into one when he was alone in his cruiser, navigating an icy patch of highway, he might just end up in the ditch. Do you know when he'll be back? I don't think he will be, not today. He's coordinating with 2 other law enforcement agencies, and that means conferences and meetings all afternoon. He'll probably go right home when he's through. He could call in, though. If he does, do you want me to give him a message? No, that's okay. I'll see him tonight. Thanks, Barbara. Hannah did her best to grin and bear it as she dashed to the community center with Edna's meatballs. She got back just in time for the noon rush, when dozens of people wanted their after-lunch cookies and coffee. Hannah manned the cash register and took care of the takeout cookies customers ordered, while Lisa waited tables. It was a system they'd worked out together. Things were just slowing down again when Hannah looked up to see a familiar face at the door. It was Norman, and he was carrying something in a granny's attic bag. "Hi, Norman," Hannah greeted him, smiling warmly. Norman certainly wasn't movie star handsome, with his slightly thinning brown hair and stocky frame, but Hannah considered him one of the most attractive men she'd ever met. He had an open, friendly look about him, and his sense of humor meshed with hers perfectly. As Dolores and Carrie were fond of saying, especially if they'd just come from one of their Regency romance group meetings, Norman and Hannah made a perfect match. Hannah waited until Norman had hung his parka on the coat rack near the front door and taken a seat at the counter. "Coffee?" "Of course. You make the best in town. And a couple cookies of your choice. I'm in the mood to live dangerously." "Dangerously?" Hannah turned and glanced at the glass serving jars behind the counter. "How about a cherry bomb?" "What's that?" "It's one of Grandma Ingrid's recipes, and I'm trying it out for the first time today." "I'll be your guinea pig," Norman declared, twitching his nose. "That's exactly what the guinea pig at Kitty Corner does." "I know. Janice Cox called me with a dental emergency on Wednesday when Mr. Whiskers got a seed stuck between his front teeth." "Did you make a house call?" Hannah asked, realizing she hadn't talked to Norman in a few days. "Of course. Mr. Whiskers is fine now. I got the seed out." "How did you do that?" "Very carefully. And very quickly, too." Norman glanced at the cookies Hannah placed in front of him. "They look like little white bombs with a red fuse." "The fuse is a cherry stem. That's a little square of dough wrapped around the cherry and then baked. And the reason they're so white is because they're dipped in powdered sugar. You're supposed to pick them up by the stem and eat the bottom part." "Okay," Norman said, popping the white part into his mouth and chewing. "They're good. The cherry sort of explodes when you bite into it, so cherry bomb is a good name." Once Norman had tasted the second cherry bomb and pronounced it as good as the first, he set the granny's attic bag on the counter. "Your mother sent this over for you." "What is it?" "Her antique cake knife. She asked me to bring it to you for safekeeping." Hannah opened the bag and drew out an elaborately carved wooden case. "Have you seen it?" "Yes. It's beautiful. Take a look." The carvings were lovely, and Hannah admired the box for a moment. Then she lifted the lid and gasped as she saw the knife. "It's gorgeous, and it's not what I expected at all." "What do you mean?" "It's narrower than the combination cake knife and server I'm used to seeing, and it looks a whole lot sharper." "Your mother said it was especially crafted for the court by a well-known sword maker of the period." "No wonder it looks so sharp. The Christmas tree on the handle is beautiful, and I just love the colored stones they used to decorate it." "Those colored stones are small blue and yellow sapphires, rubies, and emeralds, and the star at the top is a perfect diamond. I think you'd better put it away in a nice, safe place." "I will," Hannah said, closing the lid of the box reverently. "I suppose it's very valuable?" Norman glanced around, but no one at the counter was paying any attention to them. "Yes, if it's genuine, and everyone at Granny's attic, including Luann, thinks it is." "Thanks for telling me." Hannah slipped the box back in the bag and secreted it behind the counter. "I'd better keep it under wraps until it's time to cut the cake, or someone might use it to carve the turkey." "I don't think that'll be a problem. I'm bringing the turkey, and it's Rose's recipe. She swears it's so tender it practically falls off the bones." "Rose's turkey is great," Hannah said, glancing out the window. Her eyes narrowed, and she gave a deep sigh. "You might know it. It's starting to snow. It's a good thing that Minnesotans aren't afraid of a little winter weather. Unless it turns into a full-scale blizzard, they'll still show up for the dinner and stay for the dancing." "Of course they will. Nobody wants to miss the feast." Hannah had just refilled Norman's coffee mug when the phone rang. She reached out to answer it. The cookie jar, Hannah speaking. Hello, Hannah. It's Kurt Howe.
Hi, Kurt,
Hannah said, hoping that nothing was wrong. Kurt was her editor at Savory Press, and the last time he'd called, he'd asked Hannah to get the cookbook recipes ready several months before the due date in the contract she'd signed. You're not going to move up the deadline again, are you? Kurt chuckled. No, but I do have a question about one of the recipes you submitted.
Which one?
Fudge cupcakes. Are you sure it's baking soda?
Baking soda?
Hannah began to frown. That's what it says.
Hold on a second.
Hannah motioned for Lisa and asked her to run to the kitchen to get the master recipe list. Then she turned back to her phone call.
Lisa's checking on it right now, but I think it's supposed to be baking powder. Baking soda would make them puff up too high in the oven, and then they'd fall like craters.
That's what my publisher thought, and I told her I'd check with you.
Hannah took the 3-ring binder Lisa handed her and glanced down at the fudge cupcake recipe. It's baking powder, Kurt. 1.5 teaspoons of baking powder.
That's what we thought.
I'm really sorry about that, Hannah said, her cheeks coloring in embarrassment. I proofread all those recipes before I sent them to you, and that mistake got right past me.
It happens, especially when you know how it's supposed to be written. You read right past the error and don't notice it. But that's only one of the reasons I called. I'm driving in for the Christmas dinner party.
That's great! Then you can taste the recipes yourself.
I'm looking forward to it. I just got off the phone with the staff photographer. I wanted him to come along to take some food photos and some candids of the crowd for the cookbook.
That would be perfect, especially if he can get a picture of Mother's antique cake knife. It's gorgeous, Kurt, and we're going to use it to cut one of the cakes.
That would have been a great photo.
Would have been?
That's right. Our photographer can't make it, and that means we may have to restage some of the food photos.
Maybe not, Hannah said, glancing over at Norman. I know a local photographer, and I'm sure he'd be willing to take some photos of the party for you. Hold on, and I'll ask him.
Norman nodded at Hannah before she could even ask. Tell him I'll be glad to bring my camera, but I don't have any experience with food photography. I know it's highly specialized. I heard that, Kurt said in Hannah's ear. Tell him anything he gets is all to the good. I'm going to leave the office early. If the traffic's not terrible, I should get to Lake Eden around 5 or 5:30. Where will you be?
At the community center. We're closing the shop at 3, and I'll be there early to help Edna in the kitchen.
Better tell him it's snowing here, Norman reminded her. I heard that, Kurt responded before Hannah could tell him. Maybe I'll leave a little earlier than I planned, just to be on the safe side. See you tonight, Hannah.
Hannah was smiling when she hung up the phone and turned to Norman. Do you have time to run back to Granny's attic for a second before you go back to the dental clinic?
Sure. What do you need?
It's only fair to tell all the contributors that our editor is coming to the party, but I really don't have time to call everyone.
So, you want the mothers to call for you?
All they have to do is make one call. They're part of the Lake Eden Gossip Hotline. It's like a telephone tree. If they call one person, that person calls another couple of people, and then those people call other people, and before you know it, the whole town knows. I figure that if you get to Mother and Carrie by 1, everyone in Lake Eden will know before 1:30 at the latest.
Chapter 5.
So, how do I look? Hannah asked, turning around for the benefit of her I couldn't look less interested if I tried roommate, who was perched on the back of the couch.
Moishe glanced her way for a moment, but then he went back to staring at the television. Since Hannah had tuned it to one of the animal channels, and they occasionally showed documentaries about flightless birds and small furry rodents, she guessed she couldn't blame him. Basic instinct was compelling. It was the reason why Moishe was hoping for easy prey, even if it turned out to be pheasant behind glass screen. Hannah had also relied on basic instinct when she dressed for the party tonight. She was wearing the most alluring outfit she owned, a brand-new cobalt blue knit dress with a flared skirt that emphasized her figure pluses, all one of them, and minimized her figure minuses, All 4 of them, not counting the biceps she'd developed from lifting 50-pound bags of flour and sugar. As usual, Claire Rogers at Beaumont Fashions had urged her to try on the dress. And, as usual, Claire had chosen well. One look in the mirror and Hannah said she'd take it without even asking the price, something that would be risky in a shop where she didn't get a hefty discount for owning the business next door. "I'm so glad you approve," Hannah said, realizing full well the folly of asking her resident feline a fashion question, or any question at all, other than "Are you hungry?" or "Would you like another kitty treat?" "Your food bowl's full, and you've had your vitamins. I'll be leaving now, if that's okay with you." Hannah shrugged into the black coat that acted like a magnet for orange and white cat hairs, and picked up the ridiculously small purse Claire had insisted she buy to go with the dress. She grabbed her gloves and the bag containing Mike's pâté, tossed several more salmon-flavored treats shaped like little fish toward the couch, and informed the cat, who still wasn't interested in anything except the television screen, "I may be late. You don't have to wait up." As she stepped outside, testing the door to make certain it locked behind her, Hannah found herself wishing she'd worn a ski mask, or at least a knit cap. The air was frigid, and it would be even colder by the time she came home tonight. She hurried down the outside stairs, thankful for the roof that the builder had designed to keep them free of snow, navigated an icy patch of sidewalk, and then went down the 6 concrete steps that led to the underground garage, barely missing bowling over her downstairs neighbor, Phil Plotnick. "Sorry, Phil," Hannah apologized as he steadied her on her feet. "You don't have to say it. I really ought to watch where I'm going." "I wasn't going to say that. I was going to remind you to unplug your truck." "Thank you. I always forget when I'm in a rush, and I've already totaled 2 cords this winter." "I'd better make sure it doesn't turn into 3. Phil reversed his direction and walked her to her truck. "What's your record?" "You mean in 1 winter?" "Right." Phil went to the line of electrical outlets specifically designed for plugging in the head bolt and dipstick heaters that were so necessary during a cold Minnesota winter, and unplugged Hannah's extension cord. 7. It was the first year I bought my truck. I just couldn't seem to get used to unplugging it. Are you coming to the Christmas party tonight?" "Wouldn't miss it. Sue wants to get a picture of Kevin in front of the Christmas tree. We tried to do it last year, but he was too young to sit up. She's going to order some of those photo cards to send to the relatives." "They're bound to like that. Thanks for helping me, Phil. I'll see you all later at the party." Hannah was smiling as she climbed inside her candy apple red Suburban with the vanity license plate that read "Cookies." Her taxman claimed that the plate and the gold lettering on the sides that advertised the cookie jar constituted a write-off. As Hannah drove up the ramp and along the narrow road that wound through her condo complex, lights winked on in several of the units. It was only 4 in the afternoon, but the shadows of the pine trees on the snow had darkened from lavender to indigo blue, and the horizon would soon be indistinguishable. Hannah switched on her headlights. At dawn and dusk, visibility was poor, and even at the slow speeds that were posted in the complex, it was possible to have an expensive fender bender. In the few minutes it took Hannah to exit her complex, darkness fell completely. She turned left onto Old Lake Road, switched on her wipers to deal with the snow that was striking her windshield, and tuned her car radio to her favorite local station. The news on the hour was just ending, and Rain Phillips, KCOW's meteorologist, was in the process of wrapping up his weather report. "Chance of snow flurries later this evening. Presently we have clear skies with temperatures ranging in the teens across Winnetka County. It's a beautiful night, folks. Get out there and enjoy it." Hannah grumbled, turning up the speed on her windshield wipers to handle the rapidly falling snow. "You're an idiot, Rain. If you just look out the window, you'll know it's already snowing." Edna Ferguson looked surprised as Hannah stepped into the kitchen at the community center. "What are you doing here so early? I didn't expect you before 5. "I thought maybe you could use some extra help." As Hannah stashed Mike's pâté in the refrigerator, she noticed that Andrea's Jell-O cake was already there on a shelf. Lisa was here? Come and gone. She said she had to rush home to get dressed. She dropped off the sugar cookies, and they're just beautiful. Lisa's a whiz with a pastry bag. How about Andrea? Did she bring you the serving spoons? She did, and I don't know how she does it, as big as she is. That sister of yours is really something. You mean because of the serving spoons? Edna shook her head so hard her tightly permed gray curls bounced like springs. That, too, but mostly because of the decorations. The decorating committee was here when Andrea came in, and she asked as nice as pie if she could help. It was just the Hollenbeck sisters. Bernice Matche was supposed to come too, but her back was acting up. Anyways, they didn't want to let Andrea help at first, her being in the condition she is and all. But then she said she'd call a couple of her friends to do all the lifting, and they admitted they could use the help. You should have seen the whirlwind once those younger gals started working. Why, they finished it all in less than 2 hours, including the 18-foot-tall Christmas tree. That's Andrea. She really knows how to get things done with a couple of phone calls. She did more than that. I tell you, I almost dropped my teeth when I saw her up on the ladder, putting the angel on top of the tree. Hannah was glad that she hadn't witnessed that particular folly. She doubted that Doc Knight had realized the full ramifications when he'd told Andrea to resume her normal activities. Go turn on the lights and have a look, Edna motioned toward the door. It's just beautiful. Hannah went back out into the dining room. Only a few lights had been on when she'd come down the stairs, and she hadn't really noticed the decorations. She flicked on the bright lights and blinked in astonishment at the wonders her sister had accomplished. There were 4 long tables at the front of the banquet hall, each covered with a different color tablecloth and sporting a large centerpiece of poinsettias, pine boughs, and gold Christmas balls. Stuck inside each one was a hand-lettered flag on a candy cane pole. The red table was for appetizers. It said so right on the flag. The gold was for entrees and sides. The silver was for desserts, and the green was for salads, soups, and breads. Another table, covered in red and green plaid, had been set up with coffee, tea, and a cooler that would contain bottles of milk, water, and juice. More long tables were set up in a geometric pattern around the room, each decorated with Christmas tablecloths sporting snowmen, Santas, Christmas trees, holly, and snowflakes. 3 centerpieces, scaled-down versions of the ones that were on the food tables, were placed equidistant down the middle of each table. Hannah glanced up and was surprised to see that a canopy that had been woven overhead from red, green, gold, and silver crepe paper streamers crisscrossed in an intricate pattern. Everything was lovely and festive, especially the Christmas tree that resided in what her Regency-enamored mother would have called pride of place in the center of the room. Hannah walked over to switch it on and actually gasped as thousands of miniature bulbs lit up in a rainbow of colors. "It's gorgeous, all right," Hannah announced to the empty room, turning to walk back to the kitchen. Andrea had done a super job today, and it was good to have her back in the mainstream of life in Lake Eden. They'd never been close growing up, but working together to investigate the murder that had earned Andrea's husband his detective badge had taught them to appreciate each other, at least when they had a common problem to solve. Hannah crossed her fingers, a habit left over from childhood, and wished that the Christmas buffet dinner would be a huge success. And then she headed back to the kitchen to see if she could lend a hand until Edna's work crew arrived. 40 minutes later, Hannah took up her position at the foot of the stairs. She'd been shooed out of the kitchen by Edna and her minions, and sent here to greet the people who were soon to arrive. Soft Christmas music was playing over the sound system, something that sounded suspiciously like a late-night television not sold in stores Christmas collection available for $19.95 plus $7.95 postage and handling, and if you called within the next 5 minutes, you got a second CD free. "Hi, Hannah." Kirby Wells, the Jordan High band teacher, was the first down the stairs. He was followed by the Jordan High Jazz Ensemble, 10 members in all. The boys were dressed in red satin jackets with black pants, and the girls were wearing green satin dresses. "You look great," Hannah said, admiring the new outfits each student had bought for the occasion. The jazz ensemble was scheduled to play for the dancing that would take place after dinner, and to provide music during the dessert course. "What do you need, Kirby? I'll help you set up." "I've got it covered," Kirby said, flashing teeth that just might have been whitened by Norman. He was a well-muscled bachelor in his middle 20s, and over half of the female population at Jordan High had visions of dating him. "I was down here this morning to arrange everything. All we need is folding chairs. We brought everything else with us in the school van." Hannah directed Kirby to the area beneath the stairs where the extra tables and folding chairs were kept, and hurried back to her post. She was just in time, because Kurt Howe was the next to arrive. "Hi, Kurt," Hannah called out, greeting him before he'd even started to descend the stairs. "I'm glad you made it." Kurt hurried down the steps. "I would have been here sooner, but it started snowing when I hit Elk River, and that slowed me down. Something sure smells good in here." "That would be food," Hannah said, taking his arm. "Everybody knows you're coming, so let me introduce you to Edna and the ladies in the kitchen before they gang up on us out here. And then I'll get you a good place to sit, and we can wait for Norman. He should be here any minute, and you can cue him in on what shots you want him to try for tonight." Once Kurt had met the kitchen staff, Hannah settled him at a table and served him a relish dish that was typical of Minnesota cuisine. It was a small bowl with crushed ice in the bottom, and it was filled with celery sticks, carrot sticks, radishes, and dill pickle spears. A second small dish, special fare for tonight's party, contained pickled green beans, mushrooms, beets, and baby onions. Hannah had just explained that the contents of the second dish of appetizers were all home-grown and pickled in farm kitchens, when Norman came down the stairs with his camera bag slung over his shoulder. He was carrying a box wrapped in Christmas paper, and Hannah thought he looked very dashing in a tan suede jacket, black turtleneck sweater, and black pants, with his fur-lined parka draped over his arm. Norman came straight over to Hannah and hugged her a few seconds longer than some older and more conservative Lake Eden residents might say was appropriate. Then he handed her the box. "This is for you. It's an early Christmas present, and Claire thought you might want to wear it tonight." "Thank you, Norman," Hannah said, and wasted no time opening the box. Inside was an appliqued Christmas sweater that perfectly matched her dress. "I love it. It's gorgeous." Hannah slipped it on immediately and turned around so that Norman could see. "Looks even better than Claire said it would." Norman gave her another hug, and then he turned to Kurt. "Hi, Kurt. Good to see you again." "Same here," Kurt said, patting the chair next to him. "Sit down and have some of these appetizers with me." "I will in a second. I just have to go hang up my parka." "I'll take it," Hannah said, taking Norman's parka before he could step away from the table. "I want to dash into the ladies' room and look at my new sweater in the mirror. And you need to talk to Kurt about what sort of photos he needs." After Hannah had hung Norman's parka in the long, narrow cloakroom and admired her new sweater in front of the ladies' room mirror, she went back to her post at the foot of the stairs. Her next few minutes were spent greeting several dozen Lake Eden residents and telling them where to deliver casseroles, bowls, and platters. She was about to dash back to the kitchen to grab a mug of coffee when Mike arrived with Shauna Lee. "Hi, Hannah." Shauna Lee walked gracefully down the stairs, balancing a platter, something Hannah wouldn't even have attempted, especially in 4-inch high heels. "I really hope I did these right. I followed the recipe exactly." "I'm sure they're just fine," Hannah said, hoping that her words would be prophetic. She'd given the blonde secretary one of the easier recipes, Susan Zilber's spinach roll-ups. Once the spinach had been cooked and drained, there was no other cooking involved.
I hope they make the cookbook. The only thing I did different was I cut them on the slant. I think they look better that way.
Hannah glanced down at the platter Shauna Lee was holding. It was covered with plastic wrap, and the roll-ups looked just fine to her.
They're very attractive. I know. And they're good, too. I tasted the end pieces when I cut them off.
Cook's prerogative, Hannah commented, smiling at Shauna Lee. She could afford to be charitable now that her rival was leaving town. Just take them in the kitchen and give them to Edna. She'll see that they get out to the right table when it's time to serve, and tell her what we should do with your platter after it's washed.
Oh, Mike can take it home for me. He's got the key and he knows where it goes in the cupboard.
Hannah saw red, and that made her forget all about being charitable. Only a frequent visitor to Shauna Lee's kitchen would know where her dishes belonged. Visions of intimate candlelight dinners and early breakfasts danced through Hannah's mind and made her long for retribution.
I'm really sorry I can't stay for the dinner,
Shauna Lee interrupted Hannah's contemplations of double homicide.
I just know it'll be wonderful, but I've got a 10 o'clock flight and I have to be at the airport 2 hours early. Mike's taking me. Isn't that nice of him?
Nice, Hannah said, putting on a smile that wouldn't have fooled anyone except perhaps a brand-new acquaintance with a severe visual problem. While you're in the kitchen, why don't you see if the coffee's ready? Mike suggested, giving Shauna Lee a little push in that direction. I could use a cup before we hit the road.
Cream, 2 sugars, right? Except in the morning when you don't take cream.
Right. The moment Shauna Lee had left, Mike turned to Hannah. I need to talk to you about those brownies. Hannah gulped slightly, glad that she had witnesses just in case this turned ugly.
Look, Mike, I'm really sorry about...
I haven't had a chance to taste them yet, Mike interrupted her, but I wanted to thank you in advance. That was really nice of you, Hannah. I would have opened them right away and had a few, but it's been a totally impossible day. I just put them in my drawer so the other guys wouldn't snitch them, and I never got back to my desk.
Hannah nodded, but she hadn't really listened to anything Mike had said beyond the first sentence. So, you haven't had a chance to taste the brownies?
Not yet. They're still in my center desk drawer. Do I have to refrigerate them or anything? Or will it be all right if I leave them there until tomorrow?
They'll be fine in the drawer. Absolutely.
Hannah gave him what she hoped was an innocent smile, her mind already working on a way to retrieve them before Mike had the chance to take the first bite.
I'm sorry you're going to miss the buffet.
Mike slipped his arm around her shoulder and gave her a little hug. What do you mean? Just keep a chair warm for me. I'm going to drop Shauna Lee off at the airport and come straight back. Maybe there won't be much food left by the time I get here, but there's no way I'm going to miss my first Lake Eden Christmas party with you. Chapter 6. Once Mike and Shauna Lee had left, each carrying a large frosted sugar cookie for the trip to the airport, Hannah went back to her greeting duties. She could hear the wind whistle every time the upstairs door opened to let in another group of hungry arrivals. If there were children in the group, they squealed in excitement as they spotted the miniature Christmas village in the lobby of the community center. The Jordan High shop class had made it as a holiday gift to the city of Lake Eden 3 years ago, and they kept making improvements and adding structures to the basic design. Last year, George Baxter's students had put in lights that twinkled from the windows. And this year, his senior boys had built 3 churches with stained glass windows that were exact replicas of the 3 churches in Lake Eden. Pam Baxter, George's wife and the home economics teacher at Jordan High, had decided to help with the project. Her girls had made tiny wreaths for the doors and decorated the windows of the stores.
Hi, Aunt Hannah,
a familiar voice called out. Hello, Tracy. Hannah gave a big smile as her niece came down the stairs. Andrea and Bill's daughter was dressed in a dark green velvet jumper with a white lace blouse for tonight's festivities, and with her shining blonde hair tumbling down in a mass of natural curls, she looked just like a Christmas angel. "Where's your mother?"
"She's still talking to Mrs. Beesman and Mr. Herman in the lobby. Aunt Lisa and Uncle Herb are there, too."
"You didn't want to stay and talk?" Tracy shook her head.
"It was boring. All about fur coats and diamond rings and some kind of drink."
"A kind of drink?" Hannah was stymied. What did fur coats and diamond rings have to do with a kind of drink? Unless... Do you mean brandy?
"That's it. Anyway, Mommy said I could go downstairs and mingle until she got here."
"Your mother told you to mingle?" Hannah wondered if her 5-year-old niece knew what the word meant.
"Not like that exactly. She said to go talk to the people I know. But that's mingle, isn't it?"
"It is," Hannah assured her, impressed as always with her niece's vocabulary. "Norman's around here somewhere, and he's taking pictures. You should go say hello to him."
"I will. I like Uncle Norman. How about Uncle Mike?"
"He'll be here later. He's taking Shauna Lee Quinn to the airport."
"In his new yellow Hummer?"
"That's right."
"Uncle Mike took Daddy and me for a ride. It bounces a lot, but you probably know that since he takes you out on dates. Which one do you like best, Uncle Norman's or Uncle Mike's?"
"That depends on how far I'm riding," Hannah said with a grin. Tracy had just left to find Norman when Andrea came down the stairs. She looked lovely in a deep purple velvet maternity pantsuit, and Hannah was relieved to see that she was holding tightly to the rail. "Hi, Hannah. What's up?"
"Nothing.
Martin and his new wife haven't arrived yet." "Maybe they're not coming." "That would be good as far as Shirley's concerned, but I'm dying to get a good look at her. Do you suppose she'll wear gold spandex and glitter in her hair?" "I doubt it. She's probably perfectly nice." "With a name like Brandywine?" Hannah thought about it for a moment, and then she smiled. "Point well taken. Is Bill here yet?" "Not yet. If he gets held up, I'm supposed to save him a piece of Jell-O cake. It's his favorite thing that I bake." "It's the only thing that you bake." "Well, there's that, too. See you later, Hannah. I'm going to see if I can round up Tracy. She's probably in the kitchen trying to talk Edna into letting her help." "She'd probably do better than some of the help Edna's had over the years." Hannah smiled, watching her sister set out for the kitchen. She was just thinking about how pregnant women resembled sailing ships in a high wind when she heard voices at the top of the stairs. Hannah put on the best smile she could muster, but since she'd been meeting and greeting for well over 30 minutes, it was beginning to wear a little thin around the edges. Then she caught sight of the couple coming down the staircase, and her smile gathered lumens until it was full wattage. Hannah greeted the mayor and his wife, and then dissolved into a burst of spontaneous laughter, despite her effort to keep a straight face. Mayor Bascom's tie was splendiferous. It was the old-fashioned wide type, and the background was studded in red sequins. A green felt Christmas tree was tacked to the front, and it actually lit up with tiny colored lights that flashed on and off. "Great tie, Mr. Mayor." "Steffi found it out at the mall. Runs on one of those little disc batteries they use for cameras." Mayor Bascom tucked his wife's arm through his and patted her hand. "She's the world's best shopper, aren't you, honey?" Stephanie Bascom gave a very nice smile, but Hannah noticed that it didn't reach her eyes. She also pulled her hand away from her husband's, and Hannah concluded that there was trouble in Lake Eden's first family. The Bascoms would put on the appearance of connubial bliss for the crowd of constituents that had gathered for the party, but it was all for show. "Lovely dress, Mrs. Bascom," Hannah said, admiring the white wool dress with white-on-white embroidered snowflakes forming a border around the hem and the neckline. Tiny snowflake earrings made of small diamonds twinkled at her ears, and Hannah suspected the worst. It was a well-known fact that Stephanie Bascom bought herself an expensive new outfit every time she thought her husband was cheating on her. And this time she'd bought diamond earrings, too.
"Thank you, Hannah," Stephanie said, shrugging out of her coat and handing it to her husband. "Hang this up for me, Richard. I want to see if they need any help in the kitchen." Hannah just shook her head as the mayor trotted obediently to the cloakroom, while his wife headed off to the kitchen. She'd been in the kitchen enough times to imagine the scene that would ensue. Stephanie would offer to help. Edna would say that was so nice of her, but she sure wouldn't want Mrs. Bascom to get that beautiful dress. Must. Once these polite proprieties were fulfilled, Stephanie would leave, and the scorecard would be even. The mayor's wife would get credit for the offer without doing anything, and Edna would get credit for keeping Stephanie out of the kitchen so that the ladies who were there could gossip about whether Mayor Bascom's eye was roving again. A few minutes later, relief arrived in the person of Barbara Donnelly, who said Edna had sent her to take over as greeter. Hannah was on her way to the table where Norman and Kurt were still in deep discussion about the photographs Kurt wanted for the cookbook, when she spotted one of the possible combatants of the night. Shirley Dubinsky was sitting at a table with her ex-mother-in-law, Babs. While they hadn't gotten along that well when Shirley and Martin were married, it appeared that the shock of Martin's surprise marriage had brought them together. Shirley and Babs looked tighter than thieves. "Hi, Babs," Hannah greeted the woman who'd talked Dolores into setting her up for a date with Martin. "That's a lovely pin." "Thank you. Shirley gave it to me for Christmas 2 years ago, and I just love it." Babs reached up to touch the gold wreath pin she wore at the neck of her dark red silk blouse. "I suppose you've heard the news?" "Just this morning." Hannah let it go at that and turned to Shirley. "You look great tonight, Shirley. That's a gorgeous suit, and you've cut your hair, haven't you?" Shirley beamed, happy that Hannah had noticed. "I had it done when I went to Chicago last week. I got a promotion, you know. Dell and Benton Woodley decided that Del Rey should be represented at all the big trade shows, and that's my job." "Sounds like fun." "It is. I found out I'm a better salesman than I thought I was. They were so pleased when I came back from Chicago with 2 new contracts, they decided to give me a clothing allowance. Can you believe that? And since Babs agreed to take care of the boys for me while I'm traveling, I don't have to worry about a thing." "Are the boys here?" Hannah asked, realizing that Shirley and Martin's young sons were nowhere in sight. "No, they're with my mother. Babs and I thought it was best since—" Shirley faltered slightly. "Since Martin plans to be here with her." "Oh, that's probably wise. I mean, the boys might not understand." Hannah's voice trailed off as she spotted Martin Dubinsky and his new wife entering the banquet room. For a new groom, Martin didn't look very happy, and Hannah briefly wondered why. But that thought left her mind completely when she caught sight of the woman on Martin's arm. "Good heavens!" Hannah joined in the collective gasp that emanated from the throat of almost every person in the room. Brandywine Dubinsky deserved a gasp and then some. She was drop-dead gorgeous. The auburn-haired beauty's skin was flawless. Her eyes were a delightful shade of sea green. Her lashes were long, her hair was lustrous, and her figure was so remarkable. There was complete silence in the crowded banquet room. Martin's new wife was tall, and she was obviously comfortable with her height because she was wearing silver high-heeled boots that clung to her calves like plastic wrap. "Wow!" Hannah breathed, blinking hard. The vision was almost too perfect to be true. Brandy was poured into a gleaming silver satin dress with a low neckline, and it was so snug it must have been tailored to hug her every curve. The smile Martin's new wife gave to the assembled multitude showed incredibly white and even teeth. She was glamour personified, theatrical and stunning. Lake Eden had never set eyes on anyone of her magnitude before. Hannah sneaked a quick glance at Shirley. Martin's ex-wife was staring at her replacement with a slack jaw and a glazed look in her eyes. As Hannah watched, Babs nudged Shirley and whispered in her ear. Whatever Babs said, it worked.
Shirley closed her mouth, sat up a little straighter, and pretended she was fascinated by the Christmas tree that sat in the middle of the room, and not the least bit interested in the new Mrs. Martin Dubinsky. "Uh-oh," Hannah said under her breath, wondering what she could do to defuse the situation. The tension grew as Martin spotted his mother and started to bring brandy over to her table. Then he noticed that Shirley was there and reconsidered. It was an awkward situation, with Martin and Brandy eyeing Babs and Shirley warily. Mother and ex-wife seated at the table, and husband and new wife standing only a few feet away. There was no way Hannah was about to let the tension grow any thicker. She looked around for Andrea, caught her eye, and motioned toward Martin and Brandy. Andrea, the quintessential politician's wife, now that Bill had won the race for Winnetka County Sheriff, caught on immediately and headed over to greet Martin and Brandy and show them to a table as far away from Babs and Shirley's as the architecture of the banquet room would allow. "Oh, there's Mother," Hannah said, spotting Dolores as she came down the stairs. "You two enjoy the dinner. I've got to go say hello." Hannah hurried to the bottom of the stairs and greeted her mother. And then she stared up expectantly. "Where's Winthrop?" "Parking the car in the lot. He dropped me off right by the door. He's just so considerate that way." Dolores Swensen waltzed into the room, looking for all the world like a Grand Duchess. "Would you take my coat, dear? I see a spot at that table over there that would be just perfect for us. Winthrop's gauche, you know." "Gauche?" "In the true sense of the word." "You mean left-handed?" "That's right. He needs to sit at the end of the table on my left. Most people don't realize what a true handicap that is. Practically everything is designed for right-handed people." "No doubt," Hannah said, accepting what she suspected was a new dress coat from her mother. "Do free yourself up soon and come over to meet Winthrop, dear. He's been asking about you. And remember, we added the orange juice concentrate as a modern innovation to dear Lady Hermione's chocolate sunshine cake." Hannah greeted a few more people, and then she spotted what could only be described as a dapper gentleman coming down the stairs. It had to be Winthrop. Hannah eyed him suspiciously as he walked toward her mother's table, smiling a greeting. Dolores caught Hannah's eye and waved. It was an order for a command appearance. Not one to dare resist such a summary summons, Hannah turned on her heel, squelched the urge to salute, and headed straight for her mother's table. "You must be Hannah," her mother's companion stated, shooting to his feet as Hannah approached them. "So nice to meet you, my dear. Dolores told me you were the beauty in the family." Hannah resisted the urge to accuse Winthrop of being a bald-faced social liar and gave a polite little laugh. "She must have gotten me mixed up with my sisters. But anyway, we meet at last. Mother's told me a lot about you." "All good, I hope?" Winthrop asked, exuding confidence that his question would be answered in the positive. "Naturally," Hannah smiled, taking in her mother's significant other at a glance. Winthrop Harrington II matched Hannah's mental picture of a Regency romance heartthrob, and that meant he was right up her mother's alley. He was suave, sophisticated, handsome in a quietly understated way, and from the way his clothing fit, it had been tailored just for him. Winthrop exuded an air of quality, and he looked as if he wasn't hurting for cash, or what her mother would refer to as blunt, if she were in Regency mode. Still, Hannah wasn't convinced Winthrop was all he claimed to be, and she eyed him the way a wary rabbit might regard a snake. "Is the antique cake knife here, dear?" Dolores asked, reacting to her daughter's silence and seeming to sense that Hannah was contemplating the wisdom of asking Winthrop some embarrassing questions. "Yes, it's right next to the cake on the dessert table. Norman wanted us to bring out some of the prettiest desserts early,
so that he could take photos. Kurt Howe was really impressed when he saw your knife. He told me to tell you that it's gorgeous." "I think so, too. And Luann is a real genius for finding it. I tell you, she goes through all those estate sale flyers with a fine-toothed comb. This one just said, 'Old silver cake knife.' When Luann told me she had a hunch it might be something good, I sent her down to St. Paul for the auction. And the rest is history." "How droll, my dear," Winthrop said, chuckling appreciatively and patting Dolores's hand. Hannah knew she had to excuse herself soon, or she'd say something she'd later regret. Perhaps it was one of those unspoken mother-daughter communications. But Dolores seemed to sense that her eldest daughter had reached the end of her patience, and she stepped in quickly. "I hate to speed the departing guest, but I know you're busy, dear. I just wanted you to meet Winthrop. You'll get to know each other much better over the holidays." "Right," Hannah said, trying not to react to the hint that Winthrop would be taking part in their family celebrations. "See you later, Mother." "Winthrop? Charmed, I'm sure." "My daughter, the humorist," Hannah imagined her mother saying as she walked away. She resisted the urge to go back and really quiz Winthrop about his intentions, and she settled for catching Andrea's eye. Her sister was sitting with Martin and Brandy, looking about as comfortable as an overdue pregnant woman suffering from terminal boredom could look. Hannah gave her a high sign that meant she'd relieve her in a few minutes, and they'd compare notes about Winthrop. Andrea nodded, catching Hannah's drift perfectly. They'd always been able to communicate without words, perhaps the result of living with a mother who always had to have the last word on everything. Hannah glanced toward the kitchen doorway to see Edna gesturing for her. It was time to set out the food. She hurried into the kitchen, and moments later she was carrying out dishes according to Edna's instructions. Once the appetizer table was ready, and Norman had photographed it, Mayor Bascom told everyone that they were welcome to dig in. The crowd converged, and Hannah rejoiced in the oohs and ahs of the admiring diners as they sampled spinach roll-ups, busy day pâté, fiesta dip platter, and caviar pie. There were dozens of appetizers on the groaning board, including baked brie, Bill Jessup's misdemeanor mushrooms, Mrs. Knudsen's herring appetizer, and seafood bread dip, one of the appetizer recipes Carrie Rhodes had submitted for the cookbook. Hannah took a thin sliver of her spinach quiche. Since they had plenty of entrees, Edna had cut it into as many thin slices as possible and arranged them on a platter as an appetizer. Then she walked over to join her sister, who had gone up to the appetizer table with Martin and Brandy and was still sitting with them. After the introductions had been made and Hannah had congratulated the newlyweds, she leaned forward to attempt polite conversation with Brandy. "Your dress is beautiful." "I know. Martin said I could have anything I wanted, but I'm pretty sure he didn't expect it to go to 4 figures. Hannah did her best to keep the friendly smile on her face. She knew 4 figures meant $1,000 at the least. She also knew that Martin's small business didn't make a fortune, and he had 2 children to support. "I guess Lake Eden must be quite a change from Las Vegas." "You can say that again." Hannah had the urge to do just that. At least it would give her something else to say. What she really wanted to know was why Brandy had married Martin in the first place, but it would be rude to ask. "So, you married?" Brandy asked, glancing down at Hannah's bare fingers. "No, I'm not." Hannah felt the urge to babble just to fill the silence, and she gave into it. "I haven't found the right man yet, I guess." "You won't. Not here. These small towns are death for single women, especially when they get to be your age. But don't get me wrong. You're not bad looking, and some men like that natural, untouched look. I bet I could have lined you up with somebody really hot in Vegas." Hannah frowned. She didn't even want to think about the type of man Brandy might have picked out for her, and she quickly changed the subject.
Have you met Martin's sons yet? No, I'm not big on kids, but at least they're boys. I get along a lot better with boys.
I'll bet you do, Hannah thought, but of course she didn't say it. Making conversation with Brandy was like trying to drive a truck out of a mud hole. Every time she managed to crawl forward a few feet, she slipped right back into the muck.
Who's that?
Brandy gestured toward a table at the front of the room.
Who's who? That guy with that awful Christmas tie. He looks familiar.
That's our mayor, Richard Bascom.
He looks like somebody I met a while back, but the name's not familiar.
Hannah nodded, but her mind was racing. Mayor Bascom had flown to Las Vegas for a convention a couple of months ago. If he'd hooked up with Brandy and wanted to maintain his anonymity, he might not have used his own name.
Excuse me a second, will you? I have to talk to Marty.
Hannah breathed a sigh of relief as Brandy huddled with Martin. Now she was free to talk to Andrea. So, where's Bill? I thought he'd be here by now.
He just called me. The Tri-County Sheriff's Coalition meeting is running late, and he might not be here for hours.
Brandy turned to tap Andrea on the arm.
I never thought to ask you when Marty said your husband was the sheriff, but is there a problem with crime in this area?
Not at all, Andrea assured her, and Hannah almost choked on her bite of quiche. It was clear that her sister wasn't about to mention the murder cases they'd helped Bill and Mike solve.
Oh, good. Then maybe I'll put my new fur coat in the cloakroom after dinner.
Brandy reached out to stroke the coat that she wore draped over her shoulders.
Since it was so expensive, I didn't want to leave it unattended, but Marty said it was perfectly safe. I was just hoping that he was right. About that, at least.
Hannah stifled a groan at the last 4 words of Brandy's sentence. It sounded to her like trouble in paradise, and they'd been married for less than a week.
Martin's right,
Andrea said, smiling at Brandy.
Theft has never been a problem in Lake Eden. Some people don't even lock their doors. Did you happen to notice the silver cake knife on the platter next to the chocolate cake? I saw it when we were standing in line for the appetizers. It's really pretty. I like all those colored stones on the Christmas tree. They're gemstones. The big one on the top is a star-cut diamond, and the smaller ones are sapphires, rubies, and emeralds. The knife is a solid silver antique, worth thousands. But it's just sitting there, in plain sight, and no one's even keeping an eye on it.
I know, Andrea zeroed in to prove her point, and that just goes to prove that you don't have to be worried about somebody stealing your fur coat in Lake Eden. People here are as honest as the day is long. When Brandy had returned to her conversation with Martin, Hannah tapped Andrea on the shoulder. If Bill gets hung up, I'm sure Mike will give you and Tracy a ride home.
In his Hummer?
Andrea looked delighted when Hannah nodded.
That's just great! Tracy said it was bumpy, and it might work as well as Lisa's mother's horseback ride.
Chapter 7. Hannah stood up as Edna motioned to her from the kitchen door. It was time to set out the salad, soup, and bread course.
Nice to meet you, Brandy. Sorry I can't stay, but I have to help set out the next course. Andrea? Yes?
You wanted to check on that Jell-O salad, didn't you?
Jell-O?
Andrea looked blank for a split second, and then realization dawned.
Yes! Thanks for reminding me.
She turned to Martin and Brandy.
It was nice chatting with you, Brandy, and congratulations, Martin. I wish you two all the best.
Hannah heard her sister give a relieved sigh as they stepped away from the table. She'd been sitting with the newlyweds for over 30 minutes, and that was above and beyond. She turned to say thank you for helping out, but that thought vanished when she noticed the shocked expression on Andrea's face. What's the matter?
Hot stuff.
And that's got to be Silver Fox."
"What?"
Hannah grabbed her sister's arm. Did pregnant women start spouting nonsense when they went into labor? She really should have read one of the pamphlets Andrea had given her about childbirth. "Hot stuff!" Andrea pointed toward an older couple at one of the long tables. "That's Vera Olson's screen name. Don't you remember the email she was answering when we were searching her attic apartment?" "Right." Hannah felt a wave of relief sluice down from the top of her head to her toes. Andrea wasn't in labor, and she wasn't crazy. She was talking about Vera's online romance with a man who called himself Silver Fox. "Vera looks fabulous. She's lost weight and had her hair streaked. I think she might have had a lift, too." Hannah glanced over at Vera. Andrea was always right when it came to noticing appearance enhancements, and she could spot a facelift or a new hairstyle from a block away. "You're right. Vera looks a lot younger." "Do you think he's Silver Fox?" "I think so." Hannah tried to recall the photo she'd seen on the computer screen. If she remembered correctly, the handsome older man sitting beside Vera bore a close resemblance to the picture of Silver Fox standing at the helm of his boat. "He's certainly dressed well. That's a cashmere vest and an Armani suit, and his hair's been styled by someone really good. Not only that, his manicure is perfect." "Silver Fox has a manicure?" Hannah squinted, but there was no way she could match her sister's eagle eye for spotting nuances of personal grooming. "Manicures aren't just for women, you know. Big executives make appointments for manicurists to come to their offices. I bet that's what he is." "A manicurist?" Hannah asked, knowing that wasn't what her sister meant, but unable to resist teasing her a bit. "Of course he's not a manicurist. He's got to be someone with a big, important—" Andrea stopped in mid-thought and made a strangled sound. Hannah tightened her grip on her sister's arm. "Is there something wrong? Do you want to sit down? Is it the baby?" "None of the above. And stop holding my arm in that death grip. I'm going to bruise." "Sorry." Hannah dropped Andrea's arm, but she kept her hand at the ready just in case. "Why did you make that sound?" "Just take a look at Vera's finger, and you'll understand." Hannah took a look and made an identical strangled sound as she spotted the glittering diamond ring on Vera's third finger, left hand. It was easy to see, perhaps because Vera was using her left hand to wave to everyone she knew. "Does that mean Vera's engaged?" "I think so. I'm going to try to find out." The sisters parted ways at the food tables. Andrea headed for the section where Vera and the man they'd tentatively identified as Silver Fox were sitting, and Hannah headed for the kitchen. She found Edna standing at the counter, surveying the platters, bowls, and the army of crock-pots that stood at the ready. "Where do you want the soup bowls, Edna? At the end of the table?" "Good idea. I'll take them out and you can bring the soups." "Do we have enough ladles?" "Thanks to your sister, we do. Put Vera's gazpacho first, since her boyfriend flew in special for the holidays. She told me she paid a fortune for hothouse tomatoes so she could make it for him." "He looks nice," Hannah commented, fishing for information as she picked up the large tureen Vera had brought in and followed Edna to the serving table. "He seems all right, but you can never tell about a man until you've known him for a while. Unless you meet him in church." Hannah bit back a startled laugh as she thought of some notable exceptions to Edna's caveat, and headed back to the kitchen to get the 4 other soups. There was Sally's radish soup, the one she served at the Lake Eden Inn, with its delicate pink color and surprising depth. Hannah let Edna float a few thinly sliced radishes over the top, while she went back for Bridget Murphy's quick Irish chili. "I've got the toppings for the chili," Edna called out, following on Hannah's heels with a platter containing dishes of diced onions, sour cream, chopped black olives, and lightly sautéed celery slices. "You get the corn chowder, and I'll bring my cream of cheat mushroom soup." Once the soups were set out with regular bowls and a multitude of tiny cups for those who wanted to taste all 4, Hannah and Edna went back to the kitchen. "I'll take care of the Jell-O molds," Edna said, gesturing toward the breads she'd already set out in baskets, on plates, and on breadboards. "You can put those breads out now and come back for the Jell-O." It took Hannah several minutes to set out the breads. Most of the local ladies had their favorites, and there was Sally's banana bread, Gina's strawberry bread, cranberry muffins, and Aunt Grace's breakfast muffins. Once those were in place, opposite the soups, she went back for Cheryl Coombs's can bread, which Edna had pre-sliced and arranged on a platter. She'd also cut Bridget Murphy's soda bread into pie-shaped wedges and reassembled them in a round on a breadboard. There was a basket of cheesy, spicy corn muffins and a big round wicker bowl of oyster crackers that Edna had provided for Mayor Bascom, who categorically refused to eat soup without them. When Hannah returned to the kitchen again, she saw that Edna was ready with 2 of the 4 Jell-O molds. "Put the pretty coleslaw first," Edna instructed, "and then the Waldorf salad. I've got to tell you, Hannah, I'm having second thoughts about this ginger ale Jell-O mold." "Didn't it set up right?" "That's not it. It's nice and firm, and it looks really good, but since it's got fruit in it, I'm wondering if it should go on the dessert table." Hannah thought about that for a moment, and then she shrugged. "That's up to you, but we've got a lot of desserts already." "That settles it, then. It's a salad. You can take it out now. I'm still trying to unmold your sister's holiday Jell-O." By the time Hannah got back to the kitchen, Edna had resorted to using the dunk method to get the last mold on its platter. She'd half-filled a bowl with hot water, and she was immersing the mold in the bowl to within an inch of the rim. "That should do it," she said, lifting the mold and drying the bottom with a kitchen towel. "Hand me that platter, will you, Hannah?" Hannah handed over the platter, and Edna centered it over the top of the mold. Then she held the assembled mold and platter with both hands and inverted it by twisting her wrists. "Perfect," Hannah said as the Jell-O plopped cooperatively onto its platter. "There's one more salad, isn't there?" "Just a big bowl of greens tossed with Claire's French dressing. I'm going to put a couple of Ellie's dilly onion rings on the top and leave the rest in a bowl for those that want them." "How about Reverend Knudsen's quick pickle salad?" Edna thumped her forehead with the heel of her hand. "Bless you, Hannah. The Reverend's too nice to say anything, but not the rest of the congregation. I'd never hear the end of it if I forgot to put those out." "Okay, Norman." Hannah gave him the high sign as she placed the last dish on the table. "It looks great, Hannah. Kurt wants to know when you're going to get a chance to eat." "Soon, I hope." Hannah glanced over at the table where Kurt was sitting and saw that he had a fully laden plate. "I see he's sampling some of the dishes." "He's had a bite of everything so far, I think." Norman moved into a better position for a shot of Andrea's Jell-O molds. "Just let me get a couple of overviews of the table, and then you can cue in Mayor Bascom." Once Norman had taken his last few shots and stepped back from the table, Hannah waved at the mayor, who wasted no time inviting people to sample the next course. The diners converged, and within a few seconds people were filling their plates and soup bowls. Hannah noticed that Norman was taking shots of the line that had formed, and when he'd finished that, he moved to the tables and took shots of the Lake Eden citizens, who were clearly enjoying the dinner. Hannah held her breath as Norman approached Martin and Brandy's table. She hoped he'd brought plenty of film, because there was no way a photographer could resist snapping multiple shots of a woman who was that photogenic. Come to think about it, any man, with or without a camera, would have lingered as long as humanly possible to bask in the light of a beauty like Brandy. But Norman only snapped one picture and moved on, surprising Hannah so much she gasped out loud. "Are you all right?" "Fine," Hannah said, whirling around as she heard a familiar voice behind her. "Michelle!" A smile spread over Hannah's face, and she stepped forward to hug her baby sister. A sophomore at McAllister College in St. Paul, Michelle wasn't exactly a baby anymore, but she was Hannah's youngest sister. "What are you doing here?"
"I just came for the food," Michelle quipped, hugging Hannah right back. "Don't worry, big sis. I didn't cut any classes. I hopped a bus this afternoon and Lonnie picked me up at the quick stop." Hannah glanced around and spotted Lonnie Murphy talking to his brother and sister-in-law several tables away. Even though the youngest sheriff's deputy was carrying on a conversation, he kept glancing over at Michelle. "Is that him?" Michelle asked. "Is who what?" Hannah asked, not caring that they'd just broken at least 2 cardinal rules of grammar. "Winthrop Harrington II. Over there with Mother." "That's Winthrop. He looks pretty buff for a guy in his 60s. Late 40s. He's younger than Mother." "She didn't mention that." Michelle frowned slightly at this news. "Have you met him yet?" "Just a few minutes ago. When you get a second, go over and introduce yourself. I want to get your take on him." "Will do. I've got to meet the man who's responsible for Mother's shoes." "Mother's shoes?" "I just noticed them. They're really sexy sandals with thin little straps and high heels. The kind that just kill your feet. Only a woman on the make wears shoes like that." "On the make?" Hannah asked, feeling a little like a parrot as she repeated Michelle's words again. "You know, a woman who's trying to attract a guy. It's pretty obvious Mother's trying to attract Winthrop, and from where I'm sitting, it seems to be working." While Hannah tried to catch a glimpse of her mother's shoes, Michelle glanced around the room, waving at a few people she knew. When she spotted the new Mrs. Martin Dubinsky, she nudged Hannah. "Who's that?" "Brandy Wyan Dubinsky. She's a dancer from Vegas, and she married Martin a couple of days ago." "Martin married a stripper? Michelle, you don't know that." Michelle giggled. "Maybe not, but I bet you thought the same thing when you heard her name." "Me? Of course I would never jump to—" Hannah stopped in the act of denying it and laughed instead. "Okay, I'll admit it. I did. But it's possible that Brandy was a legitimate showgirl." "Sure it is. And it's also possible that she had parents who thought it was funny to give her a really terrible name. I'll go meet Winthrop, and then I want to talk to Martin and Brandy." "To find out about her name?" "Not unless it comes up. I'm trying out for the part of a Vegas showgirl in the spring play, and I want to ask her some things about routines and dancing. Not only that, I'm dying to find out if they really use bubble gum to keep those skimpy tops up." Hannah was chuckling as Michelle walked away. Her baby sister could always make her laugh. She watched Michelle shake Winthrop's hand and seized the opportunity to look at her mother's shoes as Dolores got to her feet to hug Michelle. "I'll be," Hannah breathed, shaking her head slightly. Dolores was wearing the sexy new shoes she'd bought on sale last year, the same shoes she said she was going to throw away because they hurt her feet. If Michelle was right, and only a woman on the make would wear sexy but uncomfortable shoes, Mother was definitely after Winthrop. That gave Hannah an idea, and she glanced around for Martin's ex-wife. Shirley was just coming back to her table, and Hannah had a clear view of her shoes. For a practical, no-nonsense person, Shirley had broken all the rules tonight. She was wearing cream-colored, suede, high-heeled ankle boots with fur around the tops. Since they were totally unsuitable for a Minnesota winter, and taking into account Michelle's sexy footwear theory, Hannah could only conclude that Shirley was on the make for someone. Probably Martin. "What a mess," Hannah sighed, her eyes roving the room again until she located Laura Jorgensen standing at the food table. Laura was wearing red, backless slings with high, narrow heels, and she looked as if her feet hurt. She was definitely on the make. Also for Martin? Hannah had one more pair of shoes to check out, and she zeroed in on them. It was easy, because her baby sister was sitting with her back to Hannah, and she had one leg crossed over the other. Along with Michelle's completely acceptable tan slacks and bright red sweater, she was wearing tan boots with flat rubber soles that looked as if they'd seen better days. Hannah breathed a sigh of relief. According to Michelle's own theory, her youngest sister was not on the make. And if Hannah wanted to carry things further and look at her own feet, she wasn't on the make either. Hannah's moccasin boots were designed for comfort, not allure. She'd worn them because she'd known from day one that she'd be helping Edna carry food to the serving tables. "And how about the sexy shoes you brought along in your tote bag? The ones that are hanging from a hook in the cloakroom?" Hannah's conscience spoke up. "You're going to put those on when the dancing starts, aren't you?" Hannah didn't like it, but her conscience was right. She'd planned to switch to the Italian ankle-strapped high heels right after she was through helping Edna, because they made her legs look so good. Before Hannah could peruse any other shoes, or think about the advisability of trying to get rid of her conscience, she saw Edna waving at her from the kitchen. It was time to set out the main dishes and sides for the crowd that was already beginning to say that this was the best Christmas potluck dinner yet. Chapter 8. Hannah surveyed the entree table with a frown. She'd carried out Edna's not-so-Swedish meatballs, her mother's Hawaiian pot roast, easy lasagna, Rose's restaurant turkey, Luann's festive baked sandwich, Laura's smothered chicken, chicken paprikash, Hunter's stew, Esther's meatloaf, and Irish roast beast. There was also Trudy's hot German potato salad with bratwurst, country ham casserole, sauerbraten, baked fish, and something no Lake Eden potluck dinner could be without, Minnesota hot dish. Hannah stood there holding a crock of Scandinavian red cabbage that was growing heavier each passing moment. Every inch of space was filled. There simply wasn't enough room for the sides. "What's the matter?" Norman came up behind her, prepared to take photos of the table. "We ran out of room, and we still have at least 10 sides in the kitchen on the counter." "Sides?" "Noodles, potatoes, rice, and veggies. Sides are all the things you put on your plate with the main course. We really need them on the same table, but it's just not possible." "Sure it is." Norman patted her on the back. "Go set that down in the kitchen and see if you can rustle up another tablecloth. I've got an idea that'll work just fine to almost double your table space." By the time Hannah got back with the tablecloth, Kurt and Norman had combined the leftovers from the first 2 serving tables and appropriated the second empty table. They'd placed it at right angles so that it butted up to the center of the entree table. The new T-shape was perfect for the sides, since it was smack dab in the center of the entrees, and Hannah wasted no time covering the table with the fresh cloth and helping Edna carry things out. By the time they were finished, party potatoes, apple and onion dressing balls, holiday rice, sweet potato casserole, and make-ahead mashed potatoes were arranged on one side of the table, while silly carrots, spinach soufflé, corn pudding, green bean classic with a twist, oodles of noodles, and the red cabbage Hannah had been carrying earlier had been placed on the other side. "That looks good enough to eat," Norman said, earning a volley of chuckles from Edna, who'd never been known to laugh while managing a dinner party. Before she could protest, he snapped a picture of her smiling face and promised that he wouldn't give anyone a copy if she didn't like it. When Norman finished photographing the main courses and sides, Mayor Bascom called everyone to the serving tables. Instead of standing in line with the other diners, Hannah got a cup of strong black coffee and headed in the opposite direction to collapse in a chair at the empty table where Norman and Kurt had been sitting. There was only one more course to go, and that should be a snap, since they'd already set out some of the desserts for the early photographs Kurt had directed. Hannah glanced around the banquet room, and she wasn't disappointed by people's reactions. There wasn't much conversation because everyone was busy eating. "The sound of great food is silence," Hannah murmured, remembering what her great-grandmother Elsa had told her. Curious about how the new Mrs. Dubinsky would react to a Midwestern potluck dinner, Hannah glanced over at Brandy and Martin's table. Their chairs were vacant, and a quick examination of the food line told Hannah that they weren't filling their plates. So, where were they? And come to think of it, where was Michelle? Hannah had seen her leave Mother and Winthrop and head toward Brandy and Martin, but now their whole table was vacant. It didn't take long to spot Martin. He was standing at his mother's side. Brandy and Michelle must have gone to the restroom, and Martin had taken this opportunity to mend fences with his mother and ex-wife. "You look tired," Kurt said, putting his plate on the table, pulling out the chair next to hers and sitting down. "I am, but it's worth it. What do you think of the food?" "Everything I've had is phenomenal." Kurt tasted the ribs and groaned. "I wish I'd saved more room. These are the best ribs I ever tasted." "They're Norman's recipe. He calls it barbecued anything. Make sure you tell him you like it." "I will. Why don't you get yourself some food, Hannah? You look like a strong wind could blow you over." Hannah laughed. It would take a typhoon, or at least a major squall. But getting some food is a good idea. I want to have some chicken paprikash. It's a favorite of mine. I put my helping over Edna's make-ahead mashed potatoes. It's great that way. "But those are meatballs, not chicken," Hannah corrected him, pointing to the relevant section of his plate. "I know that. I ate the part with the chicken while I was walking back to the table." "Go ahead, Hannah. I want to dig into this easy lasagna of your mother's. It looks fantastic, and I just know Marcia's going to want the recipe." "How is Marcia?" Hannah asked, knowing that Kurt had married his publisher's daughter despite the wishes of her family. "She's just fine. And we just found out last month that we're pregnant." "That's wonderful," Hannah said, wishing she could pick a bone with the women who insisted on that terminology. It was inaccurate. Men didn't get pregnant, women did. Of course, men were equally responsible for the pregnancy, but the phrase "we're pregnant" set off klaxons in Hannah's logical mind. Sharing the experience of pregnancy was one thing. Blatant disregard for the accuracy of the English language was another. "Is there something wrong?" Kurt asked, picking up on Hannah's silence. "Oh, no, nothing," Hannah quickly assured him. "Would you bring me back one of those cranberry muffins?" Kurt asked, popping the last bite of soda bread into his mouth. "Sure, I'll be right back," Hannah promised, heading off to the food table and wondering whether she really had turned into the pedantic curmudgeon Andrea had often accused her of being. "I'm back," Mike declared, catching Hannah just as she'd finished filling her plate. Hannah reveled in the feel of his arm around her shoulder for a brief moment, and then she smiled up at him. "That was fast. Did you get Shauna Lee to the airport okay?" "Of course, but it started coming down pretty heavy on the way back. It's a good thing I took my Hummer and not the squad car." "Right," Hannah said, biting back a smile as Mike pulled out her chair and held it as she sat down. Mike was a guy's guy, and he had the biggest, most powerful vehicle around. His Jeep hadn't been a wimpy vehicle, but Mike had wasted no time in trading it in on a Hummer last month. It wasn't the most comfortable ride for passengers, something Shauna Lee had undoubtedly discovered for herself, but it was powerful enough to get through almost anything a Minnesota winter could throw at a motorist. "Thanks, Hannah," Kurt said as Hannah handed him his muffin. He put it on his plate and turned to Mike, who just sat down next to him. "Did I hear you say it was coming down hard out there?" "Yeah. Visibility isn't good at all." "Do you think the roads are still passable? I have to get back to the cities tonight." Mike thought about it for a moment. "I think you'll be all right if you leave right now. The storm's blowing in from the north, and you should be able to keep ahead of the worst of it. What type of car do you have?" "A mid-size SUV. 4-wheel drive?" "All-wheel drive with anti-lock brakes." "High profile?" "Not that high, but it has good clearance." "You should be fine, then. I'll go out to the parking lot with you and help you shovel out. When I drove past, I noticed there's a big snowdrift at the exit." "Thanks, but I'm not in the lot. I came in early and there was still parking on the street." After Kurt had tendered his apologies for cutting the evening short, Mike walked him out to make sure he got on his way safely. Hannah noticed that on Mike's way back in, he stopped at her mother's table to say hello, and it was clear Dolores introduced Winthrop because the two men shook hands. Hannah had already marshaled the questions she wanted to ask Mike about his impression of her mother's date when Mike came back to take Kurt's vacant chair. "That's the guy you and Andrea are so worried about?" Mike got in the first question, despite Hannah's resolve to quiz him.
"What did you think of him?"
"He seemed all right to me. Have you met him yet?"
"Yes, tonight. He was perfectly polite to me, but he's just so—" Hannah paused to struggle for the word that most correctly described her feelings, an unusual predicament for someone who'd come within a thesis of getting her doctorate in English literature.
"Slick?"
"That's it exactly. There's nothing glaringly wrong with him, and I can see why Mother's so attracted to him, but I don't feel comfortable around him, and I still have my suspicions."
Mike gave her shoulder a supporting squeeze. "No problem. Did you know that Bill ran him this morning?"
"I had no idea. Did Andrea ask him to?"
"I don't think so. Anyway, absolutely nothing turned up. The guy's so squeaky clean he's never even had a speeding ticket. You girls can stop worrying. Your mother's not going out with an axe murderer."
"I know that, but I can't seem to get rid of my reservations. I mean, he's younger than she is, for Pete's sakes. And he picked up on her at dance class when they were learning the tango or the mambo or whatever it was."
Mike was silent for a moment, and then he leaned closer. "So maybe you have reservations because you don't want to see your mother with anyone other than your dad?"
"That's not it," Hannah said, reacting immediately. But then, after she thought about it for a moment, she backtracked. "You could be right, but I'm not willing to admit that quite yet. Why don't you go get some food before it's all gone? I'll save your place for you." After Mike had gone off to the food tables, Hannah thought about what he'd said. Her dad had been dead for almost 4 years now, and maybe it was time for her mother to look for someone new. The problem was that whenever Hannah thought about another man in her mother's life, it seemed disloyal to her father's memory. She realized that her attitude wasn't fair, or perhaps not even rational, but that didn't change the way she felt about it. Rather than dwell on this unhappy problem for any longer, Hannah gazed around the room while she waited for Mike to come back. Norman was off snapping pictures. The students from the Jordan High Jazz Ensemble were setting up their music stands and chairs for an interlude of music during dessert, and Brandy's chair was still vacant. Hannah glanced over at Babs and Shirley's table. Babs wasn't in her chair, and neither was Shirley. The whole Dubinsky family seemed to be missing. Lonnie Murphy caught Hannah's eye and waved. As Hannah waved back, she noticed that Lonnie was sitting next to an empty chair. Was Michelle still in the ladies' room with Brandy, asking her about her showgirl career, while Martin was off somewhere talking to his mother? Or was Babs in the ladies' room with Brandy, grilling her about how she came to marry Martin, while the man in question was off with Shirley, trying to explain how he had spent so much money on Brandy? There were just too many possibilities, and Hannah gave up. The only thing she could be sure of was that Martin wasn't in the ladies' room. If he'd followed Michelle, his ex-wife, his mother, or his new wife in there, Hannah would be hearing one heck of a commotion. "Great job on the pâté," Mike said, sliding into his chair. "You made it just the way my sister does." Hannah was about to say that there was no way anyone could mess up such a simple recipe, but this time she remembered her mother's warning. "Thank you," she said, smiling up at him. Then she turned to glance at Dolores to see if her mother-daughter radar was working, and she somehow knew her eldest daughter had taken her advice. But Dolores seemed oblivious to anything anyone else was doing or saying, because she was too busy smiling up at Winthrop.
Was it a sign of neurosis when a grown woman felt the urge to mother her mother? Hannah pondered that for a moment as she watched her mother put her hand on Winthrop's arm and give him a little pat. What did that mean? Was Dolores being casually affectionate, or was Hannah's mother actually falling for the lure of tailored clothes, a title, and a country manor with hedgerows and primroses, an ocean away from home? "Hannah," Mike nudged her. "Yes?" "I think Edna wants you for something. She's signaling with her arms and pointing in our direction." "You're right," Hannah said, recognizing the "I need you" expression on Edna's face. She gave Edna a wave to acknowledge that her message had been received and pushed back her chair. "Save my place. I'll be back." "You'd better be," Mike growled, giving her his best fierce look. "We've got a date, remember?" "Then you'd rather I wouldn't set out the desserts?" Mike pondered that for a moment, and then he grinned. "I didn't say that. I just don't want you to forget you're going home with me." "Right," Hannah answered his grin with one of her own and headed for the kitchen. Then she realized what Mike had said and came dangerously close to stopping in her tracks. Going home with him? That hadn't been discussed or decided. It hadn't even been mentioned before this. Of course, it could have been a figure of speech that meant Hannah shouldn't forget that they were leaving the community center together. "Oh, boy," Hannah breathed, startling a teenager who was carrying a trombone case toward the alcove by the cloakroom. "Excuse me, Miss Swensen?" he said, phrasing it as a question. Hannah smiled, more amused than embarrassed. "Just talking to myself. It's something people do when they get old." "But you're not old." "Thank you," Hannah said, rewarding him with a smile. She'd had to ask Kirby, the trombone player's, name. Not only was he cute, with his curly blonde hair and runner's physique, he had the gift of saying the right thing at the right time, something Bridget Murphy would call blarney. This boy could go far. Several people stopped Hannah on her way, and she ended up answering questions about such diverse things as what next Friday's pie was going to be, to who she thought should play Santa at the Lake Eden Children's Christmas party. She was just passing the alcove where the jazz ensemble had set up when one of the students called her name. "Miss Swensen?" It was Beth Halverson, the flute player they'd so sorely missed at the 4th of July parade. "Hi, Beth." Hannah reacted to the worried expression on Beth's face. "What's wrong?" "Mr. Wells isn't here yet, and it's almost time for us to start playing. Do you know where he is?" "Sorry, Beth, I haven't seen him." "Can't you just start playing without him?" "No way, Miss Swensen. Mr. Wells is filling in for our regular drummer, and we'd sound awful without percussion." Hannah caught movement out of the corner of her eye, and she turned to see Kirby Wells rushing up. "Sorry, I got held up," the bandleader apologized to his ensemble. "Are you ready to play?" Everyone nodded, including the trombone player Hannah had found so personable. She gave them a wave and headed off to the kitchen as the strains of "We Wish You a Merry Christmas" followed her. The music was perfectly audible, but not too loud to impede conversation. In other words, it was perfect for a dinner party. Hannah resolved to tell Ken Purvis, Jordan High's principal, that Kirby's jazz ensemble was perfect for the occasion. "Took you long enough," Edna grumbled when Hannah came through the kitchen doorway. "We've got a crisis here." "What?" Hannah asked, feeling her heart rate gear up to what she thought was crisis mode. "It's not on the table." "What's not on the table?" "Your mother's cake knife," Edna wailed, reaching out to grab Hannah's arm. "It's missing, and I can't find it anywhere." Chapter 9. Hannah groaned as Edna's words sank in. "Mother's cake knife is missing?" "That's what I said." "And you looked on the dessert table?" "That's what I said, too." "All right, don't panic." It's got to be here somewhere. Where? I looked everywhere. Take a deep breath and let it out slowly, Hannah advised, taking a moment to do exactly that. When is the last time you saw it? Edna did exactly what Hannah said, inhaling and exhaling slowly. It was proof of how upset she was, since Edna rarely took anyone's advice about anything. It was on the dessert table when I carried out the second crock of meatballs. I remember thinking how pretty it looked under the lights. Hannah glanced at the elaborately carved wooden container on the kitchen counter. Maybe someone put it back in the chest? Nope. I checked that right off. That box is as empty as Redeemer Lutheran on the Sunday after Jordan High's homecoming game. Hannah bit back a laugh at Edna's description. It was true that most people celebrated a bit too much on homecoming weekend, and not that many had the urge to get up early on Sunday morning and make it to church. I'm sure you're right, but I just have to check for myself. Hannah walked over to the box and raised the lid. It was empty, just as Edna had said. Sorry, Edna. That's all right. I checked it twice myself. Both women leaned up against the counter to think about the seemingly insurmountable problem at hand. They were so quiet Hannah could hear the kitchen clock ticking as the minute hand moved up a notch. Do you think someone could have used it for something else? Hannah finally asked after another notch had clicked off. I mean, picture this. Someone in the buffet line needs another knife for the turkey or whatever. They're about to go back to the kitchen to get one when they notice Mother's knife on the dessert table. So they take it and use it and they leave it on the entree table? Edna interrupted, somehow managing to look doubtful and hopeful at the same time. Exactly right. It could have happened that way. That means we'd better check the other buffet tables. I don't want your mother to know it's missing until we know for sure. Will you do it, surreptitiously? Hannah supplied the word she thought Edna was trying to say. That's exactly what I mean. I'm so upset I couldn't think of the polite word for sneaky. A cake knife the size and commanding presence of her mother's antique silver heirloom couldn't hide for long on any of the other tables. Just to be sure, Hannah lifted platters and checked under bowls and centerpieces, but she really hadn't expected to find it, and she wasn't surprised when it didn't turn up. You didn't find it, Edna said, reading Hannah's expression when she returned to the kitchen. I'm afraid I didn't. Your mother's going to kill me. You know that, don't you? We've just got to find it before she realizes that it's missing. Edna sat down on a kitchen stool, thought for a moment, and raised her head to look at Hannah. Do you think someone stole it? In Lake Eden? You're right. Nobody here would do something like that. Chances are it's just misplaced, and that means it has to be around here somewhere. Why don't you take a look to see if anything on the tables needs replenishing? I'll stay in here and go through every cupboard and drawer in this kitchen. Good idea, Edna said, taking the top from a huge Tupperware container shaped like a dress box. While I was out there looking for the cake knife, I noticed that some of your Christmas cookies were gone. Can't say as I blame the folks that took 'em early. Your cookies are prettier than the ones they show in the magazines. The pretty part is Lisa's doing. She decorated them. All I did was bake them. They're tasty, too. Sweet and crunchy with the taste of butter in every bite. You ate one? Hannah was surprised. When Edna managed a potluck dinner, she waited to eat until they'd carried the food back into the kitchen. And unlike Hannah, who sometimes couldn't resist sampling something yummy, Edna wasn't the type of person to eat dessert first. It was a Santa with one leg broken off. If I'd put it on the platter that way, Sure and shootin' some child would have had nightmares about it. Edna headed for the door, but she turned back for a final comment. I've got a bad feeling about this, but I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. Once Edna had left to restock the cookie platter, Hannah searched systematically, determined to go through every cupboard and drawer. Edna buzzed in and out, putting out more food where it was needed. Then she began to get out the rest of the desserts and prepare them for presentation. Hannah met Edna's eyes several times while the older woman was cutting cakes and pies in even slices and arranging platters of cookies and cookie bars. Each time Edna's eyebrows elevated in a question, Hannah shook her head. The missing cake knife was still missing, and Hannah's hope that she'd find it stuck away in a drawer or mixed in with other serving implements was dwindling faster than an ice cube in a mug of steaming hot coffee. It took a while, but at last Hannah knew she'd left no metaphorical stone unturned. She'd been so thorough she would have sworn on a stack of Bibles that her mother's cake knife was not in the Lake Eden Community Center kitchen. Hannah headed for a stool at one of the center work islands. She had to tell Dolores the bad news before she discovered it for herself. There was no way Hannah would shirk that duty. But she did need time to think of a way to phrase the message that wouldn't immediately result in the death of the messenger. Delivering bad news had never been one of her skills. Hannah tended to blurt things out, a bit like jerking a bandage from a wound rather than inching the tape off. She didn't think she was quite as outspoken as Edna, but people weren't that far wrong when they accused her of having no tact. The pantry door was open slightly, and Hannah noticed that the light was on. She hadn't bothered to check the pantry because she'd assumed that no one had used it. Since it was a potluck dinner, everyone had brought in fully cooked dishes. Edna and her helpers had simply kept things warm or chilled, depending on the dish, until it was time to serve. Hannah's mind spun, imagining a possible scenario. Someone who'd brought in a dessert suddenly realized they'd forgotten powdered sugar to sprinkle over the top. Rather than rush home to get it, the frantic cook stepped into the community center pantry hoping to borrow some. Had that person also picked up the antique cake knife, intending to use it to slice her dessert? It was certainly possible. Perhaps unlikely, but still possible. Rising quickly, Hannah hurried to the pantry and opened the door. A quick scan of the neatly stocked shelves disproved the theory that had seemed plausible only moments ago. The cake knife was nowhere in sight. Hannah was about to turn off the light and step back out into the kitchen when she noticed that the deadbolt on the door to the parking lot wasn't locked. Hannah opened the door and took a step outside. Through the blowing snow, she could see the icy hulks of parked cars. This was the delivery entrance, and since it opened onto the parking lot, it would be a perfect escape route for a thief. If someone really had stolen her mother's antique knife and ducked out to the parking lot through this door, they'd be long gone by now. A blast of cold wind carrying icy needles of snow made her shiver. Hannah was about to step back into the warmth of the pantry when she noticed something bulky on the ground between two of the parked cars. It looked furry, like some sort of animal, but it was too small for a bear and too large for a dog. Curiosity trickled, gathered force, and grew into a mighty waterfall. There was no way Hannah could turn around and go back inside without finding out what kind of animal was in the parking lot. She headed out at a trot, glad that she was wearing her all-purpose footwear, the moose-hide moccasin boots that were so politically incorrect with people who'd never even seen a moose, or smelled one for that matter. Hannah's sweater was dusted with flakes of snow by the time she got close enough to see. She bent over to examine the large lump of fur and reached out to steady herself on the nearest car. The animal she thought she'd seen had been made into an expensive fur coat that Martin's new wife was wearing. The only other animal in sight was the reindeer sugar cookie that was broken near Brandy's feet, along with the pieces of a Christmas tree cookie and a bell decorated in red and green icing. Brandy must have taken several cookies from the dessert table and come out here to eat them. The big question was, did she also take the antique cake knife? Hoping that she just slipped and fallen, Hannah reached down to tap Brandy on the shoulder. "Brandy, do you need help getting up?" There was no answer, and Hannah began to frown. This didn't look good. "Brandy?" she called out again, shaking her a little harder and wondering if she should go for help. The former dancer wasn't moving, but she could be faking it. If Hannah left her alone and Brandy had the cake knife, she might make a run for it with the valuable antique. Hannah knew that it was dangerous to move someone who had undetermined injuries. Accident victims had died from the ministrations of well-meaning bystanders who had tried to move them without backboards and stabilizing collars. Hannah certainly wouldn't risk moving Brandy, but she'd taken a first aid class in college, and she knew there was a pulse point just under the jawbone on the side of a person's neck. The collar of Brandy's coat was in the way, and Hannah pushed it back. This caused the coat to fall open, and Hannah gave a strangled gulp as she caught sight of Brandy's chest. Hannah felt for a pulse, even though her rational mind told her it was useless. No one could live with a wound that deep. She just straightened up, dizzy and slightly sick to her stomach at the sight of the blood that had been soaked up by the expensive fur, when the pantry door banged open and she heard Edna's voice. "Hannah, are you out there?" "I'm here." "Did you find the knife?" Hannah glanced down at her mother's valuable antique knife, buried to the hilt in Brandy's too perfectly proportioned to be natural chest. "I found it." "Thank the Lord!" Edna shouted out gratefully. "Bring it here before your mother realizes it's missing." Hannah considered that for a moment. The urge to jerk the knife out of Brandy's chest and head for the kitchen at a run was strong. But equally strong was the awareness of her civic duty. Brandy didn't stab herself, and that meant murder. And disturbing a crime scene by removing the murder weapon was a big no-no. "Sorry, Edna, I can't bring it in." "Why not?" "Because Brandy's got it." And with that said, Hannah turned and headed back to the kitchen to explain. Chapter 10. Once she'd told Edna what had happened and sworn her to secrecy, Hannah went back into the banquet room and tapped Mike on the shoulder. "Hi, Hannah," Mike said, smiling up at her. "How are the desserts coming?" "The desserts are fine. The dessert knife isn't. You need to come with me. There's something you have to know." "Now?" Mike asked, looking down longingly at his helping of sauerbraten. "Right now," Hannah said, practically dragging him from his chair. "I'll have Edna save your plate for you. Take your jacket." "We're going outside?" "Just smile, Mike. I don't want anyone to think there's something wrong." "But there is something wrong." "Oh, yes," Hannah confirmed it, leading him into the kitchen and handing his plate to Edna. "Will you save this for Mike? And can I borrow your parka?" "Course," Edna said, slipping Mike's plate into the microwave and gesturing toward the stool that held her parka. "Another murder in the pantry?" Mike asked as Hannah opened the pantry door. "No." "Good. For a second there I thought history was repeating itself. So there's no dead body this time?" "I didn't say that." Hannah opened the delivery door and grabbed Mike's arm. "There's a dead body. But this time, it's in the parking lot." Things moved fast once Mike took charge of the crime scene. He used Hannah as an errand girl, sending her in for Doc Knight, who was just finishing a double helping of Esther's meatloaf. Doc took his time examining the body. Then he looked up at Mike. "Okay, I'm through for now." "Time of death?" Mike asked, flipping open his notebook. "I'd say no longer than 30 minutes ago, give or take 10.
"Is it murder?" Hannah asked, moving slightly closer. She'd been standing as far away as she could while Doc examined Brandy's body. Doc looked over at her and raised his eyebrows.
"Well, it's certainly not a suicide."
"Why's that?"
"A woman who intends to kill herself doesn't usually choose to do it with an antique cake knife on the coldest night of the year in a parking lot." "Too bad it's snowing," Mike said, staring down at the drift that was beginning to pile up around Brandy's body. "Any tracks the killer left are long gone by now. At least we know one thing for certain." "What's that?" Doc Knight asked. "The killer went back inside after he stabbed Brandy."
Hannah's jaw dropped open for a second, and then she closed it with an audible clack. "How do you know that?"
"There's no way anybody drove over that snowdrift at the exit. It's just too deep. And if they'd tried to walk over it, they would have sunk down to their eyeballs. I'm almost positive that nobody has come or gone from this lot since I got back."
"But how do you know for certain that Brandy was alive when you got back here?" Hannah posed the important question.
"I was looking around for you, and I noticed her."
Hannah wasn't sure whether she should be flattered or angry. Mike had just admitted he'd been looking for her, but he'd noticed Brandy. Was that a plus or a minus in the grand scheme of things?
"Uh-oh," Doc Knight said, reaching for the cell phone in his pocket. "They weren't supposed to call me unless it was an emergency."
Hannah and Mike stood there trying to pretend they weren't listening as Doc Knight took the call. Of course, they couldn't help but hear what he said. Other than the occasional whoosh as the wind picked up and blew snow against the parked cars, nothing else was happening out here in the parking lot.
"Appendectomy," Doc said, returning his phone to his pocket. "I've got to go. Do you want me to send my paramedics for the body?"
"Yes," Mike said. "We'll preserve the crime scene until they get here."
"I'll send them just as soon as I get back to the hospital. I don't want her to freeze before the autopsy."
Hannah shuddered, and it wasn't from the cold. Even though she knew that Brandy was dead, she'd prefer not to think about her freezing.
"Thanks, Doc." Mike reached out to clap him on the shoulder. "You're not parked back here, are you?" "I double-parked in front. I figured that if I had to get out, it would be a medical emergency. And it is. Gonna give me a ticket?"
"No way," Mike said, deferring to the Winnetka County coroner.
"You've got a county-exempt placard on your dash. That entitles you to park wherever you want." "But I don't park illegally unless I need to. That would be misusing the power of the office. I take it you want me to keep mum about what happened out here?"
"That would be best until I get it sorted out."
"Do you want me to come with you to make sure your car starts? Hannah can stay here with the body."
Hannah bit her tongue so she wouldn't say anything. There was no way she wanted to stay here with the body, but it was pretty clear she didn't get a vote.
"No, that's all right. My truck can get through just about anything, and I've got my cell phone if I run into trouble. Earl Flensburg's on call with his tow truck, and he'll come right out to get me."
Hannah waited until Doc Knight had left, and then she turned to Mike. "Would you really have made me stay out here with her? All by myself?"
"Why not?" Mike asked, clearly puzzled. "You were out here with her before, and you were by yourself."
"I know, but I didn't know she was dead then. It's different when you know they're dead."
"I'll take your word for it,"
Mike said, but he put his arm around her shoulders and gave her a little squeeze.
"Sorry, Hannah. Sometimes I forget you're not one of the guys."
The arm around the shoulders was nice, and the squeeze was nice, but forgetting she was a woman wasn't nice at all.
Still, 2 out of 3 wasn't that horrible, and Hannah snuggled a little closer.
Is there anything I can do to help you?
You bet. Could you go back inside and tell Rick Murphy to come out here?
Sure.
Hannah shoved her hands in Edna's parka pockets. The wind was starting to blow harder, and her fingers felt numb.
Anything else?
Find Lonnie and put him in charge of securing the perimeter. 1 guard for every outside door. No one leaves. Not without running it past me.
Got it,
Hannah said, resisting the urge to salute. Actually, nobody should leave anyway.
Why not?
The wind's picking up. This could turn into a real blizzard, and it's just not safe. Some of these folks have a long ways to go on country roads.
You're right, Hannah said.
Strong winds whipping up snow from flat stretches of landscape could make the roads impassable in the space of a few minutes. The snow could swirl so fiercely, a driver could lose sight of the road. Sense of direction was the next thing to go, and that was when people ended up in the ditch.
I'll tell Lonnie not to let anyone leave. Anything else?
I want only the essential people to know that Brandy's dead. If the killer doesn't know that her body's been found, he may do or say something to give himself away.
You mean, you really think the killer's still here? Sitting around waiting for dessert?
I'm almost positive he is.
But how do you know he wasn't parked in front? He could have waltzed back inside, made some excuse about having to leave early, and gone out through the front door as big as you please.
Maybe, but when I came back in after seeing Kurt on his way, I noticed that Lisa and Herb were sitting at a table in the lobby eating their dinner. They would have seen anyone who left.
Do you want me to ask them?
Yes.
Okay. How about Bill? Are you going to try to contact him?
Of course. I'll call dispatch and they'll find him.
Mike took his arm from Hannah's shoulder and turned her to face him.
Now, do you want to go inside and take care of all those things for me? Or have you changed your mind, and do you want to stay here with...
I'm going, Hannah said, heading for the kitchen door at a pace that would have done a runner proud. Excuse me, Lonnie. Hannah tapped him on the shoulder. Could I speak to you for a minute? You too, Rick.
Once she'd pulled the Murphy deputies to the side and delivered Mike's messages, Rick headed out to the parking lot to relieve his superior, and Lonnie quickly found enough personnel to man the exits. Since Lonnie had decided to take the front door himself, Hannah headed up the stairs with him to quiz Herb and Lisa about anyone who'd gone out or come in.
Just Mike and Kurt Howe, Lisa responded to Hannah's question. Kurt drove away. Mike took his parking spot, and then he came back in.
And Doc Knight, Herb reminded her. He left about 10 minutes ago. What's going on, Hannah? Lonnie's trying to be discreet about it, but I can tell he's guarding the front door.
Hannah thought about it for a moment and came to a decision. Mike had said to tell only the essential people, and as far as Hannah was concerned, Lisa and Herb were essential. Besides, Herb was a sworn law enforcement officer. It didn't matter that it was only parking enforcement. Herb could still help in a situation like this. It's murder, Hannah said, motioning them closer so that she could tell them all about it. Less than 10 minutes later, everything was under control. All of the exits were staffed with deputies. Herb had gone to find Mike to see if there was anything he could do to help, and Hannah and Lisa had helped Edna carry out the last few desserts. Norman had taken pictures, and Hannah was about to give Mayor Bascom the okay to invite people for dessert when she saw Mike make a beeline for the mayor. Mike and Mayor Bascom conferred for long moments. Then the mayor walked over to Kirby Wells, and the jazz ensemble stopped playing abruptly, right in the middle of The First Noel.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Bascom sounded very serious as he took the mic and addressed the crowd. I've got some news you're not going to like.
Lisa looked surprised as she nudged Hannah. I thought you said Mike didn't want to tell anyone. That's what he said, but maybe he changed his mind. Mayor Bascom looked around the room, and a grin spread over his face.
I know how tough this is going to be, but I'm afraid we're stuck here for at least a couple more hours, maybe longer, with all this good food and music." There were several hoots of laughter from various tables, and the mayor acknowledged them with a smile. "It's a good thing we're having fun in here, because it's not fun outside. The National Weather Service is predicting a blizzard, and I believe they're right for once. I was just outside, and the wind nearly knocked a big guy like me off his feet." Laughter rang out from several tables again. It was no wonder that Mayor Bascom was serving his 4th term. He really knew how to talk to a crowd. "Anyway, you're a lot safer here than you would be out on the roads, and the community center can accommodate everyone until the winds die down and it's safe to go home. If you absolutely must leave, tell me or one of the sheriff's deputies I've stationed at the doors, and we'll arrange for a snowplow escort to get you wherever you need to go. Barring an emergency, I want everyone to sit tight. I value each and every person here, and a winter storm as bad as this one isn't anything to fool with." Many heads nodded at the mayor's last statement. Minnesotans who'd survived other blizzards weren't about to take the chance of getting caught alone and exposed to the elements. "While we're waiting for the weather to clear, Janice Cox is going to open Kitty Corner for the little ones. She's got games, books, and toys. She's even got blankets and cots if this ends up being a long night. I think we've got some high school student aides here tonight, don't we?" There was a cheer from a table near the back where a crowd of Lake Eden teenagers were sitting together. "I thought so. Well, this is your big chance to get some more on-the-job training. If some of you want to help Janice entertain the kids, she says she'd appreciate it." Hannah wasn't surprised when the table emptied and a dozen teenagers headed over to the stairs where Janice was waiting. Many Lake Eden kids grew up taking care of younger siblings, and they enjoyed helping. "Herb Beesman checked, and the cable's out. But if some of you older kids want to watch a movie, there's a whole shelf of them up in the senior center. And down here, we'll have dancing and—" Mayor Bascom paused and let the tension build until everyone was leaning forward, just waiting for the word, "dessert. And speaking of dessert, Edna wants me to read you this list. It says candied pecans, Christmas date cake, poppy seed cake, chocolate fruit cake, Lady Hermione's chocolate sunshine cake, coconut green pie, pumpkin pie for a Thanksgiving crowd, pecan pie for a holiday crowd. Do I need to go on?" "No," several people shouted in unison, and laughter filled the air. "Well, I could go on. I haven't even started in on the cookies, and we've got at least a half-dozen different kinds. And for those who want to be healthy, there's a whole box of oranges that were shipped here from California with a cluster of kumquats on top. You know what a kumquat is?" The no's outnumbered the yeses, and Hannah could understand that. A kumquat was rather exotic, and not many were seen in Minnesota. "Hannah, tell them what it is." Hannah wanted to tell the mayor to buzz off, but all eyes were on her, and she had to answer. "It's a small citrus fruit that's not worth the trouble of peeling, but you should try one and make up your own mind." Laughter erupted at Hannah's answer, and Mayor Bascom looked pleased. "Edna says to tell you that the dessert table's all ready. There's enough to feed an army, so you can get right up and help yourselves."
"He did a wonderful job," Lisa breathed, staring at Mayor Bascom with a mixture of shock and admiration. "I guess I never realized he was so diplomatic." "Maybe, but what do you mean by that?" "I mean, he told people that they were locked in and they couldn't go home, and they love him for it." "I guess that is diplomatic, but how does he pull that off?"
Years of practice, Hannah said, and she didn't add lying to his wife. Come on, Lisa, we need to find Mike and tell him that nobody left while you and Herb were upstairs. Hannah! Dolores called out, swooping down on her eldest daughter. Hello, Mother. Where's Winthrop? In the necessary, dear. Need I say more to someone who's familiar with Regency England? It took a moment for the memory banks to attain warp speed, but then Hannah remembered that a necessary in Regency England was a men's room in today's terms. Okay, Mother, I understand. Did you use the knife to cut your cake, dear? I certainly did, Hannah said truthfully, not mentioning that it had also been used to cut certain parts of Brandy's anatomy. Norman took pictures, and Kurt wants to use one in the cookbook. Wonderful! Winthrop will be so proud. Hannah's mind did a quick backstep. You mean Winthrop's family has something to do with the cake knife? No, it's just that it's Old English, and Winthrop reveres things that are Old English. Right, Hannah said, wondering why, if that were true, Winthrop wasn't involved with the Duchess of some place or other rather than her mother. So, do you think we could leave soon, dear? I know what Ricky Ticky said. Dolores used the name she'd given Mayor Bascom the summer she'd been his babysitter, but it's not really that serious, is it? It's that serious. You mean they won't even let us go home? Hannah shook her head, and all the while she was asking herself, where's home? Would that be Mother's place or Winthrop's? You can't leave, Mother. I'd really worry if you did. You would? Dolores looked pleased. Oh, yes, Hannah gave her heartfelt response. Of course she'd worry, but not about the blizzard. She'd be worrying about Winthrop. Well, I guess we'll just stay, then. Winthrop said he wanted to taste Lady Hermione's cake, and perhaps we can get Kirby to play something a little more upbeat for dancing. Lisa waited until Dolores was far enough away, and then she turned to Hannah. So? Should I tell Herb to start heating up the tar? And do you want me to start plucking birds for feathers? Not quite yet. I'm tempted, but he could be exactly what he says he is, an English lord on vacation. But you don't think he is? No. But I'm naturally protective when it comes to my mother, and I'm naturally paranoid by nature. So Winthrop could be okay, but I'll bet the farm that he isn't. Chapter 11. Just a second, Hannah. Hannah turned to see Martin Dubinsky rushing up to her. She started to smile politely, but then thought better of it. If Mike had informed him of Brandy's death, it wouldn't be appropriate to smile. On the other hand, if Mike hadn't told him, Hannah didn't want to alert Martin that anything was wrong. Hannah settled for what she hoped was a pleasant and totally inexpressive expression, the same one worn by the teddy bear she'd lugged around as a child. I'm so glad I found you, Martin said, smiling broadly. I didn't want to say anything in front of Brandy, but thank you for putting Shirley's cake in the cookbook. It was her mother's favorite recipe, and she passed it on to Shirley. It's a good cake, Hannah said, taking note of Martin's smile. If he was smiling, Mike hadn't gotten to him yet, and it was appropriate for her to smile back. Have you seen Brandy? The smile Hannah had just decided to wear slipped alarmingly before she could stop it. Of course she'd seen Brandy, but she'd rather not remember that, and she didn't want to say she'd even seen Brandy until Mike had spoken with the husband of the dearly departed. I'm really worried about her. She went to the ladies' room an hour ago, and I haven't seen her since. I even asked Kate Maskler to go in and see if she was okay, but Brandy wasn't there. Hannah sighed, accepting the inevitable. Since she'd stumbled into the middle of this mess, she was caught between lying and telling Martin that his new wife was dead. Neither option pleased her, so she'd just have to settle for taking Martin to the room that Mike was using as an office and letting the long arm of the law take charge. "Have you seen her, Hannah?" Martin asked again.
"I've seen her. Come with me, Martin. I want you to talk to Mike Kingston. He knows exactly where Brandy is now."
Thankfully, the room that Mike was using for his office was only a few steps from the top of the stairs, and Hannah was able to successfully dodge questions as she walked Martin down the hall and knocked on the door. Once she'd delivered her lamb to the slaughter, Hannah went in search of Andrea to see how her heavily pregnant sister was reacting to Bill's absence and the blizzard warnings that were blanketing the state. "Hi, Hannah," Andrea greeted her. She was sitting on a chair near the cloakroom eating a piece of chocolate fruitcake. "This cake is absolutely delicious. I think it's my very favorite dessert." "Glad to hear it. You're feeling all right, aren't you?" "Just fine." "And you're not nervous about Bill and the blizzard?" "Why should I be? He's got a cell phone, a car phone, and a radio to connect him to dispatch. If he goes in the ditch on the way here, he'll have plenty of help getting out." "You're right. And I'm glad you're not worried. Since Doc Knight took you off restriction, do you feel like doing a little investigating?" "Investigating?" Andrea's eyes widened. "You mean there was a murder?" "Yes." "Right here? At the party?" "Yes." "Who got killed?" "Brandy." "Where? How?" Hannah knew her answer would sound as if they were playing a game of Clue, but she gave it anyway. "In the parking lot with Mother's antique cake knife." "Good thing I'm eating chocolate." Andrea looked a little sick, but that didn't stop her from popping the last bite into her mouth. "I have a feeling I'm going to need all the energy I can get. Have you told Mother?" "No." "Are you going to?" "Not just now. Mike wants only the essential people to know that Brandy's dead." "I'm essential?" Andrea looked pleased when Hannah nodded. "Okay, you can count on me to do whatever you need." "Your napkin." "What?" "I need something to write on." "Oh, sure." Hannah took the paper napkin that Andrea offered and flipped it open to write on the inside, where it was free of cherubic angels with halos floating in a star-studded sky. She retrieved the pen she'd found in the kitchen and stuck behind her ear, and used the wall as a desk. "Okay, the first thing we need to figure out is who might want to kill Brandy, and why." "You mean besides Shirley and Laura Jorgensen, because they're both jealous?" "Yes." Hannah jotted down their names. "Okay, there's Martin's mother. From what I heard, Babs didn't approve of Brandy, but I'm not sure that's a strong enough motive for murder. I'll put her on the list anyway. Let's try to think of something less obvious. This could be the work of someone from Brandy's past, or some Lake Eden person she knew that we don't know she knew." "Huh?" Andrea looked mystified. "Maybe someone from Lake Eden went to Vegas and met her there. And maybe they didn't like the fact she married Martin," Hannah suggested, thinking of Mayor Bascom. "Got it. It's jealousy again." "A very powerful motive," Hannah reminded her. "Other than the fact every woman here wanted to kill Brandy for looking so gorgeous, there have to be other motives. You talked to Brandy and Martin for at least a half hour before I came over to their table. Did you learn anything important about her?" "I certainly did. Brandy's mink coat wasn't just any old mink. It was a Black Glamour Ranch mink stroller." "Stroller?" "That's a coat that comes to the knees. It's what Mother used to call a car coat. And the price tag was $22.5, not just $22. Do you think someone killed her for her coat?" "If they did, something scared them off before they could take it. Brandy was still wearing it when I found her, and that's why I didn't see blood in the snow. The lining of the coat soaked it up." Andrea's face turned pale, and Hannah reached out to steady her. "Are you all right?" I think so. I'm just sick about it, that's all. I'm sorry I was so descriptive. I shouldn't have mentioned that part about the lining. It's not that. I was just thinking about what a waste it is. Martin probably couldn't afford that coat in the first place, and now he can't even sell it back to the furrier. Andrea stopped and looked thoughtful. I wonder if a really good dry cleaner could get out Brandy's blood. Maybe. Forget about the coat. When you were talking to Brandy and Martin, did you learn anything personal about her? Andrea thought about that for a moment, and then she shook her head. Not really. All she could talk about was how she'd given up her career to marry Martin. Did she mention where she worked? No, I was listening for that. She didn't really give me any information at all, not even how old she was. It was like she didn't want anybody to know anything about her. That's interesting. That's what I thought. It was almost like she was in the witness protection program or something like that. She just didn't say anything about her background. She did tell me all about their wedding, though. An Elvis look-alike performed this ceremony, and they did it at 3 a.m. at some wedding chapel on the Strip. Do you remember the name of the chapel? I don't think she mentioned it. She just talked about how good the minister's southern accent was and how much he sounded like the real Elvis when he got out his guitar and sang Love Me Tender in honor of their marriage. The theme song from Titanic would have been more appropriate, Hannah muttered, and immediately felt mean for saying it. Brandy might have been an opportunistic stripper who'd latched onto Martin for what she could get, but she certainly hadn't deserved to die. So, what do you want me to do first? Andrea's question brought Hannah back to the here and now. Will you try to find Shirley Dubinsky? I really need to talk to her. Just give me the high sign when you do, and I'll come over to you. You don't want me to tell her about Brandy, do you? Absolutely not. Mike said to keep it under wraps. He's hoping that the killer will say or do something incriminating. The color fled from Andrea's cheeks. You mean Mike thinks the killer's still here? Yes. That's why it's so important to be on our toes. I will be, at least metaphorically, Andrea said, levering herself out of the chair. You mean figuratively? Whatever. I'll go look for Shirley, but first I'm going to get another helping of dessert. I have a feeling I'm going to need all the chocolate I can get. With Andrea off locating Shirley, Hannah looked around for Michelle. She found her youngest sister sitting at the table that Lonnie had recently vacated. Michelle stood up to greet her and whispered in Hannah's ear, Murder? How do you know? Lonnie's upstairs guarding the front entrance. Mike's talking to people in the room down the hall with the door closed, and every time I look around for you, you're either deep in conversation with Andrea or you're running around like a chicken with your head cut off. It's true I was talking to Andrea, but I'm not running around like a chicken with its head cut off. Yes, you are. No, Well, maybe I am, Hannah conceded. Do you want to help us investigate? Of course I do. Who got killed? Brandy. Did you get to talk to her? Right after I left Mother and Winthrop. And we need to talk about him later. Anyway, I got over to Martin and Brandy's table just as she was excusing herself to go to the ladies' room. And you went along? Of course. You know how that goes here in Minnesota. You can't go alone. I know, Hannah frowned slightly. She'd never understood why women had to go into the ladies' room in pairs, but that's the way it was in the Midwest. Brandy was talkative once we got away from Martin and the other people at the table. What did she say? A lot. She married Martin only 5 hours after she met him. And she grew up not very far from here. Hannah appropriated someone's fairly clean napkin, turned it wrong side out so she didn't have to write around the garlands of holly, and grabbed the pen she'd stuck behind her ear. Did Brandy say where? No, but she remembered the Quick Stop when it was still a bar, and she said she wished the Tri-County Mall had been built when she was living here. Anything else? Yes. Brandy's real name is Mary. Mary what?
She didn't say. All she told me was that she ran away from home when she was 16, hitched a ride to Vegas with a trucker who was driving straight through, and ended up living with an older guy who ran a tattoo parlor until she landed her job dancing.
"Anything else?" Hannah asked. It seemed that Michelle had inherited the family trait of being able to get information from a stone.
She told me a lot. Do you want to know what Brandy's first roommate talked her into piercing?
"I don't think so," Hannah answered quickly. "I think I could live a very long time without that particular information."
That's probably best. But Brandy was very forthcoming, even showed me her tattoos, probably because I complimented her on her dress.
"That was smart," Hannah said, giving her sister a smile.
It was just that she seemed to want to talk, and I was non-threatening. She said she'd forgotten what small towns were like, how boring it was because there wasn't anything to do at night, and how everybody knew everybody else's business.
"That's all true. What else did she say?"
She was upset because she had a fight with Martin on the way to the community center.
Hannah readied her pen. This could be pay dirt. "Do you know what the fight was about?"
Yes. Brandy wanted to wear her engagement ring tonight to show it off, and Martin said she shouldn't.
Hannah thought back to when she'd joined Brandy and Martin at the table. Try as she couldn't remember anything about Brandy's engagement ring. "Did you see the ring?"
You bet, and it was beautiful.
"Could you be a little more descriptive?" Hannah asked, her pen hovering over the napkin. Michelle sighed, shrugging slightly.
"I'm sorry, Hannah. I really don't know that much about gemstones."
"Just describe it the best you can."
"There was a big green stone in the center, and it had what looked to me like diamonds around it."
Michelle looked up, meeting Hannah's eyes.
"Do you want to know why Martin didn't want Brandy to wear it?"
"Of course I do."
"Well, Martin was afraid that people would think she was showing off if they saw Brandy in her fur coat and an expensive engagement ring."
Hannah thought about that for a moment, and then she refolded the napkin, stuck it in her sweater pocket, and perched the pen behind her ear. "Okay. I think you ought to go upstairs and tell Mike what you learned from Brandy."
"Are you kidding?"
Michelle looked shocked.
"What's going on, Hannah? I thought you liked to keep the results of your questioning to yourself."
"I do, usually. But it's different tonight. Mike's really short-handed, and I want to help him."
"Okay, if you say so."
Michelle didn't look convinced, but she let Hannah lead her up the stairs and down the hall to the room that Mike had commandeered.
"Should I tell him everything?"
"Everything," Hannah said, feeling generous. Shauna Lee was gone, perhaps never to return, and Mike was all hers if she wanted him. She thought she did, at least partially. And unless Mike got high-handed and told her to back off on his investigation, she'd help him all that she could. Chapter 12. Hannah chatted with a few people while she was waiting for Andrea to find Shirley. She was on a fishing expedition for reactions to Martin's new wife without letting anyone know that Brandy was dead. Most women thought it was a shame that Martin had brought his younger, more glamorous wife to the party, since it was bound to upset Shirley. Most men just shrugged and claimed they really didn't have an opinion. But Hannah saw the gleam in their eyes, and she knew that Brandy had made an impression, even if they wouldn't admit it in front of their wives.
"I'm sorry, but I have to run. Andrea's waving at me," Hannah said, spotting Andrea and Shirley behind the dessert table,
and excusing herself from a conversation with Imelda Gies, Father Coltus's housekeeper. A devout Catholic, Imelda had just told Hannah that despite the tenets of Christian charity, she thought Shirley should scratch Brandy's eyes out. Hannah arrived at her sister's side, slightly winded. People were still hovering in front of the dessert table, and she'd had to excuse herself more times than she could count. She turned to Shirley and smiled. "I'm glad Andrea found you. We really need to talk." "What about?" Shirley asked. "Martin and Brandy." "Oh," Shirley said, drawing a deep breath and looking a lot like Moishe the last time he'd tipped over his litter box. "Where were you for the past hour?" "Do you really need to know?" "Yes, I do." Hannah put on the most no-nonsense expression she had, the same one she'd used when she'd told Moishe never to tip over his litter box again. It hadn't worked with him, but she hoped it might work with Shirley. "Well," Shirley clasped her hands together and gave a deep sigh, "I guess I'd better confess." Andrea gasped, and Hannah gave her a warning glance. "Confess to what, Shirley?" "I still love Martin, and he still loves me. That's why we were together for the past hour. When Brandy went to the ladies' room, he came over to our table and talked to us for a few minutes. Then he said he needed to talk to me in private. And we went to that space under the stairs where they store all the tables and chairs." "What happened once you got there?" Hannah asked, hoping she wasn't about to hear something risque. "Martin said he had a real problem on his hands, that he'd made an awful mistake." "His marriage?" Andrea asked. "That's right. He said he was a fool not to realize how much he still loved me. And then he said that just as soon as he could get rid of Brandy, he wanted to marry me again." "He said he was going to get rid of Brandy?" Hannah repeated, picking up on that ominous phrase. "Yes, right away. And I said I'd help him any way I could." "Oh, boy," Hannah sighed, glancing over at her sister, who looked equally distressed. "Did you tell anybody else about the conversation you had with Martin?" "Of course I didn't. It was private, just between Martin and me. And I knew that if I repeated it, Brandy would be embarrassed. You girls have known me for a long time now. I'm not the sort of person to embarrass anyone in public." "Actually, you couldn't embarrass Brandy if you tried," Hannah said, deciding it was time to cue Shirley in. "Why not?" "Because Brandy's dead. She was killed out in the parking lot." "What?" Shirley gasped, swaying slightly on the heels of her boots and looking completely dumbfounded. She just stared at Hannah for a long moment, and then she asked, "Was she in an accident?" Hannah gestured to Andrea, who grabbed Shirley's arm to steady her for the next bout of bad or good news, depending on your perspective. "It wasn't an accident. Brandy was murdered." That's horrible. You must have thought I was awful when I was talking about getting rid of her. I meant that Martin was going to divorce her, that's all." "We were sure that was all you meant," Andrea comforted her. "Murder?" Shirley repeated, her voice quivering slightly as she looked up at Hannah. "When did it happen?" "Almost an hour ago." "At least no one can blame Martin. I was with him the whole time, except for the past 20 minutes or so." "Then you alibi each other," Andrea pointed out. "Nobody can suspect you either." "Thank goodness for that. Does Martin know yet?" "I'm sure he does by now," Hannah said. "I took him up to see Mike about 10 minutes ago, and he's probably still there. It's that little conference room right next to the library. Why don't you run upstairs and confirm Martin's alibi?" "I'll do that right now." "Good. And don't mention it to anyone else on your way up there. Mike's trying to keep everything under wraps for now." "I won't, I promise." Hannah watched Shirley as she threaded through the crowds of people and reached the stairs. True to her word, Shirley hadn't stopped to talk to anyone. "I guess you can cross her off," Andrea said. "And Martin, too. Who's left?" Hannah reached into her pocket and pulled out the crumpled napkins she'd been using for notes instead of her stenopad. Babs and Laura Jorgensen. Let's get Babs first. Babs Dubinsky was easy to find. She was still sitting at the same table, drinking coffee and eating a piece of Andrea's Jell-O cake. "Hello, girls. This is a wonderful cake. It's so moist. And it's pretty, too." "Thank you. It's my recipe." Andrea gave her a big smile, and it was clear she was pleased. "Did you have some of Hannah and Lisa's Christmas sugar cookies? I think they're my favorites." Babs gestured toward a red and green dessert plate with a few cookie crumbs on it. "I had a star. It was delicious." "I need to ask you some questions," Hannah spoke up before the discussion of desserts could continue. "You look serious, Hannah. Is there something wrong?" "I'm afraid so. Can you tell me where you've been for the past hour?" "Me? Well, right here, mostly. Martin came over and talked to us for a while, and then after he left with Shirley, I went back for some of Kitty's salmon loaf. On the way back, I stopped to talk to a couple of people, and then after Mayor Bascom made his announcement, I got in line at the dessert table. I went to the ladies' room, too. I almost forgot about that. And I really can't account for every minute, Hannah. Is it important?" "Very important." Hannah took a deep breath and prepared to deliver the news. Brandy was killed in the parking lot. "You mean Martin's Brandy?" Babs looked astonished when Hannah confirmed the news. "Was Martin with her? Is he hurt?" "Martin's fine. He's upstairs talking to Mike Kingston right now, and Shirley's with him. And no, he wasn't with Brandy." "Thank goodness for that. So what happened?" "Someone stabbed her with my mother's cake knife." "Saints preserve us!" Babs fanned herself with her paper napkin. "You mean she was murdered?" "That's what it looks like. Mike's investigating it as a homicide until the results of Doc Knight's tests are in." Babs fanned a bit faster. "I hope no one thinks that Martin did it." "No one does. Martin was talking to Shirley at the time, and that provides them both with an alibi." Babs looked relieved for a moment, but then she stared hard at Hannah. "So that's why you were asking me all those questions about where I was. You think I did it." "We couldn't ignore that possibility." Andrea stepped in, giving Babs her sweetest smile. "Of course, we didn't really believe you could do anything like that, but we couldn't let our fondness for you get in the way of a murder investigation." Hannah didn't say a word, but her mind was busy forming compliments for her sister. "Good going, Andrea. I wish I could learn to be that smooth. Obviously, the smooth gene passed me by because I would have grilled her to within an inch of her life." "I can understand why you suspected me," Babs said. "It's no secret that I was upset over Martin's marriage." "Of course you were." Andrea glanced over at Hannah to let her know she'd taken over the questioning. "What a disappointment that must have been for you. I know how much you like Shirley, and you must have hoped that they'd put aside their differences and get back together for the sake of the boys." "I did hope that," Babs admitted. "It must have been terribly painful for you when Martin came back from Las Vegas and announced that he was married." "It was, especially since I had no warning. He just brought Brandy over to the house and introduced her as his new wife." "What did you think of her?" "I tried not to think," Babs said candidly. "I was polite to her, of course, but I couldn't help feeling that Martin had made a terrible mistake by marrying her. But they were married, and there wasn't anything I could do about that except grit my teeth and make the best of it." Andrea smiled and shook her head. "I'm not sure I would have been so forgiving in your place. Then You were ready to welcome Brandy into the family? I wouldn't go that far, but I love my son, and there's no way I wanted to alienate him. I didn't have to like Brandy, but I did have to get along with her. Andrea glanced at Hannah, who shook her head. There was nothing more to ask Babs. Andrea expressed their condolences and made the appropriate parting comments. Hannah cautioned Babs not to tell anyone else that Brandy had been killed, and then the two sisters headed their separate ways. Andrea went up to check on Tracy at Kitty Corner, and Hannah walked over to the Jordan High Jazz Ensemble to give them some well-deserved kudos. "Nice job," Hannah said to Kirby Wells, who was just getting ready to step off the riser the ensemble was using as a stage. "Thanks, Hannah. The kids are going to take a break for dessert. Edna said she'd save some goodies for them in the kitchen." "Great. I'd hate to think they missed out. I just came over to compliment you on the music and warn you that it could be a long night." "I know. The blizzard. It's okay, Hannah. We've got a big repertoire." "I hope it's gigantic." Hannah considered it for a moment, and then she decided that Kirby would have to be one of the essential people she told about Brandy's murder. She hopped up on the riser, took his arm, and walked him a couple of steps toward the back of the stage. "I have to talk to you, Kirby." "Not right now, Hannah. I've got something really important I have to do." "This is more important. I need you to keep this under your hat. But it's not just the blizzard that's keeping people from leaving. Martin Dubinsky's new wife was murdered in the parking lot, and Mike thinks the killer's still here." Kirby's face paled, and he reached out to steady himself on a music stand. "You mean Brandy?" "That's right." Hannah watched as Kirby's hands started to shake. She was no doctor, but Jordan High's music teacher looked as if he were about to collapse. "Are you okay?" "Shock!" Kirby forced the word out between bloodless lips. "Come on, you'd better sit down." Hannah guided Kirby to a chair and took one for herself. Kirby still looked as if a puff of air from a hairdryer could blow him over. Was he this squeamish at the mere mention of murder? Or did he have a personal reason for being so upset? "I'm sorry I just blurted it out like that," Hannah apologized, deciding to go for a fake pass and an end run. "I didn't realize that you knew Brandy." Kirby blinked, and a little color began to come back to his face. "I didn't. Not really. Martin introduced us tonight." "How was—" Kirby gulped and cleared his throat. "How was she killed?" "She was stabbed with my mother's antique cake knife." Kirby groaned as if he couldn't help himself, and Hannah went on full alert. His reaction was certainly overboard for someone who claimed he'd met Brandy only an hour or so ago. Rather than trying to couch her question in polite terms, as Andrea or her mother would have done, Hannah just came out with it. "So," she said, staring at Kirby closely, "don't you think you overreacted if you just met Brandy tonight?" Kirby nodded, looking a little embarrassed. "I know I did. It's just that murder is so horrible, especially when it's violent. And she was alive just minutes ago. It made me think of how short life can be, and it scared me silly." "I understand," Hannah said, even though she wouldn't have bought Kirby's excuse at a fire sale. It was true that most people would be disturbed if someone they'd just met was killed, and some of those people might think about life and how transient it was. But Kirby had come close to fainting before she'd pushed him down in the chair. No one was that sensitive just hearing about the death of someone they barely knew. "Kirby," Hannah roused him. It was time to get down to business and pursue his strange reaction later. "Yes?" "Can your group play for a couple more hours? Mike needs to keep people distracted while he investigates." "Of course we can," Kirby said, looking a little calmer now that Hannah had given him a task to do. "Are they going to make an announcement about, "No."
No one except a few select people know about it. That's why we need you to keep this completely under wraps and play for as long as you can. We want people to think that everything is completely normal except for the weather."
"Got it," Kirby said, nodding sharply. "Don't worry about us, Hannah. I brought extra sheet music just in case. We can play all night if that's what it takes."
Chapter 13. Hannah was about to go trolling through the crowded room for her sister when Andrea came up carrying another dessert plate. "This pecan pie of yours is just wonderful. Remember when I was afraid I'd have the baby at Thanksgiving and I wouldn't get to have your pie?" "I remember." "Well, I had your pie at Thanksgiving, and now I'm having it again, and I still haven't had the baby." "No one can hurry nature," Hannah intoned, realizing how pompous that sounded, but unable to take it back. "Sure they can. If there was a horse here right now, I'd take Lisa's mother's suggestion and ride him around the room until something happened." "And I'd probably boost you up in the saddle," Hannah said, picturing the scene that would make, and exploding in laughter. A scant second later, Andrea began to laugh, too. It was one of those wonderful moments when sisters who were very different happened to be on the same wavelength. When she was able to speak again without sputtering, Hannah said, "While we're waiting for that horse, I've got a question for you. I need to know about Brandy's engagement ring. Michelle saw it, but she couldn't describe it except to say that she thought it looked expensive. Did you notice it?" "Of course I did. It was gorgeous, and it looked like a really valuable antique." Hannah grabbed Andrea's napkin, turned it inside out so she could write on a spot that wasn't covered by Santa and his reindeer, and held her pen at the ready. "Okay, describe it for me." "It was a square-cut emerald, at least 2 carats, surrounded by a frame of Tiffany-cut diamonds." Hannah gave a low whistle. Even though she knew next to nothing about jewelry, the ring Andrea was describing sounded expensive. "The diamonds were blue-white, a really excellent color, and they had to be at least a 1/2 carat apiece. And the setting was platinum. That's more expensive than gold or silver." "Okay," Hannah jotted it all down. "Do you have any idea how much a ring like that would cost?" "Not really, but I'd guess it was worth a lot more than her fur coat. And Brandy and Martin were fighting about it." "Fighting?" Hannah asked, leaning forward. "She wanted to wear it, and he told her to take it off. They stared each other down for a minute, and then she took it off her finger and dropped it in her purse." "Is that all you need? I want to go back to the dessert table for some candied pecans." "Hold on, little piggy," Hannah said, smiling to show her sister that this was a term of endearment. "Do you have your cell phone with you?" "Of course I do. I'm a real estate professional." "Could you help me out and call all the wedding chapels in Las Vegas to find out where Brandy and Martin got married? There's something I need to know." "Sure. It shouldn't be that hard, especially since I know an Elvis impersonator married them. Once I find the right chapel, what do you want me to ask?" "Try to get them to tell you what name Brandy used on the marriage license. Michelle found out that her real first name was Mary, and Brandy let it slip that she grew up not too far from here." "I knew that had to be a stage name." Andrea gave a little snort. "It was just too cutesy to be real. Brandy Wyan. I mean, really." "I'll go up to the lobby to call. The reception's better up there." "Okay, just stick close to Lonnie. Don't forget that there could be a killer in the building." "I won't forget," Andrea said, looking very serious as she headed up the stairs. As Hannah approached the dessert table, she noticed that the candied pecans were almost gone. Since Andrea was doing her a favor and might miss out on the dessert she wanted, Hannah got in line, grabbed one of the little paper cups Edna had set out, and took some. "Hey, Hannah." Hannah turned around to see Earl Flensburg, the county snowplow and tow truck driver, standing there in his boots and jacket. "Hi, Earl. Since you're here, why don't you get something to eat?"
"That's what Edna said. She's fixing me a plate in the kitchen."
But before I can eat, I need to find Mike.
He's upstairs in the little conference room right next to the library. He's using it as a temporary office.
Okay. I need to get a paper signed for the paramedics. I plowed out that drift in the parking lot so they could get their rig in, but they can't take, what they came to get.
Earl's voice faltered, and he cleared his throat noisily.
Heck of a world, huh, Hannah? Anyways, they need Mike to sign this release paper.
I understand. Hannah patted Earl on the back. For a gruff guy who bragged that he'd shot more game than anyone else in the county, he could be surprisingly sensitive when it came to human death. Earl had just walked up the stairs when Andrea came down. There was a huge smile on her face, and Hannah assumed she'd been successful in talking to whoever was on duty at the wedding chapel.
That was fast.
Hannah met her sister at the bottom of the stairs. Of course it was. I just called one of the casinos, spoke to the woman at the desk, and got the number of the wedding chapel with the Elvis impersonator.
And the person at the chapel told you Brandy's real name?
Andrea gave Hannah an impudent grin. Of course. But I'm not going to tell you until you hand over those pecans.
No problem. They were running low, and I figured I'd better snag some for you.
Thanks, Hannah. Now all I need is a fresh cup of coffee and a couple of those new cookies you brought.
Which new cookies? Lisa's Pieces or Heavenly Tea Cookies?
Andrea looked surprised.
I didn't know you had 2 new cookies. This changes everything.
I'm sure it does. You want one of each? That would be perfect. Could you hurry, Hannah? These nuts won't last me for long. This has got to have something to do with the baby.
What?
The way I've been eating tonight. I'm craving sweets with a vengeance. I've eaten more dessert than I've ever eaten before in my life, but I still want more.
It didn't take Hannah long to fetch the coffee and cookies.
Here you go, she said, putting them down on the table in front of her sister. Are these Lisa's Pieces? Andrea asked, picking up one of the cookies and raising it to her mouth.
Yes. You promised to tell me. Now give.
Wingelmurver.
What?
Wingelmurver. Andrea shook her head, swallowed twice, and took a sip of coffee. Sorry about that. That cookie was delicious, by the way. Brandy's real name was Mary Kay Hinklemeyer. Hannah jotted it down on the inside of the snowflake napkin she'd taken from the dessert table. She held it up so her sister could see. Spelled like this? That's right. She was 26 years old when she married Martin, and her place of birth was...
Was where?
Hannah asked when Andrea stopped speaking and gave her an impish grin.
Cut it out, Andrea. If you say you want more cookies before you'll tell me, I'll have Mike lock you up for extortion.
Andrea laughed. I was going to tell you, really. I just wanted to draw it out a little and build up the surprise. Mary Kay Hinklemeyer was born in Browerville, Minnesota.
Browerville?
Hannah asked, hardly daring to believe her ears.
Now we're getting somewhere. There's got to be someone here who used to live in Browerville, or someone who has relatives in Browerville. They would have known Mary Kay when she was growing up, and they'd probably know the family.
I'm back, Michelle announced, rushing up to their table. I talked to Mike and told him everything that Brandy told me.
Great. I hope he appreciated it.
Michelle shrugged. I don't think so. I was just getting to the part about the ring when he got a call and he told me he'd talk to me later.
Hannah thought about that for a moment. The ring could be important, but Mike didn't seem all that interested. Perhaps he was just snowed under by too much information coming at him at once. She could help. She could go upstairs and tell him that the ring appeared to be a bone of contention between Martin and Brandy, and it could be important. She could also describe it, thanks to Andrea.
Ready to go back to work? Hannah asked, noticing that Andrea had eaten both cookies.
Sure, Andrea said, taking a last gulp of coffee. That tea cookie was great. What do you want us to do? canvass the room and see if you can find anyone who knew Brandy when she lived in Browerville."
"Browerville?"
Michelle looked excited when Hannah nodded.
"I know a couple kids who come from there. I can ask. Do we know her last name?"
"Yes, thanks to Andrea. It's Mary Kay Hinklemeyer. Just take the names of everyone who knows the family and we'll question them later." "Okay." Andrea levered herself to her feet. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to beard the lion in his den and tell him that Brandy's engagement ring might be important." "Yes?" The voice that barked out when Hannah knocked on the door Mike was using as an office caused her to step back in pure reflex. Mike didn't sound very friendly.
"I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, but I need to talk to you."
"Come." That response wasn't very friendly either, but Hannah shrugged and opened the door.
"It's about Brandy's engagement ring. Was it on her body?"
"You don't need to know that."
"Fine, but then you don't need to know what kind of ring it was and what it was worth. And you also don't need to know that Martin and Brandy were fighting about whether she should wear it in public or not."
"Okay, sorry, Hannah." Mike gestured for Hannah to come in and shut the door. "I shouldn't have yelled at you. I apologize."
"That's okay. I know you're under a lot of pressure."
Hannah sat down in the chair in front of the desk.
"What do you want to know first?"
"Describe the ring. I'll take notes." Hannah emptied her pocket of crumpled napkins and found the correct one. Emerald in the center, at least 2 carats, perhaps larger, surrounded by Tiffany-cut diamonds of approximately a 1/2 carat apiece. The setting was platinum.
That's very expensive.
"And the total estimated cost?" Mike asked, looking up to meet Hannah's eyes.
Hannah took a deep breath and tried to keep her stomach from doing aerial gymnastics.
Mike looked tired and haggard and sexier than any other man on earth.
"Andrea saw it, and she estimates close to 50,000. Do you think Brandy was killed for her ring?"
"It's possible."
"Then it wasn't on her finger?"
"I didn't say that."
"You didn't have to," Hannah said, giving him a smile. Perhaps it wasn't fair when he was so tired, but she always felt good when she could outwit Mike. "I'll let you know if I hear anything else. And just send someone to get me if you need me for anything."
"I always need you, Hannah." Mike bent over the desktop to touch his lips to hers. "Don't ever think I don't. Now go back and amuse yourself. I've got work to do here." Hannah headed out the door, not sure whether she should be pleased or angry. Mike had said he always needed her, a compliment if she ever heard one. But he'd also told her to go amuse herself because he had work to do, a thinly veiled insult that negated his earlier compliment. Did that mean they were even? Still debating the scorecard between them, Hannah headed back to the banquet room. As she descended the stairs, she saw Michelle at the bottom waiting for her.
"Good, you're back. I've got something. It's not exactly what you were expecting, but it's something you should know."
"Okay, what?" Hannah asked, leading Michelle over to an unoccupied corner.
"I asked Bertie Straub about the Hinklemeyer family, but Bertie didn't know them. I was about to move on, but then Bertie told me some really interesting gossip. She said Mrs. Bascom thinks the mayor met Brandy on his last trip to Vegas. Bertie heard them arguing about it. I think it's true, Hannah. They're sitting about as far apart as 2 people can get at the same table."
"You didn't try to talk to them?"
"No, I thought I should wait and tell you."
"A wise decision," Hannah said. "And while you're a lot more tactful than I am, I think this is a job for Mother."
"Mother?"
Michelle sounded shocked. "Yes, Mother. She used to babysit for Mayor Bascom, and she'll get the truth out of him."
"You're going to sick Mother on him," Michelle said, looking pleased. "I admire you for thinking of it, Hannah. That's completely diabolical."
Chapter 14. Hannah approached the table with reluctance. She really wasn't looking forward to dealing with Winthrop again, but perhaps she could spirit her mother away for a private talk. "Mother?"
"Why, hello,"
Dolores called out, greeting Hannah and then reaching out to take Winthrop's hand.
"This is quite an experience for Winthrop. He's never been stuck in a blizzard before."
"Right, dear girl." Winthrop patted her hand and then pulled his away. Either he'd read the disapproval in Hannah's eyes, or he was of the opinion that holding hands in public was tacky. Hannah resisted the urge to tell him that the only way to experience a blizzard was to get out there alone and walk a couple of blocks. And she turned to her mother instead. "Could I see you for a moment, Mother?"
"Of course. Sit down, dear."
"No, I mean, I need to see you privately." Dolores frowned slightly.
"Whatever it is, you can talk about it in front of Winthrop. We have no secrets from each other."
"Maybe you don't have any secrets from Winthrop, but I do."
"That's only as it should be," Winthrop said, and then he turned to Dolores. "Go have a little coze with your daughter, dear girl. I'll be perfectly fine here."
"Coze?" Hannah repeated, as her mother got up and followed her to an unpopulated spot near the Christmas tree that Andrea had decorated.
"Comfy coze. I know they used the term in Regency England, and I assume it's still in use today. It means an intimate chat." "Oh, dear."
Hannah glanced in the direction her mother was gazing and had all she could do to keep from grinning. The moment Dolores had left the table with Hannah, 3 women had converged on Winthrop. Carrie Rhodes was now seated on one side of him, Bertie Straub was on the other, and Florence Evans had taken the chair directly across from the British lord.
"Sharks in a feeding frenzy,"
Dolores muttered, and then she turned to frown at Hannah as her eldest daughter gave a startled laugh.
"Well, they are."
"You could be right." Hannah saw Carrie give Winthrop her sweetest smile, and she pulled her mother around to the other side of the Christmas tree where she wouldn't be distracted.
"What's so important?"
Dolores asked a bit sharply. "Murder, Mother."
"Murder?"
Dolores whirled to face Hannah instead of attempting to see Winthrop and the 3 women through the branches.
"Here?"
"Yes." Dolores rolled her eyes toward the angel at the top of the tree.
"Don't tell me you found the body."
"Shh," Hannah cautioned, putting her finger to her lips. "Mike doesn't want anybody to know about it yet."
"You have got to stop finding dead people, Hannah. Winthrop's going to get the wrong impression of you."
"Right," Hannah said, biting back several additional comments that would have assured her mother's immediate defection.
"Well, who was it this time?"
"Martin Dubinsky's new wife. She was stabbed in the parking lot." Hannah knew that discretion was the better part of valor, and she decided not to mention that her mother's antique cake knife was the murder weapon.
"Good heavens! Do they know who did it?"
"Not yet. That's the other reason nobody can leave." Dolores was nothing if not perceptive. Her eyes narrowed and she bent forward to stare at her daughter.
"You mean the killer could still be here?"
"That's what Mike thinks. Anyway, I need your help with the mayor. Bertie overheard them fighting. She told Michelle that Mrs. Bascom was accusing her husband of knowing Brandy in Vegas."
"Knowing? As in the biblical sense?"
"I think so, and that could be the reason Mrs. Bascom was so upset."
"Poor Stephanie," Dolores said with a sigh. "With his track record, she's probably right. And you want me to ask him if it's true?"
"Yes, I know you two go way back, and I think he's still a little afraid of you."
"He should be. Fear was the only thing that kept him in line the summer I worked for his mother. I'll do this 1-on-1. It'll work better that way. You wait here and keep an eye on Winthrop. If he looks desperate,
Go rescue him."
That chance, Hannah thought, taking a peek through the branches. Winthrop looked as happy as a clam to have 3 women doting on him. "Okay, Mother. Good luck." "Luck has nothing to do with it. Intimidation is an art form, and don't you dare forget it." Hannah was just thinking about going over to spill some coffee on Carrie, who was definitely poaching in her mother's absence, when Dolores came up smiling broadly. "You found out?" Hannah guessed. "Of course I did. I had him completely on the defensive from the very start. Ricky Ticky was all set to spend a few intimate hours with Brandy when he went to Vegas last October, but he had a few too many and passed out in his hotel room before he could meet her in the bar for their date." "Date? That's a polite way of putting it." "That's exactly what I said, and then I asked him if he had to pay her anyway." "Mother, I was curious." "So am I. Well, did he pay her?" "Only half. That was the upfront part. He was supposed to pay the other half later." "Do you think he was telling the truth?" Dolores nodded. "I'm almost positive he was. It would have been less embarrassing if he'd lied and said he'd been with her." "You're right. Good work, Mother. It's too bad Mrs. Bascom doesn't know she has nothing to worry about on the Brandy front." "I'd tell her, but Ricky Ticky deserves a rough time for his past flirtations." "Nicely put, Mother." "Yes, wasn't it? And speaking of flirtations, I think I'd better get back to Winthrop before my partner and the woman I hope might be your future mother-in-law does something I can't forgive." Hannah ducked into the kitchen to see if she could find an empty spot to gather her thoughts. Earl Flensburg had obviously finished eating and left because the circular booth the builder had put in to accommodate the kitchen workers was empty. Hannah carried Earl's plate to the sink, rinsed it off, and slipped it into the hot soapy water that Edna had left for dishes that came in after the load in the industrial dishwasher had been started. Then she grabbed a mug of coffee from the kitchen pot, slid into the booth, and pulled her stash of crumpled napkins out of her sweater pockets. Once she'd straightened out all the napkins and placed them in order, Hannah surveyed the results of the investigation so far. They'd eliminated 2 suspects, Martin and Shirley, and although Babs didn't have an alibi, her motive was weak. Babs had been prepared to get along with Brandy for her son's sake. She might have hoped that Brandy would leave Martin, but it was unlikely that Babs would have killed her new daughter-in-law just to get her out of the way. Mayor Bascom's name was under Babs Dubinsky's. Hannah had written it down when Michelle had told her that Lake Eden's first couple was fighting about Brandy. But Dolores had found out that nothing happened between the mayor and the stripper-turned-bride. Hannah picked up her pen and drew a line through Mayor Bascom's name. If nothing had happened between them, the mayor had no reason to kill Brandy. Way down at the bottom of the napkin was a name that appeared on every suspect list that Hannah had ever written. Someone Unknown was the name, and Reasons Unknown was the motive. And in order to figure out who Someone Unknown was, Hannah needed to know more about Brandy's life. Hannah was sure there were people in Las Vegas that she could interview, but they were there and she was here at the Lake Eden Christmas party in the middle of a blizzard. Perhaps she couldn't learn anything about Brandy's recent past, but she could certainly find out more about Brandy's school days at Browerville High. The moment Hannah thought of it, she was on the move, stuffing the napkins back into her sweater pockets and heading out to talk to Marge Beesman. The Lake Eden Journal had reported that the community library, run by Marge, had been designated as the Tri-County Repository for school documents. Marge was sitting at a table with Lisa and her dad. Hannah greeted them all, and then she turned to Lisa. "Where's Herb?" "He's helping Mike with something or other." Lisa leaned closer and spoke in a barely audible voice. "They don't know." Hannah turned to Marge. "Congratulations about the Tri-County Repository designation. Thank you. It's a lot of work, going through all the documents, but we get a very generous stipend for storing the material.
That's great. I was just wondering if that school material included high school yearbooks.
Yes, it does. I just finished shelving them yesterday.
Hannah smiled. Her hunch had paid off. I know this is an imposition, but do you think you could open the library for me so I could take a look at some of them?
Of course I can. I was about to go up there anyway to show Lisa and Jack the new magazine racks that the Jordan High shop class built for me.
Once Hannah, Lisa, Marge, and Jack had climbed the stairs and gone down the hall to the library, Marge unlocked the door and flicked on the lights.
The yearbooks are against the back wall in the center sections. There's a step stool there if you can't reach the top ones. What are you looking for, Hannah?
It's nothing, really. I just wanted to see if someone I know has changed a lot since high school. Hannah crooked her finger at Lisa, and her partner followed along. They found the proper section, and Lisa asked,
"What are we really looking for?"
"A picture of Mary Kay Hinklemeyer in one of the Browerville High yearbooks. It would have been about 10 years ago, because she left home at 16.
And Mary Kay Hinklemeyer is Brandy's real name?
You got it.
And she's from Browerville?
You got that, too." Lisa took down one of the Browerville yearbooks and flipped to the back.
"This is going to be easy. Each book has an index listing names and photos."
With both of them sitting at a library table looking through the yearbooks, it didn't take long to locate a photo of Mary Kay Hinklemeyer. There was one picture of her as a junior varsity cheerleader, jumping up, legs spread, arms akimbo, with the other cheerleaders at a basketball game. Lisa stared at the photo for a long moment without speaking, and then she passed it to Hannah for a similar silent perusal.
"Do you think that's Brandy?" Lisa asked.
"I think so."
"Okay, but you couldn't prove it by me. She really changed a lot since she was in school."
"That she did," Hannah commented, biting back a quip about the wonders of nose jobs, hair coloring, and other surgical enhancements. "Let's go through the whole yearbook together and see if we recognize anyone else." They turned the pages in silence for a few moments until they came to a photo of a pep rally in the school gym. Brandy and the other cheerleaders were in front of the crowd, and the band was seated behind them.
"Is that who I think it is?" Lisa asked, pointing to a boy with dark-rimmed glasses who was holding a trumpet.
"Kirby Wells?" Hannah guessed, flipping back to the index. "Here's his name. I didn't know he went to Browerville High."
"Neither did I."
Lisa started paging through the yearbook again, looking for anyone else she might recognize. Hannah was silent, barely looking at the pages. She was too busy going over the conversation she'd had with Kirby. He'd claimed he had just met Brandy tonight, and that was clearly a lie. He'd known Brandy since she was Mary Kay Hinklemeyer, junior varsity cheerleader. And that explained why Kirby had been so upset to hear that she was dead. "Thanks for your help, Lisa," Hannah said, pushing back her chair.
"You're welcome.
You're going to see Kirby Wells?"
"Oh, yes,"
Hannah said, heading out of the library at a fast clip. By virtue of his lie, Jordan High's band leader had just become her prime suspect. Chapter 15. While Hannah was upstairs, the banquet room had undergone a transformation, thanks to the Jordan High Athletic Department, whose members had volunteered to move tables and chairs for the party. Except for 2 long rectangular tables near the kitchen, the dining tables had been folded and returned to the storage area under the stairs. In their place, dozens of round 4-person tables had been arranged near the giant Christmas tree, leaving a good-sized circular area, with the tree in the center, for a dance floor. The lights had been dimmed, the coffee had been replenished, and Hannah noticed that quite a few adults were availing themselves of the punch bowl full of English eggnog that Rod Metcalf was manning. A second punch bowl, almost identical but lacking the rum that flavored the first, was available for those who didn't want to consume, or weren't old enough to legally consume, the alcoholic version. Kirby Wells and the jazz ensemble had gone through their Christmas music, and now they were playing a medley of jazz standards. A half-dozen couples were dancing to Strangers in the Night, and Hannah watched them without any real interest until she caught sight of Laura Jorgensen dancing cheek to cheek with a tall, dark-haired man. The couple turned, and Hannah recognized Drew Vavra, a member of her graduating class at Jordan High and a graduate of the University of Minnesota. Just this September, Drew had been hired to replace Boyd Watson, and he was the new history teacher and head coach of the Lake Eden Gulls. Hannah glanced down at Laura's feet again. Drew was a nice guy, steady and reliable, and not bad to look at either. Hannah hoped that Laura was wearing the special shoes for him. Since she would have been hard-pressed to slip a sheet advertising the cookie specials of the day at the cookie jar between them, it was a safe bet that Laura and Drew were a lot more than casual acquaintances. The medley ended, and Hannah headed straight for Drew and Laura. She caught them before they could even leave the dance floor. She greeted them both and was trying to think of a way to spirit Laura off to ask her where she'd been at the time of Brandy's murder, when Laura solved the problem for her. "Would you get me a cup of that wonderful eggnog, Drew?" Laura waited until Drew had left for the table with the punch bowl, and then she turned back to Hannah. "I want you to be the first to know, since you were Drew's classmate, and he told me that you were the only reason he got through algebra. We just got engaged." "Congratulations," Hannah exclaimed, giving Laura a little hug. "And I think I just blew it. I'm supposed to say that to Drew, not you. But I really am happy for both of you. And if Drew ever needs to solve a quadratic equation, you know where I live." Laura laughed, and she looked happier than Hannah had ever seen her. "We've only been dating for 3 weeks, but we've spent almost every minute together. I just couldn't believe it when we started to dance, and he slipped the ring on my finger and asked me to marry him." "That's so romantic," Hannah said, and she meant it. "And your ring is beautiful." "I know. And to think I've been pining over Martin for 2 years. I was so wrong. But it took meeting Drew to make me realize it." "Well, I'm really glad you did," Hannah said, glancing up at the stage. The jazz ensemble was breaking up, some students heading toward the kitchen and whatever food was left, and others heading for the coolers of soft drinks that sat on a table next to the punch bowls. "Please tell Drew I'm delighted for both of you. I'd love to stay and tell him myself, but I've got to talk to Kirby before he takes his break." Hannah headed off toward the makeshift stage, mentally crossing Laura off her list. There was no way Laura was jealous enough to kill Brandy, not when she was head over heels with Drew. "Kirby," Hannah called out, catching the band leader in the act of stepping off the riser. "We need to talk." "Couldn't it wait?" "Now," Hannah interrupted him, climbing up to grab his arm. "Why didn't you tell me you knew Brandy when you were in high school and she was Mary Kay Hinklemeyer?" She didn't want me to say anything, and I only knew her when we were kids before she ran away from home." "What was she like?" Kind of wild, but she was a fantastic dancer, and we used to enter dance contests as a couple. We always won when we danced together, and we dated occasionally." "Does dated mean what I think it means?" Kirby turned a dull shade of red. "Yeah." "So did you tell Martin that you already knew Brandy when Martin introduced her to you?" "No, I was about to say something about going to high school with her, but Mary Kay gave me a warning look. I'm pretty sure that Martin didn't know she was from right around here." Hannah got down to business. "Did you get a chance to talk to Brandy privately before she was killed?" Well, actually," Kirby turned a little pale. "I did. She stopped by the stage and asked me to meet her in the cloakroom." And you did?
It was nothing out of the way or anything like that. We just talked about old times and what happened to the other kids we'd gone to school with.
Something about this conversation was bothering her, and it took Hannah a moment to figure out what it was. There was something Kirby wasn't telling her. It was in the way he failed to meet her eyes, and his stance, which was as defensive as that of a cornered possum. It was time to probe for the truth. "So, what did you think about Brandy's marriage to Martin?" Hannah asked, watching closely for Kirby's reaction.
I thought it was a big mistake. And actually, so did Mary Kay. She said Martin was no fun at all, and she was going to dump him. And then
Kirby faltered and raised stricken eyes to Hannah's face.
"Do you really need to know this?"
"I do. You need to tell me everything if we're going to catch Brandy's killer."
"Okay, but please call her Mary Kay. That's the way I want to remember her. She asked me to leave Lake Eden with her."
Hannah blinked hard. "You mean Mary Kay was going to dump Martin for you?"
"No, it wasn't like that, Hannah, really. Mary Kay was dumping him anyway, and she wasn't interested in marrying me or anything permanent like that. She just didn't like being alone, and she wanted me to come along with her for company."
"I see," Hannah said, even though she didn't. "Did, Mary Kay tell you when she was planning to go?"
"Tonight. She was going to wait until Martin was busy talking to somebody, and then she was going to take off with his car and leave it at the airport in Minneapolis."
"She was flying back to Las Vegas?"
"Not Vegas. She was going to the Bahamas, and she offered to buy my ticket if I'd come along. She said she could get at least $50,000 for her coat and the ring Martin gave her, and if that wasn't enough, she had an antique knife that was worth a bundle. She told me that we could live high on the hog in the Bahamas."
"So what did you say?"
"I told her I couldn't go, that I liked my job in Lake Eden. At first she thought I was kidding, but when she realized I was serious, she called me a—"
Kirby stopped, clearly embarrassed.
"You don't really have to know, do you?"
"No, I don't. How about the antique knife she mentioned? Did she show it to you?"
"No. I had no idea she was talking about stealing your mother's antique cake knife until you told me that it was the murder weapon."
Hannah thought about what Kirby had said for a moment. She was almost sure that he was telling her the truth. "Why didn't you tell me all this the first time we talked?"
"I couldn't. I figured if you knew about the history Mary Kay and I had between us, you might think I killed her."
"Did you?" Kirby stared at Hannah in absolute shock.
"Of course I didn't kill her. I loved Mary Kay. She was my first real girlfriend. I kept thinking about that when the group was playing and remembering how much fun we used to have. You know how you caught me that first time just as I was about to leave on break? And I didn't want to talk to you because I had something important to do?"
"I remember. What was so important?"
"I was going to find Mary Kay and tell her I'd go with her after all."
Hannah found Andrea at a table with Claire, Reverend Knudsen, and his grandmother Priscilla. She chatted for a few moments, and then she turned to Andrea. "Will you meet me in the lobby upstairs in 5 minutes?" "Sure," Andrea said, and there was a question in her eyes. "I'm going to find Michelle and ask her to meet us, too." Hannah ignored the question Andrea was dying to ask and excused herself to Claire and the Knudsens. Hannah's youngest sister was sitting with Luann Hanks and Danielle Watson. "Hi," Hannah said, plunking herself down in a chair. "How's the dance business, Danielle?" "It's great. I was just asking Luann if she knew anyone who might like to handle one of my senior ballroom dancing classes. I've got 3 going now, and my waiting list is large enough to start another." "That's just wonderful." Hannah admired the transformation her friend had undergone. Danielle had been a timid and abused wife when she'd first come to Lake Eden, but now she was a successful businesswoman with plenty of self-confidence. "You're not trying to recruit Luann, are you?" Danielle shook her head. "Are you kidding? Your mother and Carrie would kill me if I tried to hire Luann out from under their noses." "You've got that right," Luann said with a laugh. "And starting next week, I'm going to be even more valuable to them." "What happens next week?" Hannah asked. "Mom, Susie, and I move into the other half of Nettie's duplex. That means I can work later in the winter, because I won't have to match my hours to the county snowplow schedule." "Good for you," Hannah said with a smile. She was glad that Luann was leaving the isolation of her family home at the end of Old Bailey Road and moving to town. And she was doubly glad that Nettie Grant would be able to spend time with Susie. After the losses the former sheriff's wife had suffered in the past 3 years, it was bound to lift her spirits to be around a sunny little girl like Susie. "Michelle?" Hannah turned to her youngest sister. "Will you meet me in the upstairs lobby in 5 minutes?" Michelle nodded, and as Hannah watched, she assumed the identical expression that her next older sibling had worn. It was obvious that Andrea wasn't the only Swensen sister who was dying of curiosity. "Bye, ladies. See you later, Michelle." Hannah headed up the stairs to wait for her sisters. She waved at Lonnie, who was manning the outside door, and walked over to the grouping of chairs around the miniature Christmas village. There was a large gilt-framed mirror on the wall behind the village, and Hannah frowned as she caught sight of her hair. Her unruly red curls had been tousled by the wind and snow in the parking lot, and they looked as if they hadn't seen the tender ministrations of a hairbrush in months. Hannah smoothed them down as best she could, and paused to admire the new sweater Norman had given her. It fell gracefully from her shoulders and came to just the right length in back to minimize that I-wish-it-were-smaller part of her anatomy. "Gorgeous," Hannah said, turning a bit so that her skirt swirled against her legs. But what was that bulge at her hips? She looked like an anatomically incorrect chipmunk with his cheeks lower than his waist. Hannah reached in her pocket and drew out dozens of paper napkins, far too many for the lines of the sweater. Even though she'd folded them neatly and divided them between the 2 pockets, the piles had grown, and now her sweater pockets were ballooning with a plethora of paper Santas, reindeer, snowflakes, Christmas trees, angels, and snowmen. It was definitely time to scare up a stenopad, and she knew just the place to find one. A few moments later, Hannah was standing at Janice's desk in Kitty Corner, begging office supplies. The younger kids were crowded around the Christmas tree in the corner, listening to one of the high school girls read a story, and the older children, like Tracy, had gone off to the library to watch a Disney movie with several high school seniors as chaperones. "How about this?" Janice asked, pulling a neon-pink stenopad from her center desk drawer. "I know you like the green ones, but it's all I have at the moment. Here's the pen that goes with it. The Velcro attaches to the cover, see?" "It's just perfect," Hannah said gratefully, even though she would have preferred something less conspicuous. It was exactly as Dolores had taught her. Beggars couldn't be choosers. "I'm glad you're here, Hannah. I've got something I want to show you." Janice opened a drawer and took out a stack of letters. "I had the older kids write letters to Santa, and the high school girls helped them with the spelling. Linda Nelson came up to tell me that Tracy had asked her to spell some very strange words for a letter to Santa." "Like what?" "Like blizzard." Linda didn't think that was so odd because we're in the middle of one, but the next word Tracy wanted was detective. And then she asked Beth if body had 2 D's or 1. Uh-oh. Exactly. I looked it over and I thought you should read it, too. I'm crazy about Tracy, but that girl is too smart for her own good. Hannah took the letter Janice handed her and sat down in one of the little chairs by the blackboard. The chair was so low that her knees almost touched her chin, but she barely noticed how uncomfortable she was once she started to read. "Dear Santa, how are you?
I am fine. I sure hope you remember me, what with all the kids who write to you this time of year. My name is Tracy Todd, and I live in Lake Eden, Minnesota. My daddy's the new sheriff of Winnetka County, and my mommy's a real estate professional. I asked you for a dollhouse last year, and you gave it to me. It's real nice. I'm writing this to help my Aunt Hannah. You probably remember her. Those were her cookies that we left out under the tree for you. We're all stuck here at the community center after the big recipe-testing Christmas party dinner. The food was great, and it was fun, but we can't go home. It's supposed to be because of the big blizzard, but that's not the real reason. Right after Edna Ferguson finished cutting the cakes, I saw Aunt Hannah come in from the parking lot, and she had that look on her face. Then she pulled Uncle Mike, he's Daddy's most important detective, off in a corner so they could talk. They looked real worried, and that's why I think Aunt Hannah found another body. She does that a lot. Anyways, they want all of us kids to stay busy writing letters to Santa and watching movies and things like that. I bet they figured that way nobody will guess what's really wrong. I better start writing my Christmas wish list now so you know what to bring me. The first thing I want is for Mommy to have the new baby. She's awful big, so could you please let her have it right away? I can tell Daddy's worried about her, and they'll both be happy after the baby's born. Mommy says he's a boy, and his name is Billy. That's nice, but if you can still do it, could you please make Billy a girl? I'd much rather have a little sister. The next thing I want is for Rose from Hal and Rose's Cafe to give my Aunt Hannah her famous coconut cake recipe for the cookbook. Poor Aunt Hannah's asked for it a bunch of times, but Rose won't give it to her. Could you get it, please? Tonight was supposed to be the last chance to test recipes for the cookbook, but Aunt Hannah's editor is very nice, and I bet he'll let her put it in. This next thing is a big favor I need. I know this is your busy season, but if you have time, please talk to Uncle Mike. Tell him that Aunt Hannah would make a perfect wife, and he should ask her. And then, please talk to Uncle Norman. I want him to ask Aunt Hannah, too. That way she can make up her mind which one she likes best. And I'll get to be in another wedding. I'm already going to be in Lisa and Herb's wedding. It was supposed to be on New Year's Eve, but Lisa and Herb didn't have time to do everything, so Lisa asked Mommy to help her. Now it's on Valentine's Day, and Mommy says I get to wear a beautiful red velvet dress and carry white roses with the thorns cut off. There's another thing I want, Santa. Mommy and Aunt Hannah are all worried about Grandma and Winthrop. They think he's a crook. If he is, please make him leave Grandma alone. If he's not, I guess it's okay, even though I don't like him very much. I don't really want anything else for Christmas, except maybe a puppy. I think I'm going to get that anyway, but not right away. Love, Tracy. P.S. If it's not a secret, will you tell me how you got my dollhouse inside our living room last Christmas? I know it's too big to fit down the chimney. I measured. Chapter 16. Sorry about that, Hannah said, hurrying to the group of chairs where her sisters were sitting. I got hung up at Kitty Corner borrowing the steno pad. Did you see Tracy? Andrea asked. No, she was at the library watching a Disney movie with her friends. Hannah opened her mouth to tell Andrea about the Santa letter, but she thought better of it and clamped her lips shut again. Andrea would only worry if she knew that Tracy had guessed about the murder. Did you find anyone who knew Mary Kay Hinklemeyer? Not a single person, Andrea said, sounding very frustrated. The closest I came was Joe Dietz. He said he served with a guy named Sam Hinklemeyer when he was in the army, but he was pretty sure Sam came from Idaho. Same here, except I didn't find anybody who knew any Hinklemeyers at all, Michelle reported. Okay, since we're not going to get anywhere with that, let's regroup. Hannah reached into both of her sweater pockets and drew out the stacks of folded napkins. The first thing to do is transfer these notes to the steno pad Janice gave me.
Andrea picked up one of the napkins and attempted to read it. "Is this a blot from your pen or food?" "I don't know. You take notes and I'll read the napkins," Hannah delegated, handing the pink notebook to Andrea. "You listen, Michelle, and if you think of something I missed, sing out." "Right." Michelle got up to fetch the wastebasket that stood near the front door, pausing to give Lonnie a little pat on the arm before she returned. "Here, Hannah. After you read them, toss them in here." Hannah picked up the first napkin and squinted at it. Andrea was right. The ink had run, and the area where it had met a grease spot looked a lot like the first Rorschach card. "It looks like," Hannah resisted the urge to say, "a vase," or "a mirror image of a person in profile." Instead, she concentrated on making out the letters. "Kirby. It's Kirby Wells. As far as I know, he was the last person to talk to Brandy before she was killed. Kirby told me he met Brandy in the cloakroom shortly after 7:30. "That was right after she went to the ladies' room with me," Michelle pointed out. "Better write that down, too." Andrea looked a bit exasperated. "I've got it. Actually, I've got it in 2 places. I'm making a timeline here. What time did you go to the ladies' room, Michelle?" 7:15. I looked at my watch." "Okay. Brandy was at the table with Martin until 7:15. Then she went to the ladies' room with Michelle. You talked to her until 7:30, Michelle?" "That's right. I was asking her questions about her life in Vegas." "And you learned what?" "Hold on," Hannah complained. "I'm looking for a toy soldier here." "You're what?" both younger sisters asked in perfect unison. "A toy soldier. I used a napkin with a toy soldier on it to write down what Michelle told me. Here it is." Hannah held her disreputable prize aloft and waved it like a flag. "It's falling apart," Andrea commented. Michelle agreed. "And somebody spilled frosting on it, and it's all stuck together in one corner." "I can still read it," Hannah insisted, spreading it out with the care of someone who was performing open-heart surgery on an ant. It says, "Ring, green stone, diamonds surround, am afraid plus coat show-off." "You saw the ring," Michelle said to Andrea, "so you can give a better description than mine. And that other part is Hannah's shorthand telling us that Martin didn't want Brandy to wear the ring. He told her it was because she had the fur coat, and he thought 2 expensive items like that might make people resentful." "People like Shirley," Hannah pointed out, "who admitted that she told Martin she'd do anything she could to help him get rid of Brandy so that they could get remarried." "Motive," Michelle cried out. "Alibi," Hannah countered. "Shirley was with Martin in that little room under the stairs at the time that Brandy was killed. The fact that they were together means that both of them are in the clear." "I've got all that," Andrea said, putting down her pen and massaging her fingers. "Let's get back to the timeline. Do you know what time Brandy was killed?" "I found her at 8:15, and Doc Knight didn't think she'd been out there for more than 30 minutes. That puts the time of death anywhere from 7:45 to when I found her." 7:45 to 8:15, Andrea repeated, her pen racing across the page, whose color had certainly been modeled after the inside of a Pepto-Bismol bottle. "That really narrows it down. How about Kirby? Why did he talk to Brandy in the cloakroom?" "She asked him to meet her there." "So that's why she kept looking at her watch." Michelle spoke up, and Hannah couldn't help thinking that if her youngest sister were a cartoon character, a light bulb would have gone off in the little balloon over her head. "I thought she was worried about getting back to Martin, but she must have told Kirby what time to meet her." "Makes sense," Hannah said. "What did they talk about?" Andrea asked, her pen at the ready. "Old friends they knew in high school, and—" "Kirby went to high school with Brandy?" Andrea asked, coming very close to dropping her pen. "Yes, with Mary Kay Hinklemeyer. She was Kirby's first girlfriend." "I'll be," Michelle breathed.
Do you think he killed her because she married Martin instead of him?"
Hannah shook her head. "It's not feasible. For one thing, I'm almost sure that the jazz ensemble was playing the entire time, and I already know that they wouldn't have sounded good without Kirby. And for another thing, Kirby wasn't jealous." "Are you sure?" Andrea asked. "I'm positive. You see, Brandy told Kirby she was leaving Martin. She was going to take his car out of the parking lot and drive it to the Minneapolis airport. From there, she was going to fly to the Bahamas, and she asked Kirby to go with her."
"That's romantic," Michelle breathed.
"It's also money-grubbing, illegal, and immoral," Hannah reminded her. "Brandy told Kirby they could live like kings if she sold her ring and mink coat, and her antique knife." "What antique?" Andrea started to ask, but she stopped, and this time the light bulb could have gone on over her head. "You mean Mother's antique cake knife?" "One and the same."
"So Brandy stole it?"
Michelle asked, frowning slightly. "That's a likely scenario." "And the killer managed to take it away from Brandy and stab her?" Andrea asked, paling slightly at the thought. "That's part of the same scenario. Hold on a second and let me find the caroling penguins. That's where I wrote the list of suspects." Hannah paged through the remaining paper napkins, reading off several notes to Andrea. There was their conversation with Shirley, her meeting with Martin, and their mother's grilling of Mayor Bascom, and how he admitted that he'd seen Brandy's strip show and hired her for a date he was too drunk to keep.
"And I really thought she was a showgirl," Michelle said with a sigh. "I feel really awful about all those questions I asked her."
Hannah slipped a comforting arm around her youngest sister's shoulders. "I'm sorry she disappointed you, Michelle."
"Oh, she didn't disappoint me. Not exactly. But if she'd admitted that she was a stripper who partied on the side, I would have asked her a whole different set of questions and tried out for an entirely different part in the play."
10 minutes later, they had reached an impasse. Hannah had found the caroling penguins, but every single suspect except the unknown suspect with an unknown motive had been eliminated. "What now?" Hannah asked, throwing out the question and hoping that one of her sisters would have an answer.
"I don't know," Michelle said, shaking her head. "It beats me."
"Me too," Andrea sighed. "It just makes me wish we had some outtakes to watch this time around." "Outtakes?" Hannah asked, thoroughly puzzled. "You know, like we did when we were investigating Boyd Watson's murder. We went through all those tapes of the Heartland Flower Bake-Off." "But we didn't find anything," Hannah reminded her. "I know, but we could have. I'm just sorry somebody wasn't videotaping tonight. There might have been something in the footage we could use."
"Hold on," Michelle said, an excited expression crossing her face. "Norman's been taking photos of everyone all night long. What if he caught someone following Brandy when she filched the knife and ran off to the parking lot with it?"
Andrea shook her head. "If Norman saw something like that, he would have raised the alarm."
"But maybe he doesn't know he saw it. Just imagine this for a second. Norman's concentrating on taking a picture of someone getting a second helping of something or other, and the dessert table is in the background. He snaps pictures of his main subject, but he also gets a picture of Brandy in the background stealing the knife. Norman might have something we could use and not even know he's got it."
"That makes sense," Hannah said, catching some of her sister's enthusiasm. "We'd better find Norman right away and ask him to develop his photos. Even if he goes straight home to the darkroom, that'll take him a couple of hours."
"I don't think so, Hannah. We might just get instant results."
"How?"
"I saw Norman's camera earlier, and it looked like a digital to me."
Finding Norman was no easy trick, but Hannah managed to locate him in the kitchen, where Edna had set him up with a platter of leftovers that would have fed the Lake Eden Gulls football squad. "Hi, Norman," Hannah said, sliding into the kitchen booth to face him. "Hi, Hannah. The Christmas party's a huge success. I heard a lot of people saying that the food was the best ever." good to hear. Hannah berated herself for not telling Norman about Brandy's murder sooner. She should have found him right away, but circumstances had intervened. She took a deep breath and prepared to give him the shocking news. "I need you, Norman."
"I figured you would."
That took Hannah back a pace or two. "But you don't know why I need you."
"Does it matter?"
"I don't know," Hannah said, thinking about that for a moment. "I guess it doesn't. Not really."
"I didn't think so. It's enough that you do. Well, who do you like?"
"Like?"
"For Brandy's murder. That's cop talk. Mike told me that's what they say in the squad room."
"You know about the murder?"
"Of course I do. The police photographer couldn't get here, and Mike had me take the crime scene photos. It's definitely an art. I couldn't have done it without his instructions."
Hannah had a sobering thought as she looked into Norman's face. What if Mike had already gone over all of Norman's photos? What if there was nothing that Norman had captured on film, or disc, or whatever it was called in digital photography? But was it digital photography? That should be her first question. "Are you using a digital camera tonight?"
"Yes. The technology's great, and I've got to say the results are as good or better than the traditional method. It's amazing, Hannah."
"Instant gratification?"
"Precisely. You shoot it and you view it. Then you keep it or you ditch it, all in one fell swoop. And it's not at all expensive, considering all the money a photographer's got to put into a darkroom."
Hannah felt herself getting impatient. "Okay, wonderful. Come with me. Andrea, Michelle, and I need you upstairs with your camera and whatever it is that holds those photos you took tonight."
"Not quite yet," Norman said, shoving his coffee cup across the table. "Drink this, and eat this chocolate-dipped pear. You're getting cranky."
"I am not,"
Hannah said, and then she had the grace to laugh at the crabby tone in her voice. "That's better." Norman looked amused as she took a sip of coffee and a bite of the pear. "Do you want me to take some chocolate upstairs? Your sisters might need a pick-me-up, too."
"Good idea," Hannah said sweetly, and it wasn't an act. She really was feeling much better, but she wasn't sure if it was due to the chocolate or Norman. "I have a feeling we could have a long night ahead of us." Chapter 17. "Did you get it?" Andrea called out. She was sitting in the first row of 36 seats in the community center's mini auditorium, the only Swensen sister who was too large to slip behind the big screen television to hold tools for Norman while he hooked up his camera. "We got it," Michelle emerged, smiling broadly. "All we had to do was unhook the cable and attach the camera's feed." Hannah came out right behind Michelle. She dusted off her hands and frowned slightly. "I don't think anyone ever cleans behind there." "Probably not." Andrea handed Hannah one of the napkins Norman had thought to bring with the plate of fruit. "This television is Mayor Bascom's baby. Bill told me that he watches every Vikings game in here, and he holds his own tailgate party." "Tailgate? Like in the parking lot?" Michelle wanted to know. "No, right here in the auditorium. It's not really a tailgate party, but there's food and drinks, and all the mayor's friends come to watch the games with him. For the really important events like the Super Bowl, he sends out printed invitations. Bill thinks he'll get one now that he's sheriff." "If he does, will you go?" Hannah asked. Andrea was probably the most disinterested sports fan in town. She memorized the scores and took note of the big plays so that she could mention them to her real estate clients, but often she just settled for the old, tried-and-true, "How about those Vikings, huh?" "I can't go. It's a guy thing, with no wives allowed." "I think that's because it gets a little rowdy." "You're probably right," Hannah said. But she wondered if the mayor invited any women who weren't in the spouse or helpmate category. She doubted it. If there were any non-wifely females present, Stephanie Bascom and her friends would hear about it on the Lake Eden gossip hotline, and the Super Bowl parties at the community center would soon be ancient history. "Turn it on, will you?" a voice floated out from the rear of the television, and Hannah hurried to turn on the set. A few seconds later, she saw the image of Edna standing by the Christmas tree. "You got it," Hannah called out to Norman, walking closer to examine the image that was almost the size of the real Edna. "For a second there, I didn't think it was going to work." Norman came out, breathing a deep sigh of relief. "At the last minute, I noticed that I had the input in the output." Hannah decided she wouldn't touch that comment, since she had no idea what Norman was talking about. "It's a great photo, Norman, but how are we going to tell when you—" "Hold on, and I'll turn on the date-time feature," Norman interrupted her. "Perfect," Hannah said, taking a seat next to Andrea and watching as the numbers appeared at the bottom of the screen. "Can you page forward to those shots you took of the knife?" "Sure, but it's not page forward." "I realize that, but you know what I mean." Hannah kept her eyes on the screen as Norman began to advance the photos, giving them a quick peek of each. 6:20, Michelle called out when the first shot of the cake knife came on the screen. There were several more shots, one with Hannah holding the knife, and then Norman had moved on to the kitchen, where Edna and her helpers were setting out the appetizers. "So we know that the knife was still there at 6:23. Andrea flipped open the pink notebook, jotted down the time, and turned to Hannah. "What do we look for next?" "Any shots Norman took after Brandy met with Kirby Wells. That was at 7:30, wasn't it?" Andrea flipped to the page with the timeline. "That's right. We should watch for any shots with the dessert table in the background, or Brandy walking toward the kitchen door. If we're lucky, Norman got a shot of someone following her." "The killer!" Michelle breathed. "Right." Norman advanced his camera until the time code read 7:29. "Okay, let's start watching." Their eyes were glued to the screen for several minutes, and then Hannah called out, "There's the dessert table! But it's so far away I can't tell if the knife is missing." "Hold on, I'll fix that," Norman said. Hannah gasped as the shot began to zoom in. "I didn't know you could do that." "It's the beauty of digital photography." There was a brief moment of silence, and then all four of them gasped. "Look!" Michelle was the first to speak. "Norman caught a hand reaching for the knife." "Is it Brandy's hand?" Hannah asked, turning to Andrea. "You notice manicures and things like that." "I think so," Andrea said, but she didn't look convinced. "It looks like she's wearing pearl blush nail polish, and that's what Brandy was wearing, but it's a really popular color right now, and she's got her hand tipped, so I can't see if she's wearing her ring." "Michelle?" Hannah turned to her youngest sister. "I think it's her, but I couldn't swear to it." Hannah sighed. "Unfortunately, that doesn't cut it in a murder investigation. The only thing we know for sure is that a woman wearing pink nail polish picked up the knife." "But she could have put it back down again," Andrea said. "That's right. She might have picked it up to have a closer look. Let's see the next shot, Norman. Maybe that'll tell us more." Norman put the next photo up on the screen. It was a second shot very similar to the first, but the time code read 2 seconds later. He zoomed in and let out a holler. "The knife's gone, and there's nobody else even remotely close to the dessert table. Whoever that woman was, she took it." "What's this?" Hannah asked, getting to her feet and pointing at the screen. "Is that her leg walking away?" "I don't know what else it could be." "Brandy was wearing silver boots," Hannah reminded them. "Can you pan down to her calf, Norman?" "Sorry, no. The lower half of her leg is hidden behind that plant in the foreground. I can zoom in a little more on what I've got, but that's it." "There's a spot on her leg," Andrea commented, staring intently at the zoom of what they assumed was Brandy's thigh. "Let me see if I can enhance it a little more," Norman offered, fine-tuning some controls on his camera. "How's that?" "It's Brandy!" Michelle shouted, getting so excited she hopped up and down in her seat. "How do you know that?" Hannah asked. "You have to be certain, Michelle." "I am certain,"
Remember when I told you that I saw her tattoos? Well, that's the first one she ever got. It's a tiny little brandy snifter.
She's right. Somebody gave us a set of 4 just like that for a wedding present, and it's a distinctive shape. Andrea turned to Hannah. Do you want me to write down that Brandy stole the knife at 7:42 and walked off with it? Absolutely. Let's see what you've got next, Norman, and let's keep a sharp eye out for Brandy going into the kitchen. This could do it, Norman said as he put up the next shot. It's a shot of Edna and her workers by the Christmas tree. But someone's going through the kitchen door in the background. Hannah held her breath as Norman zoomed in, and she let it out in a whoop. It's Brandy, all right. Now all we need to do is find a shot of someone following her. The next few shots yielded nothing, but 3 minutes later, in the background of a shot Norman had taken of a table of diners, the kitchen door was partially open. Hold on, I'll zoom in, Norman said, and then he sighed. It's a woman, but she's almost completely blocked by the foreground. The only thing I can tell for sure is that she's wearing a black skirt. Andrea gave a little gasp of excitement. But that's enough. We solved another one, Hannah. All we have to do is look for a woman wearing a black skirt, and we'll have Brandy's killer. Not necessarily. The woman in the black skirt could have some perfectly reasonable reason for going into the kitchen. For all we know, she went in, washed her hands, and came right back out again. So it all depends on how long she was gone, Michelle said, looking thoughtful. How long does it take to kill someone? Hannah shrugged. She'd have to walk through the kitchen, go through the pantry, open the outside door, and follow Brandy all the way out to Martin's car. That would take a couple of minutes, and then it would take another couple of minutes to stab her. This is just a ballpark figure, but I'd say that if she's gone for more than 5 minutes, she's definitely a suspect. She's definitely a suspect, Norman said, and all 3 Swensen sisters turned to look at him. While you were speculating, I've been running through the photos on the internal camera screen. It's a lot faster that way. I've gone through 5 minutes, and she hasn't come out of the kitchen yet. Unfortunately, I don't have anything after 5 minutes. Why not? Hannah asked. I moved on to take pictures of the jazz ensemble. And then I took a couple of the Plotniks in front of the Christmas tree. After that, I moved upstairs to do some photos of the miniature Christmas village. I'm really sorry, Hannah, but I don't have anything in that area again until after you found Brandy's body. There's no need to feel sorry. You gave us the only lead we've got. Hannah turned to smile at him. You're a great photographer, Norman. Thanks. So, what do we do next? We look at it logically. Either the woman in the black skirt is the killer, or she's a material witness. If she didn't stab Brandy, she knows who did, because the killer must have passed right by her in the kitchen. The upshot is we need to talk to her. And the caution is we have to be careful because we don't know if she's Brandy's killer or not. Makes sense, Michelle said, nodding quickly. What do you want us to do? Just observe for right now. We need to canvass the whole community center and make a list of every woman who's wearing a black skirt or dress. That shouldn't take long if we split up, Norman said, pulling a notebook from his camera bag. I've got a couple of extra pens if anyone needs them. They're leftover Rhodes Dental Clinic giveaways from last Christmas. Michelle raised her hand. I need one. My roommate gave me $5 for the last one you gave me. She said she'd never seen a pen shaped like a toothbrush before, and she just had to have it. Maybe I should give up dentistry and manufacture pens for a living, Norman quipped. Where do you want me to start, Hannah? Will you take the south end of the banquet room and work your way to the center? That way Michelle can start on the north end and meet you halfway. Andrea began to frown. How about me? You want me to help, don't you? Of course I do. I need someone to check every room up here, and that'll give you a chance to check on Tracy. And don't forget the high school girls who came up here to watch movies in the library. Let's just make lists for now. We won't ask anybody any questions quite yet. We can meet in the lobby in 20 minutes to compare notes."
"What are you going to do, Hannah?" Michelle asked.
"I'll canvass the kitchen, the ladies' room, the cloakroom, and the dance floor. But first I'm going to talk to Mike and tell him about the lady in the black skirt. It's only fair. And I'll let him know that we're just doing the legwork and we'll leave the actual questioning up to him." "And you really think he'll believe you?" Norman did his best to maintain a straight face and failed. "Of course he'll believe me. It's the truth. It's just as I told Michelle and Andrea earlier. It's a different situation this time around. Mike's short-handed, and I'm going to give him all the help I can." The door to the room Mike was using as a temporary office was closed, and Hannah stood there frowning. She didn't want to interrupt, but the information she had could lead to the capture of Brandy's killer. Mike might be angry at the interruption, but he'd be grateful just as soon as she told him why she needed to talk to him. Hannah knocked and put a welcoming smile on her face. Mike would be startled to see her, but he was bound to be pleased once she'd had her say. She shifted from foot to foot, waiting for the sound of the latch clicking open, but the door remained closed. "Come on, Mike," Hannah muttered, knocking again, a little harder this time. Again she waited, her smile in place, but no one answered the door. It was possible Mike had left. He could be in another part of the community center checking up on a lead. Perhaps she should open the door. If Mike wasn't there, she'd leave him a note telling him she had urgent information for him. Hannah turned the knob and eased open the door. Mike was there, and he was in the middle of an interview. If the scowl on his face was any indication, he wasn't at all happy about being interrupted. "I'm busy here, Hannah," Mike said, waving her away.
"I can see that. I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I have to talk to you right away. So if you could just step outside in the hall, it'll only take a second or two."
"No."
"No, it'll take longer than a second or two, or no, you won't come out in the hall?"
"No to both. I'm in the middle of an interview here. I'll talk to you later, Hannah."
"But you don't understand. I came here to help you. This is really important, Mike."
"I said later, Hannah. Please don't interfere. I'm trying to run an official investigation, and I don't have time to talk to you now. Just shut the door and let me get on with my job, okay?"
Hannah shut the door, perhaps just a wee bit harder than was necessary. She'd given Mike his chance, and she thought she'd been extremely polite about it. And now she didn't have to feel the least bit guilty when she caught Brandy's killer and did his job for him. Chapter 18. Hannah was still fuming as she went down the stairs. As always in times of great stress, she headed straight for the kitchen. Not only would it make her feel better to be in the room at the community center she liked best, but she could check out the ladies who were helping in the kitchen at the same time. Edna's after-dinner helpers were working to clean up the kitchen, wash the serving bowls, and store the leftover food until it could be taken to Reverend Strandberg's soup kitchen in the basement of the Bible Church and the Lake Eden Convalescent Home. All it took was one glance to see that no one was wearing black. The dance floor was next. Hannah found a table near the edge of the area that had been set aside for dancing and sat there watching the couples as they danced. The light was fairly dim, and she had a few anxious moments when she spotted Cheryl Coombs in what she thought was a black skirt. But before she could even begin to wonder what possible motive Cheryl could have for killing Martin's new wife, Cheryl's partner danced her closer, and Hannah realized that her skirt was dark green. The cloakroom was next. Hannah went into the long, narrow room and flicked on the overhead light. There was a startled gasp, and she turned to see the high school couple she'd interrupted. The girl blushed as she smoothed her hair, and the boy gulped. "Sorry, Miss Swensen, we were just, "It's okay. I don't want to know," Hannah said, interrupting his effort to put a spin on what had obviously been a romantic moment. "Shouldn't you be dancing or something?" That's a great idea. Bye, Miss Swensen, the girl said, grabbing her boyfriend's hand and pulling him out of the cloakroom before things could get even more awkward. Hannah grinned as she watched them hurry out the door. The girl was wearing blue, and they'd obviously been the only ones here. She was about to leave to check the ladies' room when she spotted a small puddle of water on the floor next to a tote bag, the kind women used to carry their shoes when they were wearing their boots. Her curiosity aroused, Hannah unzipped the bag and examined the shoes. They were a pair of standard black pumps with a small heel, the kind many women wore for dress. There was nothing unusual about the shoes themselves, except for the fact that they were soaked. Hannah picked up a pair of boots placed under a coat on the next hook. They were dry. She checked another pair, and her suspicions were confirmed. The woman who'd worn the wet shoes had been outside recently. But why would someone go outside in dress shoes when they had their boots with them? Hannah figured that the lady in question must have been in too much of a hurry to switch to her boots. It was a second bit of information, and Hannah intended to take full advantage of it. All she had to do was look for a woman in a black skirt or dress who was wearing boots. There couldn't be that many of them. Hannah headed off to the ladies' room to do some uncharacteristic primping while she checked out the other women who were there. Unfortunately, since her brush was in her purse, and her purse was in a drawer in the kitchen, her primping was limited to running her fingers through her hair. She couldn't even freshen her makeup, since all she was wearing was lipstick, and the pretty girl lipstick that Luann had sold her before she'd gone to work at Granny's attic was still sitting on Hannah's dresser at home. Luckily, it didn't take long to check out the occupants of the ladies' room. Hannah said hello to Charlotte Roscoe and Sally Laughlin, in red and light blue, respectively. Then Carrie, wearing winter white, came in, and Hannah greeted her, too. She was about to leave when she noticed a pair of feet wearing boots in one of the stalls. "I just wanted to tell you that Norman's doing a great job with the photographs," Hannah said to Carrie, wishing that she had inherited the gift of making polite chit-chat. "Of course he is. Norman's wonderful at whatever he does." "True," Hannah was quick to agree. "Anyway, the reason I mentioned it is that if Savory Press uses any of Norman's photos in the book, he'll get credit as a photographer." "I'm sure he'll like that," Carrie said, pulling Hannah over to a corner. "What's the matter? Why are you staring at that stall?" Hannah sighed. She'd obviously been obvious. "I need to know who's in there." "Why?" "A man sent me in to check on his date. I don't know her, but she's wearing a black skirt." "Your mother's right. You don't have a deceitful bone in your body." "What?" "Tell the truth, Hannah. You made up that whole story about a man and his date, didn't you?" "Oh, well, never mind. I'm sure you have a good reason for wanting to know. Hold on a minute, and I'll find out for you." Hannah held on. What else could she do? And a minute or two later, Carrie was back. "Striped skirt, silver and blue," Carrie announced in a sibilant whisper. "Is that all you wanted to know?" "That's it. Thanks, Carrie." Hannah turned and headed for the door. "I've got a question for you, Hannah." Hannah prepared herself mentally to lie again if it was necessary. "What is it?" "I want to know what you think of Winthrop." "Oh. Well, I only met him briefly." Hannah stalled while she tried to think of something innocuous to say. "But I did think he made a very strong first impression." That seemed to satisfy Carrie, and Hannah managed to escape. As she entered the banquet room again, she glanced at her watch. She had 5 minutes before she could meet her sisters and Norman in the lobby and give them the new information she'd learned. That was just time enough for a fresh cup of coffee. As Hannah headed for the kitchen, she noticed that Babs Dubinsky was sitting alone. Babs looked glum, and Hannah certainly couldn't blame her. This whole week had been a series of shocks for her. First, there was Martin's unexpected marriage, and then there was his choice of wife, a Las Vegas dancer.
There was the money Martin had spent on Brandy, money that should have gone to his sons. Now Brandy was dead, and that was another big shock, even though Babs hadn't liked her. Hannah gave a little wave as she neared the table where Babs was sitting. "Hi, Babs. I'm just going to get some fresh coffee. Do you want me to bring you some?" "That would be nice." Babs reached out to hand Hannah her empty cup. "No sense dirtying another." Hannah took the cup, and that's when she noticed that Babs had teamed her dark red silk blouse with a black skirt. She was so startled she almost dropped the cup, and that gave her an excellent idea. "Uh-oh," Hannah said, and she dropped the cup deliberately. "Good thing it was empty. Hold on a second, I'll trash it and get you a new one." Hannah moved to retrieve the cup, hoping that Babs wouldn't guess it had been an excuse to bend over to check her footwear. She glanced at Babs's feet and barely managed to stifle a gasp. Boots! Babs was wearing boots with her black skirt. If you see someone in a black skirt, just write down the name and don't ask any questions. Hannah's own advice floated through her mind. Be really careful. We don't know if we're dealing with a material witness or with Brandy's killer. Hannah straightened up to stare at Babs for a minute, and then she plunked down in a chair, all set to ignore her own advice. She couldn't imagine Babs as a killer, but the circumstantial evidence was mounting up. There was no way Hannah could wait to talk to her sisters in Norman. She had to strike while the iron was hot. "What's the matter, Hannah?" Babs looked concerned. "This is serious, Babs. I want you to tell me exactly what happened in the parking lot with Brandy." "With Brandy? What do you—" Babs broke off in the middle of what was sure to be a denial and gave a shuddering sigh. "All right. I can't stand to keep this to myself any longer. I'm the one who killed Brandy, but it was an accident. You've got to believe me, Hannah." Hannah grabbed a clean napkin with a poinsettia on the front. Andrea could translate it later. "Just tell me the truth, Babs, and I'll believe you." "Part of the reason I didn't like Brandy was that I didn't trust her. The first time Martin brought her to the house, I think she took my watch." "You think she took it? Aren't you sure?" "I wasn't sure enough to accuse her. The band pinches a little, so I only wore it when I went out. I usually kept it by my chair in the living room, or in a dish on my dresser, or in the kitchen on the windowsill. Well, after Martin and Brandy left, I couldn't find my watch. I tore the place upside down and backwards looking for it, but I couldn't swear for certain that I hadn't misplaced it myself." "I understand. That's the reason I had my eye on Brandy tonight. I wanted to make sure she didn't steal anything and give Martin a bad name around town." "Did she steal anything?" Hannah asked, although she already knew the answer. "She stole your mother's antique knife. I watched her do it, Hannah. She draped her mink over her arm and sidled up to the dessert table as pretty as you please and pretended to be looking at the platter of cookies you and Lisa made. She picked up a couple. I watched her. And then she moved on down the table to look at the cake. She was so fast, I almost didn't see her. But she grabbed the knife, hid it in her coat, and headed for the kitchen door." "And you followed her?" Babs nodded. "But first I looked around for Martin. After all, she was his wife, and he could have taken care of it. Martin and Shirley were both gone, so there was only one thing for me to do. I followed Brandy into the kitchen to confront her. I was going to make her put the knife back." "Was she in the kitchen?" "No, it was deserted. But the pantry light was on, and when I looked inside, I noticed the door to the parking lot wasn't shut all the way. I stuck my head out, and there she was, heading across the lot." "So you went out after her?" "Yes.
I thought about running back inside for my coat and boots, but I didn't want to give her time to hide the knife. I hadn't gone more than a couple of yards when I heard a car door slam and a motor start running over the sound of the wind. Brandy was in Martin's car, and there was only one reason she would have started it. She was going to leave, and I had to stop her.
Hannah reached out to pat Bab's hand. The older woman was obviously upset.
Go on. I ran through the snow and got to the car before she could back up. She must not have seen me coming because she hadn't locked the driver's door, and I pulled it open. There she was, munching on one of your cookies while the car heated up. I reached right past her to turn off the key, and then I grabbed her arm and tried to pull her out of the car. She fought back, but I managed to do it.
What then?
That's when I noticed that she was wearing my great-grandmother Dubinsky's ring, the emerald and diamond heirloom I gave to Martin and Shirley on their wedding day. I saw red and grabbed for the ring.
And Brandy fought back?
Like a tiger. She punched me in the chest, and I went down in the snow. I was just getting up when she reached into the car, grabbed your mother's cake knife, and slashed out at me.
Did she cut you?
No, she missed, and I managed to grab her wrist. We grappled for the knife, and Brandy slipped. That made me slip, and somehow I ended up on top of Brandy in the snow.
So, when you got the upper hand, you stabbed her?
No, my hand was on her wrist, never the knife. I thought she was just stunned, that's all. I got to my feet, slipped the ring off her finger, and looked around for the knife to take it back inside. I searched around in the snow for a minute, and then I saw that it was stuck in her chest.
What did you do then?
I reached down to feel for her pulse, but there wasn't any.
So you didn't call for an ambulance, and you didn't come back inside to tell anyone what had happened?
Babs shook her head. I'm not proud of what I did next, but I was so cold and so shocked. I just brushed the snow off my blouse and skirt and came back in the kitchen.
No one saw you?
No one was there. I ran some warm water in the kitchen sink and soaked my hands until I could feel them again. There were no blood stains. I checked for that. And then, since my shoes were soaked all the way through, I went to the cloakroom and switched to my boots.
Hannah folded the napkin and stuck it in her sweater pocket. You know what I have to tell you to do, don't you?
I know. I'll go up and tell Mike. But please let me tell the kids first. I want Martin to hear it from me.
Hannah thought about that for a moment. It was highly unorthodox and definitely against police procedure, but she was no longer working with Mike, and she didn't have to follow his rules. Okay, she said, let's go find Martin and Shirley. It didn't take long to locate Martin and Shirley and find a quiet corner so that Babs could tell them her story. When she was through, Martin made a strangled sound.
You killed Brandy?
She didn't kill Brandy, Shirley spoke up. It was an accident. The only reason Babs went after Brandy was to recover the stolen knife. Babs nodded.
Shirley's right. I'm really sorry, but it was an accident. She came after me with the knife, and both of us slipped in the snow. I just hope Mike will believe me. I have to go tell him now.
You can't, Martin objected, grabbing his mother's arm. Don't tell him, Mom. He'll arrest you for murder.
I don't think he will. After all, it was an accident. And don't forget that Brandy had a weapon, and I didn't.
But he won't know that. No one else saw Brandy steal the knife, and some smart lawyer could argue that you took the knife and went out to confront Brandy to get the ring back. You could be convicted, Mom. You could go to jail. "Relax, Martin," Hannah said. "Norman has a photo of Brandy stealing the cake knife." "He does? That's great. Then you think everything is going to be all right?" "I think it will be, especially since your mother's fingerprints won't be on the knife. She might have to spend a few hours down at the sheriff's station, and she may even have to stay there until they can corroborate her account of what happened with Doc Knight's findings, but I'm sure she'll be cleared." "We'll go along with you, Mom," Martin said, taking his mother's arm. Shirley took her other arm. "Absolutely. And once we get over this hurdle, Martin and I have some news for you." "Really?" Babs gave the first smile Hannah had seen cross her face all evening. "I think I know what it is, and that's just wonderful." Once Hannah had escorted Babs, Martin, and Shirley to the room that Mike was using for interviews. She raced back to the lobby to meet her sisters and Norman and tell them what had happened. "You ignored your own advice?" Norman asked, looking more amused than angry. "That's right." Andrea's eyes narrowed. "But you would have been madder than a wet hen if we'd ignored your advice." "That's right, too." "Come on, everybody," Norman said, playing the role of a peacekeeper. "Let's go see if there's any chocolate left. I'm beginning to droop a little, and we can't go home until the storm lets up." As they trooped toward the stairs leading down to the banquet room, Hannah glanced out the large window by the front door. Norman was right. The storm was still raging. The wind was every bit as fierce as it had been before, and it was still dangerous to drive. As she stared out the glass at some of the worst weather a Minnesota winter had to offer, a snow-covered figure materialized at the end of the sidewalk leading up to the front door. "There's somebody out there," Hannah said, squinting through the driving snow. "I think it's Bill." "Where?" Andrea asked, rushing back to join Hannah. "Out there at the curb. I'd better tell Lonnie to go out and help him in. You catch Michelle and ask her to go get him a hot cup of coffee." Lonnie wasted no time fetching Bill. Once Bill got inside, Andrea helped him out of his parka, and Hannah hung it up on the coat tree by the front door. Bill looked half frozen, and he took the coffee gratefully when Michelle brought it up to him. "It's cold out there. My heater went out halfway to town." "Oh, honey," Andrea said, snuggling up to him in an effort to warm him up. "You shouldn't have tried to make it all the way here. It's all over now." "What's over?" "The case," Michelle told him. "We solved it about 15 minutes ago. Sip some coffee and warm up a little. Then we'll take you to the room Mike's using for interviews." "What case? What interviews? What's going on?" "Didn't the dispatcher tell you?" Hannah asked, frowning a bit. "I know Mike tried to reach you right after I found the body." "What body?" Bill's head swiveled from Andrea to Hannah to Michelle and then back again. "Martin's new wife, Brandy Wyan-Dubinsky. She ended up dead in the parking lot. We'll tell you all about it right after we thaw you out," Andrea promised. "All we really need to know right away is how soon Mike can release Mother's antique cake knife. We need to get it back to her before she finds out." "Before she finds out what?" "That it was used as a murder weapon, except it really wasn't," Hannah explained, getting up to see if Norman had managed to find any chocolate. It was obvious that Bill really needed some because they were explaining things perfectly, and it was taking him forever to catch on. Chapter 19. "You're a really good dancer," Michelle said as Norman led her back to the table. "I took lessons. I didn't want Hannah to turn me down when I asked her to dance." Hannah laughed, her good mood at the beginning of the evening fully restored. It was wonderful to know that Lake Eden hadn't been the scene of another murder. Now she could relax and have fun for the rest of the evening. "I'm no Pavlova, Norman. There was a good reason why Mother didn't name me Grace." "I'll check on that right after I dance with your other younger sister." Norman held his hand out to Andrea. "Are you up to it?" Andrea smiled. "I love to dance, but
I don't think so tonight. I'm feeling extremely awkward and extremely full. I must have eaten 20 desserts.
Close, Hannah mumbled under her breath, adding up the desserts she'd seen Andrea consume. It was at least a half-dozen, and that was probably the tip of the iceberg. You're feeling all right, aren't you?
I'm fine. It's just that I'm a little tired, and my feet are swelling. I'll sit here and watch you, and put my feet up on your chair. I'll get my down jacket, and you can put your feet up on that, Michelle said. You'll be more comfortable that way.
Norman held out his hand, and Hannah took it, but she turned back for one more question before she went off to the dance floor. You don't think anything's going to happen while we're gone, do you?
Oh, I think so, Andrea said.
And then she laughed at the shocked expression on Hannah's face.
It's not what you're thinking. You're going to enjoy dancing with Norman, that's all I meant.
When they got to the dance floor, Kirby and the jazz ensemble were playing Moon River, and Hannah snuggled up to Norman as they danced. For once, she didn't have the urge to lead, a residual effect of having taught Andrea to dance. Andrea hadn't wanted to get mixed up, and Hannah always had to be the boy. Norman was warm and steady, a perfect partner for dancing cheek to cheek. Of course, cheek to cheek was also chin to shoulder, which didn't sound even remotely as romantic, and it was also chest to... Excuse me. A deep, achingly familiar voice interrupted the thoughts she probably shouldn't have been thinking anyway. Norman turned her around and pulled back slightly, and Hannah found herself face to face with Mike, except that it was her face to his chin because he was taller. "You want to cut in?" Norman asked, and Hannah thought he looked just a tiny bit jealous. "No," Mike said, and then he smiled at Hannah. "Not that I wouldn't like to, but I'm still on the job. I just came over to tell Hannah that Bill and I are taking Babs Dubinsky to the station." "You're not going to charge her, are you?" "No. We're just going to take her formal videotaped statement. We won't charge her unless the results of Doc's autopsy prove that her account of Brandy's death couldn't be accurate." "That's good news," Norman said, squeezing Hannah's hand. "Thanks for telling us, Mike." "No problem. You guys did all the legwork for me, and I appreciate it." Hannah clamped her lips together so that she wouldn't blurt out what was on her mind. What was Mike talking about? They'd done a lot more than legwork. They had solved the whole case for him. "Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that Shirley and Martin are following us in Shirley's car, and Earl Flensburg's leading the way in the county snowplow." "You're not taking your Hummer?" Hannah was surprised. "No. She can go through just about anything, so I want her to stay out front in case anyone needs to leave." Hannah grinned. "You shouldn't anthropomorphize inanimate objects." "Huh?" "Your Hummer. She won't like it." Mike looked blank, but Norman caught on right away. He started to chuckle, but he held it in. Since his arms were still around Hannah, she felt as if she were riding out an earthquake. "Whatever," Mike waved her comment away. "The point is Earl won't be back for at least an hour, and you can use her if there's some kind of emergency." Hannah couldn't believe what she was hearing. Mike's Hummer was his baby. He must trust her a lot to let her drive his powerful new toy. "Here." Mike dropped the keys in her hand. "I'm putting her in your hands, Hannah, and I'm trusting your judgment. If someone has to leave, look around for a guy who knows how to handle her." Hannah's blood pressure began to rise. She should find a guy who knew how to handle his Hummer? She was so angry it felt as if her eyes were burning, smoldering circles into his back as he strode off across the dance floor. Mike Kingston was tall, handsome, unbelievably attractive, and about as sexist as a man could get. "What?" Norman asked, noticing Hannah's intent expression. "I thought that was a very generous thing Mike did. Everybody in town knows how he loves his Hummer." "Sure he loves it, and sure it was generous. I'm sure the guy I choose to drive it will think so too." "Oh." Norman said, leaving it at that, but Hannah knew he understood. "Let's finish our dance. I love to dance with you." "I love to dance with you, too." Hannah smiled as Norman pulled her close into his arms, and they moved smoothly across the floor. She was just starting to really enjoy herself again when someone tapped her on the shoulder. It was Andrea, and Hannah turned to greet her sister. "Hi, Andrea. Did you change your mind about dancing?" "No. I don't want to cut in. I just came out here to tell you it's time." Hannah stared at her sister for a moment in absolute disbelief. Then she said, "Do you mean what I think you mean?" "I mean exactly what you think I mean, and I think we'd better hurry." Chapter 20. Less than a minute later, they had gathered up their coats and boots, and they were headed for the stairs, Norman on one side of Andrea and Hannah on the other. Luckily, Dolores was dancing with Winthrop, and she failed to notice the exodus of her pregnant daughter, her eldest daughter, and her dentist. Michelle was talking to Lonnie, who was still manning the front door, to discourage anyone who might be foolish enough to brave a blizzard. Hannah called out to Michelle as they helped Andrea up the final stair. Michelle's face paled as she caught sight of Andrea. "Is it?" "Yes," Hannah told her. "Norman and I are taking Andrea to the hospital in Mike's Hummer. I need you to do a few things for us here." "Anything? What?" "We need you to deal with Mother. She's bound to guess what's happening when she realizes that we're gone. You have to convince her to stay here and not try to get to the hospital." "Mother would drive to the hospital in a blizzard?" "Absolutely," Andrea gave a little grin. "She wants to be the first one to see her namesake." Michelle looked stunned. "You mean you're going to name the baby Dolores?" "I said I would if the baby was a girl." "But that won't happen." "It won't? How do you know that?" "I had the test, and since it's a boy, I can get full credit for offering, and I don't actually have to do it." "Nice," Michelle said. "Don't worry about a thing here. I'll make sure Mother doesn't get within 50 feet of a motor vehicle." "There's one other thing you can do. If she's too excited to take charge of Tracy, will you do it?" "Of course I will." Michelle reached out to give Andrea a little hug. "This is so exciting. I get to be an aunt again." Hannah turned to Lonnie. "Will you help us get Andrea out to Mike's Hummer? It rides pretty high off the ground, and she might need a boost up. Michelle can guard the door until you get back." With Lonnie helping, it didn't take long to load Andrea in the back seat of the Hummer. The moment he'd run back inside, Hannah turned to Norman and held out the keys. "Do you want to drive?" "You do it. I'll ride in the back with Andrea." "But don't you want to drive a Hummer?" "Sure, but not as much as I want to see the expression on Mike's face when you tell him you drove." Hannah could hear Andrea panting as she started the engine and pulled away from the curb into the swirling blanket of white snow that awaited them. "What are you doing back there?" "Panting. It slows down labor. I'm just glad Norman's here with me." "Why?" "I know dentists take some of the same classes doctors do, and so I was hoping that... Do you know how to deliver a baby, Norman?" There was a long silence from the back seat, and then Norman chuckled. "I think I can handle it. It can't be all that different from a root canal." Once she'd navigated the first few blocks, Hannah concluded that Mike's Hummer was a perfect vehicle for such horrible weather. It plowed through dense drifts that would have stopped other trucks cold, and the traction was nothing short of miraculous on the icy patches of road. Under other circumstances, Hannah might have enjoyed driving Mike's prized vehicle, but not with the stakes this high. Driving through town wasn't bad, and Hannah was just starting to feel confident when she turned onto Old Lake Road. Then things changed for the worse. The land was flat here, and there were no buildings to act as windbreaks. Visibility was only a foot or two, and it was almost impossible to distinguish the ice-packed shoulder of the road from the pavement itself. Hannah forced herself to hold the wheel steady and prayed that she was on the right track. The snow swirling and whipping in front of the headlights didn't help. It caused her to lose all sense of direction, until it was virtually impossible to tell left from right or even up from down. Somehow, Hannah knew she'd never be sure exactly how they'd made it, they arrived at the turnoff for Lake Eden Memorial Hospital and successfully navigated the circular driveway. Hannah stopped only inches from the emergency room door and leaned on the horn with a vengeance. "We're here," a burly orderly shouted out, opening up the rear door. "Lonnie Murphy called us to say you were coming."
"Hannah?"
"Yes, Andrea?" Hannah turned back to watch the orderly help her sister out onto a gurney.
"I don't bake the cake."
"What cake?"
"The Jell-O cake. I buy a pound cake at the Red Owl. I just wanted you to know that. I don't think you're supposed to go into the delivery room with a lie on your conscience."
Once Andrea had been whisked inside, Norman and Hannah spent a full minute in silence, she in the front seat and he in the back. Finally, Norman broke the silence. "You want coffee?"
"Yes."
"Inside?"
"Yes." "Were you nervous?"
"Of course I was. I'm a dentist, not an obstetrician." Without another word, they opened their respective doors and headed straight through the emergency room to the coffee machine in the lobby. "Here, Hannah." Norman handed her a small fortune in change. "You get the coffee and I'll find out where they took Andrea." Before the coffee had time to cool and turn into the tar that Hannah was sure it would, Norman was back. "Andrea's in the maternity ward. That's down at the end of the south wing. The nurse said we can go down there and wait in the expectant father's room." "Okay," Hannah said, handing Norman his paper cup of coffee and following him down the hall. "I should probably find a phone and call Bill." "I did that already. There's nothing for us to do now but wait."
"Waiting is the thing I hate to do the most," Hannah said, gazing around as they entered the waiting room.
There was a small Christmas tree on the table in the corner, and someone had strung red and green paper chains across the expanse of the ceiling.
"This is nice. They decorated for Christmas. I wonder how long it takes to have a baby."
Norman shrugged. "I asked the nurse that, and she said, it depends. She also told me that Doc Knight would come to tell us when the baby was born." 10 minutes passed as they paged through outdated magazines and pretended interest. Another 5 minutes passed as they stared at the small Christmas tree. The chairs were comfortable enough, and there was a television set that was programmed to play shorts entitled Baby's First Bath and Burping Your Baby, but neither Hannah nor Norman felt like watching it. "Restless?" Norman asked, catching her mood.
"Yes. Let's walk."
The hallway was wide and long, and Hannah wondered whether it had been designed for expectant fathers who wanted to stretch their legs. It felt good to walk off the tension, and Hannah linked arms with Norman and let him set the pace. The hallway was also decorated for Christmas, with cutouts of Santas, reindeer, holly, wreaths, snowmen, and Christmas trees. Hannah counted the number of times they passed the snowman with the red muffler, and she was nearing 100 when Mike came rushing down the corridor. "How's it going?" he asked. "We don't know," Hannah told him. "Norman asked the nurse, and she said Doc Knight would come out and tell us once the baby's born. Is Bill here?" "Not yet. He's still interviewing Babs, but he'll come as soon as he can. Good thing I left you the Hummer." Mike turned to Norman. "She handles great, doesn't she?" "Like a champ. Hannah didn't have a bit of trouble." Hannah felt like applauding as Mike's mouth dropped open. Norman certainly knew how to deliver a zinger. She gave him a little wink behind Mike's back, and then she reached out to take Mike's arm. "Come walk with us. There's nothing to do here except pace the floor." Time seemed to go a little faster with 3 of them pacing, or perhaps it was the conversation. Mike was just telling them about how Bill had come close to getting stuck only a few feet from the turnoff for the sheriff's station when Earl Flensburg came running down the hall. "Boy, am I glad to see you here," Earl said, reaching out to pump Hannah's hand. "I went back to the community center, and your little sister told me where you went. I just grabbed a cup of coffee and then I got back on the road and followed in your tracks. I figured that if you went off in the ditch, I could pull you out."
"I came close a couple of times," Hannah said, sneaking a quick glance at Mike's face. He didn't look happy, but he was wise enough not to ask if there was any damage to his Hummer. Of course, he probably knew there wasn't, because he'd sneaked a look before he came inside.
"Edna sent this,"
Earl told her, pulling a giant metal thermos from the deep back pouch in his county-issue parka.
"She said you shouldn't be tortured with hospital coffee."
"I'll get the cups," Norman said, dashing inside the expectant father's waiting room and coming back with 4 styrofoam cups. When everyone had a good cup of coffee, Hannah raised hers high. "To Edna. She's a lifesaver."
"How's your sister doing?"
Earl asked once the cups were empty. "Fine, I guess, or we would have heard something. The nurse said Doc Knight will come out and tell us right after the baby's born." Just talking about it made Hannah nervous, and she started to pace again. Mike quickly took one of her arms, and Norman took the other. Earl watched them for a moment, and then he took up a position by Mike's side and started to pace with them. It was a good thing it was a wide hallway, because Lisa appeared next. She rushed up to Hannah and asked, "Did she have the baby yet?" "Not yet." "How did you get here?" "Herb borrowed the biggest truck in the lot and drove us. He'll be here in a minute."
"How's Andrea doing?" Herb asked Hannah, rushing up to take Lisa's arm.
"We don't know," Hannah said, wondering if she should borrow some crayons from the children's waiting room and make a sign. "Everything must be okay, or we would have heard something. Doc Knight's going to come out and tell us right after the baby's born." Lisa and Herb watched them pace for a moment, and then they joined in. Herb took his place next to Norman, and Lisa paced next to Herb. Hannah had just passed the snowman in the red muffler for the 314th time when she saw Bill rushing toward them from the end of the hallway. "Here comes Bill."
"How's Andrea?"
Bill asked, panting a bit as he sprinted the last few yards. Hannah smiled to set the expectant father at ease and chastised herself mentally for not making that sign. "She must be okay, or we would have heard something. Doc Knight's going to come out and tell us right after the baby's born."
"Great. What are you doing?"
"Pacing. We couldn't think of anything else to do."
"Sounds reasonable to me,"
Bill said, linking arms with Lisa and taking up the outside position on the left.
"Let's pick up the pace a little. I'm getting nervous."
All they needed was music and the ability to kick in unison, and they could have tried out for a cabaret. The Todd Party horizontal conga line was just rounding the corner for the 43rd time since Bill had joined them, when Doc Knight appeared at the end of the hallway.
"You can stop wearing out my linoleum," he said, smiling widely. "It's a girl, and mother and baby are just fine."
"A girl?" Bill exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. "That's wonderful." "A girl?" Hannah asked, wondering if Doc Knight was so worn out from working long hours that he'd gotten Andrea's son mixed up with another female baby he'd delivered tonight. As everyone crowded around Bill to offer congratulations and slap him on the back, Hannah rushed up to Doc before he could go off to do whatever doctors do after they deliver a baby. Doc Knight turned as she grabbed his arm.
"What is it, Hannah?"
"You said Andrea had a girl. Are you sure?"
"Of course I'm sure. You can't be in this business for as long as I have if you can't tell a girl baby from a boy baby."
"Right, I just thought maybe... Well, she had the test and she told me it was 99% accurate."
"That's true, but she just happened to hit that 1%. Your sister had a baby girl, 7 pounds, 3 ounces. I'm sorry if that disappoints you, but those are the facts."
"I'm not disappointed," Hannah did her best to explain. "It's just that Andrea promised to name a girl after Mother and Regina Todd. And the only reason she did that was because she was sure she was having a boy. Now it turns out to be a girl, and—"
"She's in hot water,"
Doc Knight finished the sentence for her.
"No wonder she cried when I told her the baby was a girl."
"She cried?"
Hannah asked, feeling a bit like crying herself. Not for long. One look at her daughter and she was happy again. But just as soon as the new daddy goes off to celebrate with his friends, I think you sisters had better put your heads together and see if you can come up with a name that'll please both families.
Are you okay? Hannah asked, entering Andrea's room the second that Bill had vacated it. I'm fine, but Mother and Regina won't be. There's no way I'm naming my darling little daughter Dolores Regina or Regina Dolores. I can understand that, Hannah said. So what am I going to do? You've got to help me. Tears threatened to roll down Andrea's cheeks, and Hannah reached out to give her a hug. I'll think of something. Just give me a minute. Did you promise specifically to use their first names? No. That's good. That means we have at least 2 more names to work with. Mother's middle name is Elizabeth. Do you know what Regina's is? Anatolia, Andrea said promptly. Since Todd is such a common last name, Bill's grandmother decided to give her children distinctive names. Regina Anatolia is the Italian baby. Bill's aunt, Martinique Renee, is the French. And then there's the youngest sister, Donna Esmeralda, and she's the... That's enough Todd family history for now, Hannah said, holding up her hand in a gesture that meant halt in any language. I think I might have come up with something that'll please everybody. You included. What? Andrea asked, looking hopeful. Bethany. That's one of my favorite names. But how do you get Bethany out of Regina Anatolia and Dolores Elizabeth? Hannah grinned, feeling rather proud of herself. This had taken some fast brain work. Beth is a nickname for Elizabeth, and Annie could be a nickname for Anatolia. Combine the two, and you get Beth Annie or Bethany. Perfect, Andrea said, reaching out to give her older sister a hug. You did it, Hannah. Mother's going to be pleased, and so is Bill's mother. You're a miracle worker, especially if you can find me some chocolate somewhere in this hospital. Chapter 21. Due to a stroke of good fortune, Hannah just happened to have her emergency stash of 3 chocolate chip crunch cookies in plastic wrap in her coat pocket, and she turned them over to Andrea without a whimper. Then she hurried off to the nursery to have a peek at Bethany. She was about to leave in search of Mike so that she could return the keys to his Hummer when Mike found her at the nursery window. Is that her? There was something close to reverence in Mike's tone, and Hannah smiled. That's Bethany. Andrea just named her. I like it. It was one of the names on our list when... Mike stopped in mid-sentence, and Hannah reached out to squeeze his arm. She knew his wife had been killed by a stray bullet from a drive-by shooting when she was pregnant with their first baby. So, do you think she's pretty? She's the most beautiful baby in the nursery, Mike said with a smile. Of course, she's also the only baby in the nursery, but that doesn't count. Mike's arm tightened around her, and Hannah did her best to switch gears. They had unfinished business. Since Shauna Lee had already landed in Georgia, they were no longer engaged in the brownie wars. She needed Mike to return the pan of hot brownies before he tasted them. You know those brownies I brought out to the sheriff's station this morning? Hannah dived right in. I hope you haven't tasted them yet because I think I might have made a mistake and left out an ingredient. If you'll give them back, I'll dump them and bake you another batch. No way, Mike said, staring at her with a frown. Why not? Because I tasted them, and they're terrific. They've got jalapenos, right? Right, Hannah said, and she swallowed hard. Mike didn't look all that angry, but you could never tell about a guy who was used to hiding his emotions in an interrogation room. That was a stroke of genius. You're the only one I know who'd think to put diced jalapenos in brownies.
Sure, they've got a little burn, but if you eat them with milk on the side, they're great. I'm going to get some vanilla ice cream tomorrow and try them a la mode."
Hannah stood there with a gaping mouth, not even noticing that little Bethany Todd wore the same puzzled expression as her aunt. You like them?"
The chilies really bring out the taste of the chocolate. You don't have to take out an ad or anything, but Shauna Lee's brownies can't hold a candle to yours."
Hannah stared up into Mike's face. He was serious. He liked her jalapeno brownies. Should she confess that she'd baked them out of meanness and spite and jealousy? Oh, sure. When pigs fly. Hannah smiled demurely, no easy task for her, and gave Mike a little hug. "Thank you for the compliment," she said, following her mother's golden rule. "I'm so glad you liked them."
There are many dishes mentioned in this book. Here are the recipes for some of them. You can find all the rest in the print edition. Seafood bread dip. Preheat oven to 300 degrees Fahrenheit, rack in the middle position. This is a recipe from Carrie Rhodes. She loves to make appetizers. 32 ounces cream cheese, 1/2 pound chopped crab meat and/or chopped shrimp, 4 green onions with stems, cleaned, peeled, and chopped, 1 teaspoon garlic salt, 1 teaspoon black pepper, 1/4 cup dried chopped onions, 1/3 cup mayonnaise, 2 teaspoons lemon juice. Round loaf of bread, unsliced, 10 to 12 inches in diameter. I use squaw bread. 1 egg beaten. Unwrap cream cheese, put it in a large microwave-safe bowl, and heat it for 40 seconds on high in the microwave. Turn the bowl and keep heating it in 20-second increments until it's soft and you can stir it. Add the remaining ingredients and stir it all up. Cut the top off the loaf of bread and set it aside to use later. Hollow out the bread with a spoon, but be careful to leave at least 1/2 inch of bread on the bottom and the sides. Brush the inside of the loaf with the beaten egg and pop it in the oven for 5 to 10 minutes until the egg has dried. Then fill the loaf with the seafood mixture and put the top back on. Wrap the loaf tightly in 2 layers of foil, keeping the top up. Set the loaf on a cookie sheet and bake for 2 hours at 300 degrees. This can hold in the oven for an hour if your guests are late. To serve, take off the top and invite your guests to dip bread squares, crackers, or vegetable sticks. Cream of cheat mushroom soup. This is one of Edna Ferguson's recipes, and she named it herself. 2 cups chicken broth, 8-ounce package sliced mushrooms, fresh from the grocery store, with 12 perfect slices reserved for garnish. 1 can, 10 3/4 ounces, condensed cream of chicken soup, undiluted. 2 cans, 10 3/4 ounces each, condensed cream of mushroom soup, undiluted. 1 cup heavy cream, 8 ounces shredded Gruyere, or any good Swiss cheese or even Monterey Jack, 1/2 teaspoon freshly ground black pepper. Combine the chicken broth and the package of mushrooms, remember to reserve those 12 perfect slices for the garnish, in a blender. Zoop them up. Add the can of cream of chicken soup to the blender, zoop it all up. Coat the inside of a 4-quart slow cooker with non-stick cooking spray. Add the contents of the blender to the crock pot. Add the cans of cream of mushroom soup to the crock pot. Stir. Add the heavy cream, shredded cheese, and ground black pepper. Stir again. Cook on low for 4 to 5 hours. Ladle into bowls. Sprinkle with parsley and float several mushroom slices on top as a garnish. Irma York tested this recipe. She couldn't write down how many cups it makes because her husband Gus kept sneaking it out of her slow cooker. Quick pickle salad. This is Reverend Knudsen's recipe. He says to tell you that if you make these pickles in the morning, you can serve them at supper time. He also says they're even better the next day, but he bets they won't last that long. 34 ounces canned sliced beets. 1 cucumber, peeled, seeded, and cut into half slices. 1 small onion, thinly sliced. 2 teaspoons whole pickling spices. 2/3 cup white vinegar. 2/3 cup white granulated sugar. Note, pickling spices are a mixture of cinnamon, allspice, mustard seeds, coriander, ginger, chilies, cloves, black pepper, mace, cardamom, and bay leaves. The Reverend says that if you don't like one of those spices, you can mix your own pickling spices and just leave out the one you don't care for. Drain the beets and reserve 2/3 cup of the liquid. Place the drained beets, sliced cucumbers, and sliced onions in a large saucepan on the stove. Stir them gently with a wooden spoon to mix them. Tie the pickling spices in a square of cheesecloth and drop them in on top of the pickles-to-be in the saucepan. Add white vinegar and beet juice and stir everything around until it's mixed. Heat over medium heat, stirring often until the liquid boils. Immediately take off the heat, transfer to a glass or ceramic bowl, cover tightly with a cover or with plastic wrap, and refrigerate for at least 6 hours. Remove the pickling spices before serving. The Reverend also says to tell you that you can do this whole thing in the microwave if you like. That's the way he does it. Just put everything in a microwave-safe bowl, heat it on full power for approximately 12 minutes, or until it boils. Stop the microwave every 4 minutes to stir it. When it's ready, cover the bowl and refrigerate the pickles, just like you'd do if you made them on top of the stove. Can bread. Do not preheat oven. Bread has to rise for several hours before baking. This bread recipe is from Cheryl Coombs. She says it's almost foolproof even for somebody who's never had the nerve to bake bread from scratch before. 1/2 cup butter, 2 cups boiling water, 1 teaspoon salt, 1/2 cup brown sugar, 1 cup oatmeal. I used Quaker Oats Quick 1 Minute. 2 packages, 1/4 ounce each, dry yeast, any type. 2 eggs, 4½ cups flour, approximate measure. Melt butter in a saucepan with the boiling water. Pour it in a bowl. Add the salt, brown sugar, and oatmeal. Stir it all up. Add the yeast quickly before the mixture cools. Pour mixture into a bowl. Crack the eggs in a glass and beat them up with a fork. Add them to the bowl and stir thoroughly. Add the flour, 1 cup at a time, until it feels about right for bread dough. That's a moisture level midway between muffin batter and cookie dough. Turn the dough out of the bowl and onto a floured breadboard or tabletop. Let it rest a couple of minutes. It doesn't need to rest, but you probably do. Knead the dough, adding flour as it becomes too sticky to work. Kneading is just punching it down, turning it over, and folding it a bunch of times. You'll like it. It's therapeutic. There's no need to knead, that's a terrible pun, any longer than 5 minutes, just until dough is no longer sticking to your hands like stringy glue. Wash your hands, wash the bowl, dry the bowl, and then spray the inside of the bowl with non-stick cooking spray. Dump the dough inside the bowl and cover it with a moist towel. Set it in a warm but not hot place to rise until doubled in bulk. This will take from 1 to 2 hours. Important note: if you don't want to bake your bread today, don't let the dough rise. Cover the bowl with plastic wrap and put it in the refrigerator. It can wait up to 12 hours. Then just take it out in the morning, remove the plastic wrap, cover the dough with a damp towel, and set it in a warm place to finish rising. Once the dough has doubled in bulk, turn it out onto a floured board again and punch it down. Divide the dough and shape it into loaves, rounds, rolls, little animals, braids, or whatever. Place free-form breads on greased metal cookie sheets. Place loaves in greased loaf pans. You can even use greased metal coffee cans for rounds and amaze your friends when you give them round sandwiches. Cover whatever you've used to contain your dough with the moist towel again, and let your creations rise for approximately 45 minutes. Preheat the oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit, rack in the middle position for cookie sheet loaves and loaf pans, or lower for the taller coffee cans. If you want a glaze on the top of your bread, brush the tops with egg yolk mixed with a little water before you bake. Bake large loaves and coffee cans for approximately 60 minutes, 45 minutes for smaller loaves or rounds. Rolls take about 30 minutes. Let cool in pans or on cookie sheet on top of wire rack for 15 minutes, then turn out of pans and cool directly on a wire rack. Barbecued anything. Preheat oven to 400 degrees Fahrenheit, rack in the middle position. Norman Rhodes says this is the easiest barbecue anyone could ever dream up. I've tasted his barbecued ribs, and they're absolutely delicious. 4 to 5 pounds ribs, cut up into 2-rib servings. Barbecue sauce. 1/2 cup ketchup. Norman uses Heinz. 2 tablespoons firmly packed brown sugar. 1/4 cup bottled steak sauce. Norman uses Heinz 57. 1/4 cup prepared mustard. Norman uses honey mustard. 2 tablespoons wine vinegar, or apple cider or plain white. 1/2 teaspoon seasoned salt. 1/2 teaspoon liquid smoke. 1/2 onion, minced. If Norman's in a hurry, he uses dried chopped onion. Place the ribs on a rack in a baking pan and brown them at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for 15 minutes. Turn them over and brown them on the other side for an additional 15 minutes. Drain off the fat. Spray 5 to 6 quart crock-pot with non-stick cooking spray. Combine the sauce ingredients in a large bowl. Place the ribs in the crock-pot and pour on the sauce. Cover and cook on low for 6 to 8 hours. These ribs are great cooked entirely in the slow cooker. If you want to use your grill, pre-cook them in the crock-pot for 5 hours, refrigerate them, and finish them up outside on the grill. Norman says to tell you that this barbecue sauce also works for chicken or sausage cooked entirely on the grill. For chicken, it's even better if you leave out the steak sauce and increase the mustard to 1/2 cup. Norman also says that if you're pressed for time, you don't have to make the barbecue sauce. Just use a good bottled sauce. The secret is slow cooking the meat in the crock pot. That's what makes it so tender and tasty. Irish roast beast. You can use a 4-quart slow cooker or a 325-degree Fahrenheit oven, rack in the middle position. This recipe is from Barbara Donnelly, who got it from her mother. 16-ounce can cranberry sauce, whole berry. 6-ounce can tomato sauce. 12-ounce bottle stout beer. Barbara uses Guinness stout. 2 teaspoons freshly ground rosemary. It's so much better fresh. 1 teaspoon thyme. 1 teaspoon sage. 1 teaspoon sweet basil. 1 teaspoon oregano. 1 teaspoon ground black pepper. Again, freshly ground is much better. 1 teaspoon salt. 4 to 5 pound boneless chuck or rump roast, or any similar cut of boneless beef. 1 packet, 0.88 ounce beef gravy mix. Mix all ingredients except the meat and the gravy mix in a bowl. Grease slow cooker. Put a 1/2 cup of the mixture in the bottom of the slow cooker. Set in the meat and pour the rest of the sauce over the top. Turn the slow cooker to low and cook for 8 to 10 hours. If you're late putting this up in the slow cooker, you can cook it at high for the entire time. Using this method, it should take only 6 to 7 hours. When the meat is easily pierced by a fork, Barbara likes hers practically falling apart, remove it from the sauce, cut it in chunks, and put it on a platter. Cover the platter with foil so it will stay warm. Turn the slow cooker to high and sprinkle in the packet of beef gravy mix. Stir until the sauce has thickened. To serve, drizzle some of the sauce over the meat on the platter. Put the rest in a gravy boat or a small pitcher for the table. If you choose to do this in the oven, grease or coat the inside of a roasting pan with non-stick cooking spray. Follow the directions above, and once your Irish roast beast is in the pan, cover it tightly with heavy-duty foil. Bake at 325 degrees Fahrenheit for 5 to 6 hours, or until it's easily pierced by a fork. Then take off the foil and let it brown in the oven for another 45 minutes. When it's time to make the gravy, transfer the meat to a platter and pour the liquid into a saucepan over medium heat. Sprinkle the gravy packet over the sauce and stir until it thickens. Minnesota hot dish. Ruel moved to Minnesota from California to teach at a local college. He says that there are more hot dish variations in Minnesota than there are mosquitoes at a shore lunch. Essentially, hot dish is a comfort food concept. not a hard and fast recipe. Feel free to substitute and make your own variations. Some people in other more fancy parts of the country call this dish a casserole. 2 large onions, chopped, 1 pound of ground beef, or ground pork, or a combination of the two, 1/2 cup butter, 1 pound of any cooked leftover meat, beef, pork, ham, chicken, or sausage, 1/3 cup honey, 1/2 cup soy sauce, 1 teaspoon garlic powder, 1 teaspoon seasoned salt, 1 teaspoon ground black pepper, freshly ground is best, hot sauce to taste, optional, 2 pounds cooked medium-sized shrimp without tails, 2 1-pound packages of mixed frozen vegetables. Use your favorites. 8 ounces canned sliced mushrooms, drained, 6 cups of cooked rice, white, brown, or a mixture. In your largest stovetop pan and over medium heat, fry the ground meat and onions together until the meat is crumbly and the onions are translucent. Drain off the fat. Add the butter and stir it around until it melts. Chop the leftover meat into bite-sized pieces and add them. Then add the shrimp, honey, and soy sauce. Simmer for 10 minutes to marry the flavors. This should be on the wet side. If it's not, add a little more soy sauce or your favorite flavored vinegar. I like raspberry vinegar. Season with garlic powder, seasoned salt, black pepper, and hot sauce to taste, if you like it on the hot side. Steam, boil, or microwave the vegetables. Drain them and add them along with the mushrooms. Add the cooked rice. If there's not enough room in the pan, combine the meat mixture with the rice in a large roasting pan you've coated with nonstick cooking spray. Mix it well. If you're not ready to serve yet, you can keep it warm in a 325-degree Fahrenheit oven, uncovered, for up to 1.5 hours. Yield? Serves at least 10 hungry eaters, maybe more. Make-ahead mashed potatoes. Edna Ferguson contributed this recipe. She says every new bride should be presented with it right along with her wedding ring. 8 pounds potatoes, peeled. 3 packages, 8 ounces each, cream cheese. 1/2 cup heavy cream. 1 cup dried chopped onions. 1/2 cup cold butter. Parsley and/or paprika to garnish. 1 packet of dry instant mashed potatoes, just in case you need them. More cream or milk, just in case you need it. Salt and pepper to taste. Boil the potatoes in salted water until they are tender enough to mash. Drain them. Soften the cream cheese in a bowl in the microwave. Then mash the potatoes with the cream cheese and the cream. A hand masher works just fine. Edna says you want a few small chunks so people can tell they're homemade. Mix in salt and pepper to taste. Mix in any other seasonings you'd like, garlic powder, onion powder, etc. Add a cup of dried onions and mix them in. Coat the inside of a 5-quart slow cooker with other nonstick cooking spray. Spoon in the potatoes. Garnish with parsley or paprika. Cut butter into 8 pieces and press the pieces down a little on top of the potatoes. Put the cover on the crock pot. Cook for a minimum of 4 hours on low, but as long as 5 to 6 hours. Check a half hour before serving to see if they're the right consistency. If there's too much liquid, sprinkle in some instant mashed potatoes and stir them in. If there isn't enough liquid, add more cream and stir it in. When the potatoes are perfect, you can add a little cholesterol by cutting up another 1/4 cup of butter into chunks and putting them on top if you wish. Even if you don't, the potatoes will be delicious when you serve them. I put mine up around noon for an evening dinner. Edna says that if you don't have a slow cooker and you're too cheap to buy one to make your life easier, you can put ingredients in a greased pan, cover them tightly with 2 layers of foil, and heat them in a 300-degree Fahrenheit oven for 3 hours. She also says to tell you that they'll hold in the oven for another hour if your guests are late. Spinach soufflé. Preheat oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit, rack in middle position. This is Michelle's recipe. It's very good, and I'm proud of her. 1/2 cup butter, 2 tablespoons grated onion. You can also use dried and add them with the spinach. 2/3 cup flour, no need to sift. 2 cups half and half, or cream or milk. 2 cups grated cheddar. 2 cups chopped spinach, cooked, well drained. 2 teaspoons seasoned salt. 1/4 teaspoon white pepper. 6 eggs separated. Melt butter in large saucepan. Throw in onions and sauté. Then dump in flour and stir around for at least 2 minutes. They say it should bubble, but mine never does. Add half and half and stir until it thickens into a thick sauce. Take off heat. Stir in spinach and the onions if you use dried, cheese, salt, and pepper. Beat egg yolks and add them. At this point, you can stick the whole thing in a bowl and refrigerate it until later. Overnight is okay, too. Keep egg whites refrigerated in a separate covered bowl. Preheat oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit while you wait for the concoction and the egg whites to warm to room temperature. Beat egg whites until soft peaks form, not hard peaks. Fold into spinach mixture. Dump in a greased oven dish. Bake at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 1 hour. Mine took an extra 15 minutes, until the top is nicely browned. This soufflé doesn't fall when you take it out of the oven, so you can take it to a potluck dinner. Jell-O cake. Preheat oven to whatever it recommends on the cake mix box. Rack in the middle position. This recipe is from Andrea, who makes it for Tracy's birthday every year. Tracy's friends love it because it's colorful. Andrea loves it because it's easy, and she's the undisputed Jell-O queen of Lake Eden. 1 package white cake mix, 1 pound, 2.25 ounces. The ingredients called for on the cake mix box. 2 packages, 3 ounces each, Jell-O in contrasting colors. 1 small tub of Cool Whip or 1 can of whipped cream. Grease and flour a 9 by 13 inch cake pan. Mix up the cake using the directions on the box. Bake the cake for the required amount of time. Let the cake cool to room temperature. When the cake has cooled, dump 1 package of Jell-O into a small bowl. Add 1 cup boiling water to the Jell-O and stir until it's dissolved. Poke about 30 holes in the top of the cake with a fork, punching it all the way to the bottom of the cake pan. Pour the Jell-O evenly over the top of the cake. Give it a minute or 2 to sink down into the holes you punched. Refrigerate the cake for 1 hour. Prepare the second package of Jell-O as above. Punch more holes in the top of your cake, crisscrossing the first holes. Pour the second bowl of Jell-O liquid over the top of the cake. Give it a minute or 2 to sink down, and then cover it with plastic wrap or foil. Refrigerate the cake for at least 4 hours. Overnight is fine, too. Andrea says to warn you that the top is going to look ugly, and that's why you'll frost it with Cool Whip or whipped cream. When it's time to serve, frost your cake with Cool Whip or whipped cream and cut into square pieces. To make a layer cake. For a truly gorgeous cake, divide the batter into 2 8-inch round pans and bake it according to the package directions. Then divide the Jell-O between the 2 pans. To frost, remove the cakes from the pans. Use Cool Whip or whipped cream between the layers, and to frost the sides and top. Everyone will ooh and ah when you slice the cake. Andrea made a confession to me the night of the Christmas potluck dinner. She said she doesn't bake the cake. She buys an unfrosted sheet cake at the Red Owl, does the part with the Jell-O, and frosts it with Cool Whip. I thought about this for a few minutes and decided it's probably a good thing. Lady Hermione's, Hannah's, chocolate sunshine cake. Preheat oven to 325 degrees Fahrenheit, rack in the middle position. 4 ounces unsweetened baking chocolate, 1 cup frozen orange juice concentrate, defrosted, 1/2 cup butter, soft, 2½ cups white granulated sugar, 2 teaspoons baking powder, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1/2 teaspoon orange extract, or 1/2 teaspoon vanilla, 2 eggs, 2 cups flour, no need to sift, 1/2 cup milk, 1 cup pecans, chopped, or walnuts. Grease the inside of a bundt pan, dust with flour or cocoa, knocking out the excess. Put the chocolate and the orange juice concentrate in a microwave-safe bowl and heat it for 1 minute on high. Stir it and then heat it on high for another minute. Stir until the chocolate has melted. Set the bowl aside to cool. The following steps are a lot easier if you use an electric mixer. Combine the butter and sugar and mix until fluffy. Mix in the baking powder, salt, and orange extract. Add the eggs one at a time, mixing after each addition. Add half of the flour to the bowl. Mix thoroughly. Mix in the milk, and then add the rest of the flour. When the chocolate mixture is cool enough to touch, add it to your bowl. Mix thoroughly. Scrape down the bowl with a rubber spatula, and then add the nuts. Give a final mix. Let the batter rest for several minutes, and then pour it carefully into the prepared bundt pan. Bake at 325 degrees Fahrenheit for 60 to 70 minutes, or until a cake tester inserted in the center of the ring comes out clean. Remove to a wire rack and let cool for 25 minutes. Loosen the cake around the outside and inside edges with a sharp knife and tip it out onto the wire rack. Let the cake cool completely and then glaze. Or if you don't feel like making a glaze, just dust the cool cake with confectioner's sugar. Chocolate glaze. 1 cup chocolate chips, semi-sweet, 1/4 cup cream, 1 teaspoon vanilla. Combine in a microwave-safe bowl. I use a 1-quart glass measuring cup. Microwave on high for 1 minute. Stir until chocolate chips are melted. If the glaze is too thick, add a little more cream. If the glaze is too thin, add a few more chips. Drizzle the hot glaze over the crest of the cake and let it drip down the sides. Christmas sugar cookies. Do not preheat oven. This dough must chill before baking. I came up with the cookie recipe, and Lisa did the frosting. 1½ cups butter, melted, 2 cups white granulated sugar, 4 eggs, beaten, 2 teaspoons baking powder, 1½ teaspoons salt, 1 teaspoon flavor extract, lemon, almond, vanilla, orange, rum, whatever, 5 cups flour, no need to sift. Mix the melted butter with the sugar. Let cool. Add the beaten eggs, baking powder, salt, and flavoring. Add the flour in 1 cup increments. Refrigerate dough for at least 2 hours. Overnight is fine, too. When you're ready to bake, preheat the oven to 375 degrees Fahrenheit. Rack in the middle position. Divide the dough into 4 parts for ease in rolling. Roll out the first part of the dough on a floured board. It should be approximately 1/8 inch thick. Dip the cookie cutters in flour and cut out cookies, getting as many as you can from the sheet of dough. If you don't have cookie cutters, you can cut free-form cookies with a sharp knife. Use a metal spatula to remove the cookies from the rest of the sheet of dough and place them on an ungreased cookie sheet. Leave at least 1½ inches between cookies. If you want to use colored sugar or sprinkles to decorate, put them on now, before baking. If you'd rather frost the cookies, wait until they're baked and cooled. Bake at 375 degrees Fahrenheit for 8 to 10 minutes, or until delicately golden in color. Leave them on the sheet for a minute or 2 and then transfer them to a wire rack to complete cooling. Icing. 2 cups sifted powdered confectioner's sugar, a pinch of salt, 1/2 teaspoon vanilla or other flavoring, 1/4 cup cream. Mix up icing, add a little more cream if it's too thick and a little more powdered sugar if it's too thin. If you'd like to frost the cookies in different colors, divide the icing and put it in several small bowls. Add drops of the desired food coloring to each bowl. Use a frosting knife or a brush to paint the cookies you've baked. Hannah's Hot Brownies.
Preheat the oven to whatever it says on the package of brownie mix. I really have to apologize for this recipe. I don't usually use packaged mixes, but the thought of putting hot peppers into my very best brownies made me queasy. At the time, I figured this was good enough to be on the front lines of the brownie wars. I wouldn't have put this in the cookbook, but Mike and Bill, along with 7 other deputies, begged me to do it. 1 package brownie mix, any old kind will do. 4 ounces canned diced jalapeno peppers. Prepare the pan and the brownie batter according to the package directions. Drain the liquid from the can of jalapeno peppers. This could have a side benefit of clearing out your drain. Dump the peppers into the brownie batter and stir them around. Pour the batter into the pan and bake according to the package directions. Mike likes these with milk. Bill would rather cut a big square and top it off with a scoop of vanilla ice cream. Lonnie likes his with plain coffee, and that makes me think that he might be the right guy for Michelle.